I see Black Americans as children of the slave ship. I see Black Brazilians as children of the slave ship. I see Black Mexicans as children of the slave ship. So we have a commonality. And then I see West Africans as persons who suffered, who had their children kidnapped and transported on slave ship. I see the direct correlation between me and them and you and I. The Arabs don't see us that way. So why are we going to fight a fight to incorporate people who do not want to be incorporated? It would be a waste of time and a waste of effort. After we have done our jobs that we're supposed to do, then maybe we can include them in the whole African family. We're not saying that they're not Africans. We're just saying that they're not Pan-Africans.
Well, when you say they're Arabs, when you call them Arabs, you are saying they're not Africans. I don't agree they're Arabs. They practice Arab culture, and they speak Arabic, and they have a Arabized religion, Islam.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on.
No, before you go on the diatribe, can I ask you a question? What do they call themselves? I'm not calling them what they don't call themselves.
Okay, so
what does the majority
a Moroccan? Hold on. So a Moroccan would call themselves a Moroccan. They'd call themselves a Muslim. They'd call themselves a North African.
If you want to hold on to that, I won't argue with you. I won't argue with you on that point, because although I can bring up 10 million things, because they're core because of their religion and who the religion represents and what the religion represents, they indeed consider themselves Arabs. And you and I know that. Let's not beat around the bush.
Okay, Supi. So wait, hold on. So if a person doesn't identify themselves with us, we shouldn't. Does that count for the West African groups that see themselves as originating from the Middle East too? Because there are many people in Ghana and Nigeria that don't associate themselves with us as well, that don't necessarily see themselves as us as well. Should we just turn our backs on them as well? I don't think just because a person has an identity crisis, that means we should just give up on them. Hold on, Supies. Hold on. We know the same reason the North African has an identity crisis through the colonization of Islam and Arabs, right? West Africans have an identity crisis too. And a bunch of us over here in the diaspora has an identity crisis. So because people don't know who they are because they've been colonized, I don't think that means we should give up on African people because they don't know who they are.
No, but I'm not saying that we should give up on them. But what I'm telling you is that first you work within the group. If I am building a company, and let's call Pan-Africanism a company, or I'm building an organization, I would work with those people who first understand what this organization is about and will be willing to work for the success of this organization.
What the organization, Pan-Africanism is about Africans, right?
Hold on. No. Patriotism, the word patriot. Do you understand what the word patriot is? What the word patriot is?
Yeah. It's when you have pride, but it's when you have pride. It's when you have pride in your nation to a excessive extent sometimes.
If I am working to develop an organization, a country, a company, a business, a family, the first thing we need to establish is that your family, your sons and daughters should first be loyal to that family. If you have a son and a daughter and he shows that he's disloyal to that family, he's not a part of the family. He cannot be a part of the family. So if somebody turned their back on being African, how am I supposed to include them in an organization that I'm trying to build? You're asking me.
I'm saying there are West and Central African.
It does not matter.
Two peas. Hold on. There are West, Central, and East Africans, especially in the Horn of Africa, that have given up on being African, that see themselves as some fucking person from the desert and Middle East. Okay? But I don't think we, as Pan-Africans, you should give up on people that have given up on being African if you know they're African. If you know they're African, and they're just having an identity crisis thanks to colonialism, that doesn't mean I'm going to just give up on this person with this colonized mind. You know they're an African.
I know that they're African, and I'll admit that, and you know that they're African. But if they don't acknowledge your Africanness, why should I include them in an organization, a concept, or a building?
Okay, so should we give up on Black Americans?
No.
Should we give up on wait? Should we give up on Black Americans that
No,
don't want to call themselves African?
We don't give up on them. But what
okay, why? Because you know they're colonized.
Let me finish speaking, please, because I know you don't have my time to finish. We don't give up on them, but we don't put them on the front burner. They're not our priority right now. They cannot be a priority. When you're building, when you set them an organization or a building or anything at all, you first recognize what's the strength, what's the weakness, what's the foundation you're building on. I cannot build on a foundation that is going against everything that I'm trying to build. So I'm going to start building with those people first who acknowledge and say, listen, this is what we are doing. It's us and we, and not us and them. So if you decide to side with them, why should I be wasting time on you? If there's no loyalty, why should I be wasting time on you? Probably after observation and years, and you're looking into yourself and you recognize that I'm actually a part of this and I want to become a part of this. Yes. But what you're asking me to do, save souls for people who don't believe in Jesus? Why should a Christian save souls on people who don't believe in Jesus? You can only give them the information. And when they don't take
that is literally part of the Christian's mission to help convert people.
What is our base?
But can I read this source real quick?
Wait, before you read this source, let me ask one question. Like, what the fuck are y'all building? Like, what, like the Pan-African thing? Like, what's being built that would require you to count out or X out people that clearly live on the African continent? And more importantly, what the fuck does that got to do with African Americans?
You don't have power base here.
What did you say, nigga?
So what
Hey, I'm gonna just read this, and then Kyle, you talk to Super E's right after this.
Shouts to you for turning this bitch up. Shouts to you. You just turned this bitch up a notch. Go ahead. Read this.
Okay, I'm gonna try to be quick. All right, so the Pan-Africanist movement and the road to liberation. This is from the African Union International. All right. The movement for cultural consciousness and identity hinged on African unity are traceable in the ideas of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism was seen as the necessary philosophy around which all people of African descent should unite to develop strategies against racial injustice, inequality, and ending colonialism in Africa. The ideals of Pan-Africanism came to the fore in 1900 when the Trinidadian barrister Henry Sylvester Williams organized the first Pan-African conference held at Westminster Town Hall in London, and thereafter the African-American activist William Edward Burgard, W.E.B. Du Bois, organized a series of Pan-African congresses to keep the movement alive during the intervening periods of the two world wars. All right, let me scroll down to the part I feel is significant to this part of the conversation. Hang tight. All right. The journey to the formation of the OAU. In 1958, at the All African Peoples Conference in Accra, Ghana, all the speakers at the conference from the West African nations unanimously spoke against the prevailing racism and colonialism that was happening in Africa at the time, and called on Africans to unite in their fight for liberation from colonialism. The Pan-African Freedom Movement of East and Central Africa was formed in 1958 to campaign for the independence of countries of East and Central Africa from the colonial and white minority rule, although this movement was short-lived. Here's the highlight right here. The Casablanca Group, 7th January 1961, composed of Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Morocco, and the Algerian Provisional Government, felt that political unity and continental integration for the African people was required from the independent African countries. The Monrovia Group, 8th to 12th May 1961, was composed of Liberia, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Senegal, Malagasy Republic, Togo, Dahomey, Chad, Niger, Upper Volta, Congo, Brazzaville, Central African Republic, Gabon, Ethiopia, and Libya, called for a market-driven development economy. So I just wanted to share that. I just wanted to share that. Hold on. I just wanted to share that. Wait a second. I just wanted to share that to show that as a philosophy and as an ideology, it is about the unification socio-economically and politically for the entire continent of Africa and the entire diaspora of Africa. It's not excluding North Africans. It's not excluding East Africans. It's not excluding South Africans. It's not just a West and Central African philosophy. It's the unification of the entire continent and its diaspora.
But why
That's all I wanted to show.
With Africa, why can't you just do geo business?
Can I say something now? Because break down what you understand by what you read. Because I love when people just read, But when I break down and say, what is your understanding of what you read, of what was happening when the Trinidadian lawyer, barrister, first start with the concept? And why did he start with the concept? And even when you have organizations and groups and meetings in Africa in 1958 with Algiers, because I know that's why you read it in the book. I say, Algeria is a primarily Arab country. Why should we include them? When you're starting an organization, in the beginning, you cast a very vast net. Anybody who the business, including Kyle, will know that when you're looking for investors, you cast a very wide net. Because you need resources, you're going to cast a very wide net to say, who can I get to participate in this new business venture that I have? And from that vast net, sometimes you'll catch people who you're surprised with. Brass and Kyle will tell you that sometimes when you look in the audience and you see that Jewish man and you see that white man, you said, whoa, this is a good concept I have. Let me try and build on this. So in the early stage, when those vast nets were cast and you had those other peoples appearing to show interest, was it genuine? Did they suffer the same thing? Did they see life how I see life? Right? But people in here talking and acting like they don't have any experience in life. Kyle came in and Kyle made a comment, which I understand why he made it. Like, what the fuck Pan-Africanism is about? What we're trying to do? Not recognizing that when this thing was formed, the black person in the West who was taken here on a slave ship was robbed of his identity. He knew that he had African origin, but he didn't know who he was at that time. When he looked in the mirror, he said, who am I? Am I an African or am I a European? Am I a black man that is limited to only this part of the world? This is where my origin start. Did my origin start with a slave ship? Now, if you want to limit your origin to that, I don't have a problem with that. But people acting like them don't read things and don't look at the time of when things was happening and what you do in the beginning. They're acting like they don't know how business set up, how business start, how you start a wide, or you cast a wide net to see who would be interested, who would be allies.
But the reality is nobody wants to do business with Africa.
That's a lie also.
And
that's a lie also.
Where are you creating it at? Because it certainly is not in America, because it's not, you guys are not together yet like that.
Who is nobody? Who is nobody?
So what I suggest...
You use the terminology. You use the terminology nobody. Who is nobody? Define nobody for me.
Instead of doing business solely in the continent of Africa, just do business with African people all over the world.
No. First say who is nobody. Them let him answer that. Kyle, please. Kyle, please let him answer.
Let him
Who
answer
is
Kyle,
nobody?
then I want to get you in the conversation because
Yeah.
I want to
Who
read
is
the
nobody?
comment. Hold on, I
And
want to
Kyle
read
did
the
them.
comment real quick. Let me read the comment real quick. Shout out to Psycho.
Yeah. Who is
Psycho
nobody?
says Pan-Africans actually was able to go out and get international support for reparations. I disagree with that, but while these federal black agents, FBA, has only delivered YouTube content crying about tethers on TikTok. Shaking my head. Shouts to you, Psycho. Go ahead, Tony, and then I want to let Kyle get in the conversation.
No, I'm done.
Who is nobody? No, because this is
He
it.
said he was done, brother. He don't want to answer.
Let me not say this before Kyle talk. Nobody is the European who wants the business on their term. Meaning that the European would go into Africa, as they did in Iran prior to the Shah, and extract your resources, then give you 15 or 5 or 10% of the value of your resources. And if an African do not want to do business that way, nobody is somebody who the Chinese who come into the black community and set up Chinese restaurants, and they don't hire any black person in that restaurant. Or the Indian gas stations who prefer to hire a black person at minimum wage, and there's no franchise given to black people, although they get the wealth from the black community. Or the dollar store who want to set up business on their accord. No, that is a nobody he's talking about. Because the Africans is not allowed to have agency within their own community. Just like how the black American once attempting to have agency, those towns were destroyed. Because nobody is the European who decide how you do your business. Then when him say nobody wants to do business with the Africans, no. But the Europeans in Africa every day extracting resources, but they want to do it on their term. But
we on time limit rules because we live now, so they ain't just back, not just back office just talking. I got you, Stu. We got the gist of what you were saying, but everybody talk with a level of allowing some other people to get in. Go ahead, Kyle.
All right, so I want to talk on that level. So the problem that I recognize with these type of arguments is basically they're nonsensical conversations. We're talking about forced unity or the illusion of forced unity between black people to do commerce with African nations. Like there's nothing right now currently preventing that from happening, other than the fact that we have no businesses that I can speak of that are actively doing business with African nations. That's a key part to this process or project, is establishing business and then using your business as a means to unite between those continental lines. And I know we're talking about, they're from North Africa, they're from East, they're from the Horn of Africa, they're united because they're not united. But what the fuck what are we selling? What are we buying? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't understand this conversation because none of it makes sense. This is all like hypothetical, romanticizing reality. And like I can literally guarantee you that if you have a need for something in West Africa, there's nothing stopping you from reaching out to that person or to that entity. Like nothing whatsoever, except for the fact that you don't have a business. Like I don't understand like why we missing it. Like, like you don't have a company, you don't have anything to trade, you don't have nothing but an idea. This is why I think this is laughable. Is like it's remarkable how much time we spent in a romanticized idea. Like the first thing you do with any company is that you review your business plan. You don't put together your business plan 20 years ago, 50 years ago, or whatever. And then when you get an opportunity, roll that same plan out. You update your business plan out. And an updated business plan will require you to address issues right now, which none of this does. None of this deals with gerrymandering. None of this deals with voting blocks. None of this deals with our political landscape. none of this deals with anything that's important to African Americans right now, other than a fun conversation that makes you feel like you're more black today. And this is just ridiculous. That's how I feel about it.
What do you say, Kyle, to Psycho makes a good point somewhat about this latest resolution on the transatlantic slave trade being the gravest atrocity in history, in human history. What do you say? Would you consider that a Pan-African win? And that's the question to Kyle and the panel.
Yeah, I mean, if I put myself in the perspective of Pan-Africanism, I actually listened last week, a few days ago, actually, to one of the people that was integral in pushing forth that UN agenda. They already knew that the United States was going to vote against it. Like, we got to understand that first and foremost. It's not a shocker. They did that in order to gain public support and sentiment on their side for when other things are happening. Like, all these things are calculated moves. It's not like everybody was like, oh my God, the United States said no. They knew they was going to say no. This is about peer pressure and I guess surrounding factors to further elevate the agenda to be moved forward by us individually in our respective countries. So once you get the United Nations support behind you, then when you push forth a political agenda that may be adverse to the agenda of your country, now you have a substantial body backing your point and that agrees with you.
I was about to say that they need to separate. For this to work, you have to separate the political from the economic part of it. Because if you're looking to win political points, you're going to have to start here first. Because there's no way America, it's just the way it is. No way America's going to bend over whatever some other country says. They're just going to look at it like, are you kidding? You got to gain the power locally first.
Well, it wasn't a legal it was just a resolution. It's not legally binding. I think it's when you look at what it was. Now, should America? Yes. I mean, I don't have an issue with that. I understand legalese and all of that, but that's not something that I can control. But I wish America would have agreed. But I wish they'd have just changed a little bit of the language of the resolution to make it more culpable to agree, if that makes sense. I don't think you should. I don't think you should compare the grave nature of different atrocities. Is Hiroshima? Is Hiroshima and Naga? I don't care about the reparations part. Like if that's what kept America out, I understand it, but I don't agree. But on my end, I would never, as a country, agree when we start comparing atrocities. Like from Hiroshima and Nagasaki's standpoint, the bombing was the largest atrocity. The Rwandan genocide, that was the largest atrocity. The Holocaust, that was the largest atrocity. I don't think because then next year we'll say, hold on, we had a revote and we tallied up the points, and now the Holocaust is the gravest. You know what I'm saying? It gets weird at that point. But I think it was more of a symbolic win because there's not something legal. It's not something binding. I think they did win. I'll tell you where I think they won, and I'll tell you where I think they lost real quick. I think it was a global win, right? Because there's any recognition of suffering of Black people, or Africans, however you want to word it. I think that's a win. It does give a bit of a stronger footing in these arguments when we do talk about reparations, right? It means that the majority of the world understands, even if the United States doesn't, that we would be deserving of reparations. And I think it was good while we focused on the major powers that, we keep saying who voted no, but there were some major powers that abstained also. UK, France, I believe, another place abstained.
It was a mix.
Right. But I think overall, the global unity behind, I think that does show a symbolic global unity of the world believes that the transatlantic slave trade.
There's always talk about it.
Right. But here's the thing, though. It's just the fact that it's just not legal. We just got to understand that it's not legally binding in any kind of meaningful way. Right. So it's a resolution. It's non-enforceable. There'll be no penalties of any kind, but it's more of it's good to know that at least the globe understands.
It's an acknowledgement of it's an
right. It's an acknowledgement. It's like a recognition.
I think if the goal is
hold on, y'all cutting what I'm saying. Give me a second. I won't go as far as to say acknowledgement because the main people who were the cause of it didn't acknowledge it. I'm saying it's a recognition by the rest of the globe. All the main players didn't acknowledge it. And I think at some point, and Stu or anybody want to chime in, land my plane right here. I think at some point we're far enough into it to where we should recognize symbolic change, but be more looking for some material kind of change. You know, Pan-Africanism, like Trua said, is about economic power. It's about unity and control of institutions and things like that. But this resolution, trust me, doesn't give economic power, unite African governments. They're still fucking irritated with each other for whatever reason. And it doesn't necessarily shift any global power. So it's a recognition, but nothing material.
I just wanted to say something real quick on. I support Pan-Africanism in the sense that if someone can clarify, is it for the continent of Africa or is it for the people of Africa?
It's for everyone of African descent in the diaspora and on the continent.
So yeah. It appears to me, maybe I'm seeing things on the people that are just solely focusing on the continent of Africa when they can do business in England and South America and all over the place.
Yeah, Pan-Africanism doesn't say you have to do business on the continent.
That's what I'm saying. So like, then what is it's happening now. It's that business is all, you know what I'm saying? It's happening now. So why aren't we partaking of it? I'm not.
What are you talking about?
FBA, Pan-Africanism is part of, like you say, becoming.
No, what is happening now? I want to be clear.
Oh,
you said it's happening now. What's happening?
People are doing business with the people that we're supposed to be doing business with, or not. I'm not part of any organization. I'm saying people of Pan-Africanism should be doing business with, and that's already happening. Why aren't they doing that now?
You're saying they're doing it, but then you're saying they're not doing it.
I can't follow what you're saying.
Okay.
Speak like in an example or speak in
more. Okay. We're saying that Pan-Africanism is to create a power base, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's an economic power base, right?
Yes.
It's socio-economic and political.
Okay.
Yes, but go ahead. Yeah, all of that.
Right.
Go ahead.
So we're supposed to be doing business with these people, right? So there are people out there right now that are doing
right, but then you keep right. That's where you lose me. You keep saying we. So we got you at power base. Who is the we that you're talking about?
I meant to say, people that are trans, the group.
What is the group? Wait, hold on. What is the group?
Pan-Africanism, the group.
Okay, Pan-Africans. Okay, so Pan-Africans are supposed to be doing business with who?
With other Africans from the diaspora.
Okay.
All over the world.
Now
all over the world.
Okay.
All over the world. All over the world.
Okay, so finish your point.
So why aren't we? So there's nothing stopping us from doing that. So why isn't it occurring now?
Oh, that was Kyle's point. That was Kyle's point.
Okay, then do me a favor, Chus. Explain his point, because he keeps saying we. Now, I'm not. There's no diss to you, but
when
think you're right.
We, I get you. When I say we, I'm saying Pan-Africanism. I'm saying.
Okay. But you're not a Pan-African.
No. I could be. I'll do business with anybody.
Yeah. But you're not a Pan-African.
No,
you can do business, and you can, that's why you keep throwing me off.
I support it. I support it.
Just because you do business with people of African descent,
I do business
that
with
doesn't
Asians.
make you a Pan-African. Because if you were to do business with people that are against the interests of Pan-Africans, that would eliminate you from being a Pan-African. So it's not just the fact that you do business with other Africans. It's also who are the other groups you do business with that might be an antithesis to the Pan-African movement.
Obviously, all people that you're talking about, they're why aren't y'all seeking them out now?
Okay, can I
shout out Psychopathists. I don't think there's no Pan-Africans in here outside of Psychopathists.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something? All right. This is what I'm saying. Africans in the diaspora has always interacted with Africans on the continent. Where they want to be an exchange of ideas and resources, it has existed for more than 100 years. Africans have always gone back. We have traded ideas, we have traded music, we have traded fashion trends. We have traded with each other so much now that if an African lands off a plane and walk into New York, dress oftentimes, unless him open him door, open him mouth, you wouldn't know what him is. If a Jamaica come off a plane in Brazil and was walking around, the average Brazilian don't know what him is. Africans have always intermingled with each other and always exchanged ideas and thoughts. But we act as if Africans in the diaspora, but they want to be a country like Jamaica who claims to be independence, open and close quotation, oftentimes have the same liberties as a first world country, the Americans or the Europeans, who coincidentally were the ones who abstained, right? What do you call the person who commit the crimes? The criminals acted like the victims and now are abstaining. And we're not saying that, we're not acknowledging. We don't have to acknowledge what the criminal believe. But the rest of the world recognize that these people were criminals and recognize that the African slave trade was one of the biggest atrocities that ever took place. And it is a recognition. Even if those criminals don't want to recognize that they committed crimes, it don't make it any less of a crime. The rest of the world see you. The Africans have always exchanged ideas and resources. What Pan-Africans seek is that we need to get better at it. But some people have a problem because they say, show me the money. What's stopping us from trading now? When we understand that there's not much infrastructure there, there's not a formal development of trade. That will take time. And people say, well, you've got 50 years, 60 years. Why haven't we built up these trade routes? And you don't acknowledge that obstacles existed. So somebody going to say, stupid, what are the obstacles? And they're too vast to list right now, right? But when we look at it, we realize that both the diasporans and the Africans did have an issue with each other because there was always an intermediate, the same criminal who took care of the slave ship, who had the power to determine whether or not these people could trade easily. But nobody's not taking that into consideration. We're acting like because we came into the West and we set up our own countries and we live in a certain state, countries might mean the Jamaican or states might mean the Americans, that we know have no need for the Africans. Because where's the money? Where's the formal trade agreement? Where's all of this? All of that will take time. But instead of we developing it, we have the Chinese now who developing it, who have no problem trading with the Africans, who have no problem recognizing the Africans are who are what they are, who giving them a better deal than the Europeans.
So first you get the money, then you get the power. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, the rap music, that's what every time.
Let me ask y'all a question.
I done heard that song so many times. I was literally about to finish the line and start fucking rapping.
Yeah.
Literally, bro. Right when he said first you get the money, then you get the power. I was picturing
where you get the money from?
Lil Kim and DMX. Fucking money, power, and respect. Crazy. Yeah. All right, who let's get some more people into it.
All right, let's say something. Go ahead,
how does one that doesn't represent the nation of which he has his citizenship with create a foreign trade agreement with a different nation.
Yeah, that's the obstacles. That's what I'm saying. Those are the obstacles. I mentioned obstacles. Thank you for naming one. That's obstacles that we face. Because it cannot be an individual, it has to be a collective thing. It has to be a collective thing. Just like how the Chinese now, when you go to a hair salon and see all of those Chinese products, it's collectively as Chinese, they put the resources together and they started importing a bag of shit. And the Americans, because the Americans first was importing a bag of shit from China, is that it cannot be an individual. We're asking individuals to do something that has to be collective. If we look at even the approach, Pan-Africanism and Zionism is no different in their approaches, in the fundamental thinking, right? No difference, right? What does it
I would say Zionism is more like Black nationalism than Pan-Africanism. Zionism requires a state. Black nationalism requires a state. Pan-Africanism doesn't require a state.
Zionism don't require a state. Because
yes,
Zionism,
it does. That's the whole point of Zionism.
Zionism existed before it was a state, Israel.
Yeah, but the ideology is that the Jewish people deserve a state.
Yeah,
like, come on, what are we talking about? The ideology is the Jewish people deserve a state.
Yeah, it's like Black nationalism is about obtaining a nation, right? And that's what Zionism started off as.
No. Yeah, it started off as that psychopath.
Don't argue that. Don't argue that, stupid. You right. Don't argue.
Nah, he's not right.
Y'all gonna go down a rabbit hole. Y'all was having a whole nother conversation. Why do y'all do that?
Thank you very much for correcting me. I'll start listening to people now. Thank you very much. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that.
I want y'all to go to the Constitution, right? Go to Article 1, Section 10, and just read that, and then just come back whenever y'all read this, man. This is crazy.
Yeah. I just we kind of moved away from what I hit the link for, but I kind of wanted to address the whole Ghana thing at the UN and how that actually is a win. And we kind of Zionism actually is a good starting point. Because, Zionism started off again with the idea that Israel deserves its own independent state, it's for their nation. It started off small, but then they started getting a whole lot of public support from other countries, right? Like it couldn't have just been the small hats, right? They needed other people to support this, right? America being one of them, right?
Britain was the first one.
Okay, correct. Now, and another case in point. Slavery, right? Abolitionist movement did not start in this country. It didn't start with the Quakers. It started with the Quakers here in this country, but the abolitionist movement started overseas, right? And they actually ended slavery first. And the pressure from them ending slavery first put pressure on this country to also follow suit, which also led to the Civil War because everybody over here didn't agree with that, right? So like, in order for these atrocities to get prepared, you're going to need some support from other countries historically, right? So Ghana going here and getting all these countries to admit that slavery is the worst crime in humanity. I heard this is what they said. You want to say they'll change it next week and everything else? That's fine, whatever. It's on record, right? They said that this is the worst crime in the history of humanity. Except for 3 countries, right? Israel, Argentina, and of course this country. All the other countries admitted to this, right? Now, this is a starting point. Again, this how slavery becoming abolished started. This how Israel became a state, right? It all started like this. So, and not to mention, I also want to mention one more thing. Malcolm X, right? Before he died, following his split of the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X sought to bring the issue of American racism to the United Nations, rebranding it from civil rights issue to a human rights violation. He aimed to internationalize the struggle, urging independent African nations to support his cause and bypass the U.S. government, which he viewed as incapable of fixing the problem. So this is what Malcolm was trying to do back in the 60s, right? Another Pan-African, right? So when I hear people say these things like Pan-African never did nothing, Pan-Africans ain't this and Pan-African ain't that, and I hear this from a bunch of people who's worshiping people who ain't doing nothing but getting on YouTube talking about tethers on TikTok, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a joke, to be honest with you. Matter of fact, it was nothing but a bunch of FBA people the UN. This is going on, talking about some of these tethers trying to steal our money. Get these tethers out of here. We don't support these tethers. These people are agents. These people are agents. They are the worst thing that ever happened to the reparations movement. Before I even get in a tangent, I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic. I just wanted to get that little bit of information on.
No, man, continue some more, my brother.
So, stop cheerleaders, dude. We got them. So, Psycho, no, I don't want you to misunderstand. We're not saying that it's not a win. I understand that it is a win. I think there is power in something being symbolic, right? I think I just, in my opinion, in my zeal or whatever, I just look for more material stuff, especially on such a large stage. I hope that it leads to something material. So I won't even, I can respect what you're saying about, yes, it's a win. I think it's a symbolic win that I hope it leads to more of a material change. It doesn't just get left as a resolution or something, or something nice, a nice conversation. Shouts to CARICOM in Ghana. Now I'm hoping that when we get these reparations, that Ghana also pays their reparations for their part in the slave trade also.
The problem with
since we having the conversation, I think historians would agree that there's a certain level of this slave that if you dig deep, haven't dug that deep into it, but if you look at the transatlantic slave trade, you got to kind of separate a moral argument from the actual reality of the politics. There's arguments that they share responsibility and they have some complicity also. So the fact that they even did this is honorable, you know what I mean? Because this could fall back on them if it was ever brought up. But we got Reggie in the building too. Go ahead, Tony.
Did the nation of Ghana exist at that time?
No, it didn't. It did not.
Can I share something real quick? That's the problem with keeping the weight on the political side. It's a permission-based process. And you want to get off of that. That's the whole objective, is to get off the political pathway, which requires lots of decision making, to an economical one. Once you become an economical power base, they're going to start listening to you. They're going to have to start listening to you. So until that, I mean, it's all great. I'm not saying that Pan-Africanism is bad. I'm saying the priorities need to be switched.
Okay.
Can I share something real quick?
Yes, go ahead and share something.
All right. So I just want to explain this, and this, I'm going to bring it back to this conversation because it helps understand Pan-Africanism versus Black nationalism better. So Zionism, right? It's literally labeled a nationalistic movement. It's in the name, Zion. Zion is a kingdom. Zionism, right? This is for Britannica.com. Zionism, Jewish nationalist movement with the goal of the creation and support of a Jewish national state in Palestine, the ancient homeland of the Jews, the land of Israel. Through Zionism, though Zionism originated in Eastern and Central Europe in the latter part of the 19th century, it is in many ways a continuation of the ancient attachment of the Jews and of the Jewish religion to the historical region of Palestine. According to Judaism, Zion, one of the hills of ancient Jerusalem, is the place where God dwells. Now, getting back to the Pan-African conversation, right? Pan-Africanism, as I've stated over and over again, is the idea that African on the continent and throughout the diaspora should work together to empower themselves socio-economically and politically. It is a philosophy and ideology for people to have kind of a hive mind globally. that are of African descent. That can lead to things like Zionism, which would be Black nationalism, right? The idea that Black people should have a nation state for very similar reasons to why these Jewish people thought they should have a nation state, because they argued anywhere they were getting oppressed throughout history. That was their argument. Besides the religious argument, their argument was also anywhere you see us in history, we were the minority there and we were getting oppressed. So to avoid this, we need a nation state. That's Zionism. Black nationalism makes much of those same arguments, except for Black people. And Pan-Africanism could lead to Black nationalism, but they're not one and the same.
Yeah. You can be a Black nationalist and be a Pan-African, but yeah, they're not synonymous. You're absolutely correct.
Go ahead, Reggie. You want to say something? Or you just in here chilling? You're on mute if you're talking. All right, cool. Y'all go ahead.
Can I say something?
I wanted to chime in to kind of piggyback off of what Truth just said. And I want to, again, highlight the fact that, so when we're talking about Pan-Africanism on the African continent, those deals that they're making for trade, like these are literally country to country trade agreements that give them import, export, reductions in fees and waiving fees and stuff like that. Kind of like what we have with Canada, what we had, excuse me, with Canada. There was a North American trap with NAFTA. Canada, Mexico, and America. Like you had zero borders, zero tariffs and stuff like that on borders. That's what Pan-Africanism is actually talking about, but because it's talking about the African continent and how, because they have political power there. This will require someone becoming president of the United States of America and also being a Pan-Africanist and also making these freaking unpatriotic, almost what's the word I'm looking for? Tyrant. Golly, I can't think of the word right now. But these agreements that
tyrannical, you mean?
Yeah,
right?
tyrannical. Yeah, thank you. They would have to be a tyrannical president to do this, because it actually would destroy everything about America, like the way it is. And so, like, to your point, you would have to have an African state being established for us to even, people in the diaspora or people in the United States, because Jamaica, Bahamas, all them people, they have control of their government. And they could enter into those agreements a lot easier than we would or could be in the minority in America. You know, like we gotta do, like, that's what I'm saying. We have to understand the situation, and these conversations are based in not understanding the situation, but hoping, again, romanticizing the amount of power we currently have, our current situation, and skipping about 15 different steps in a process to even get to that point. But I digress.
Can I say something? I'm not rebutting anything. It's nothing to do. I'm going back to the origin of the concept of Pan-Africanism. When the Negro or the Africans or those persons in the slave trade first came up with the concept of Pan-Africanism, it's because they felt like they were stateless or second-class citizens in the land that they occupied. So they were looking for somewhere greater than themselves, or something to associate themselves greater than themselves, just like the Zionists. No different. You felt stateless, you felt second-class citizens. And we cannot doubt that during that time, when it started, most Black people, using the word Black to cover those persons who came off the slave ship, felt like second-class citizens, felt stateless, did not give them the same amount of rights. So they looked towards somewhere, they said, listen, I can't be this here, right? But when they looked towards that land also had its own issues and problems. And they said, listen, we need to unify everywhere. It's about unification of Black people everywhere. Now, is it realistic? Maybe not. But we start with a concept and we build off that. Are we seeing materialistic things coming as a result of that thought process today? Maybe not also. But it's a start. But when some people refuse to acknowledge what they were experiencing at that time and why they developed this concept, to say that, listen, show me the money. Where's the money? These people, where's the trade? Where's the money? Not recognizing that, listen, the amount of obstacles that was faced by the original African today and going forward, not much has changed. And we need to recognize that first before we start bashing it. It didn't get the opportunity to grow. Even when what happened in the UN the other day now, it's a good start. Nobody can deny that. It's a great start. It's a great beginning. And we don't know what it might lead to.
The problem is that it looks like the Pan-Africanism is creating a problem that's not there.
The problem is that white ice is nice. That's the problem.
What?
White ice is nice.
I would love for you to flesh out that idea. I don't know where you're going, but
Me?
I'm largely interested. You said Pan-Africanism is what?
They're under an illusion, like they're creating problems that aren't there.
They're creating problems that aren't there. Go. Explain what you mean by that.
Okay, like I said before, it's kind of tying to what's been said. I mean, the businesses, the Pan-African businesses that perhaps or most likely support Pan-Africanism, I'm sure there's criteria. I'm sure there's hundreds of thousands of businesses out there right now waiting to do business. And I don't see what the problem is.
You have great lines, but you don't have great ability.
You got to work on that follow through.
Yeah,
brother.
like you
got to work on that follow through.
You'll start off
But you
with
get what I'm saying,
crazy shit, but then you'll try to explain it, and I can't.
But
It don't connect. It just don't connect, bro.
But do you get what I'm saying though now?
No, I get the statement. I'm just trying to see where you was going, and if I don't want to put words pause in your mouth, but when you say Pan-Africans are addressing a problem that's not there, or they're creating a problem for something that's not there, that needs some form of specific to what you're saying, because I'm sure other people may feel something similar.
I need to break it out. I get it.
Yeah. If you can, I'd like to hear. I'm here for arguments, whether I agree with them or not. I'm here to hear people's differences.
Hey, real quick, Stu. Hey, Stu, when you said the people that formed Pan-Africanism, right? They felt stateless. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody agrees with that. But the thing that separates them from the Zionists is what they thought the solution to that feeling was. Pan-Africans didn't say, in order to, well, at least the ones initially didn't all say collectively, like the Zionists said, we need to have a state. Like Pan-Africanism requires a state. Now, later, Black nationalists came up with that solution. Like, the solution to this feeling you're talking about is we need a Black nation. That'll be the only way we avoid this, right? But wait, 1 second. But when it came to the Zionists, that was their solution to the feeling you're talking about, because in reality, Jews have always practiced Pan-Judaism. No matter where they were, without a state, they've always practiced Pan-Judaism. They always helped each other socioeconomically and politically, no matter what state they lived in. But by the time we get to the point where you have Zionists, they're like, screw that. That's not working anymore. We need a state. And I'm saying for Black people, that is defined as Black nationalism. You keep trying to put Black nationalism on Pan-Africanism when they're separate. Like I said, Pan-Africanist thought can lead to Black nationalism. but they are not one and the same. When you look into the ideologies, you will see where they verge.
Okay.
Dope. Go ahead, Reggie. Oh, by the way, Reggie, you there?
Yes.
Shouts to you. I heard that you are starting a second career.
No.
So shouts to you, brother. Shouts to you.
No.
It's
Second career in what?
no, it's tough to start being a clown at in a circus. You know what I mean? I didn't know that you were that was a career. It was announced to me. I saw a flyer or a thumbnail or whatever the fuck I saw where you were somehow about to be a clown of some kind. I'm glad you turned down the job and kept it pushing. If you understand what I'm saying. So I'm not saying this in disrespect.
Exactly.
I'm saying this in support.
No, I understand.
I think that was the fuck shit, to be
No,
quite honest.
I understand exactly. And so, because Cedric has a degree in science.
I didn't even know that was him.
Because he lost an argument with me because he pulled up a bad source, right? And he can't defend his source because in the abstract of his source, it said African science like 8 times in the abstract. And the article was just a critique on African science, right? But it was, but he used the word African science and then he critiqued it as Cedric could not comprehend. So then he gets upset and he wants to say that I'm begging for cash apps. So why I'm on these platforms for
Well,
free?
real quick. I don't want to get in the middle of y'all shit. I'm just saying I didn't respect it. I didn't even know if it was him.
Well,
but I don't want to get in the
point,
middle of y'all shit.
No, to that point, I was just explaining what happened. But
no, I got you.
To that point, I no longer talk to him. I have no respect for him, right? And now, you probably won't see me on that. You probably won't see me on that platform, because I am not a clown. So I didn't take that job. I didn't.
You turned down the job.
Yeah.
You turned down the job. Didn't pay enough. All right, go ahead, brother. What you got on the topic?
Okay, so I lost a little track of time. Okay, so the last caller was correct about identifying Black nationalism versus Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is an idea. It's only an idea, right? It started during the World War II times with the Pan-African conferences, trying to unite Africa before Africa was able to separate from the European colonialism, and so they were able to get their state. The result was states, right? Kwame Nkrumah and Ghana and the rest of them. They slowly became separated, and they can call themselves their own state. That was an idea that was launched. Pan-Africanism was launched in the Caribbean. Well, in the Caribbean, people don't really know that, and it was just an idea, and it was to galvanize and hopefully defend Africa. But what we were involved in largely, a certain sector was socialism, communism, and Black nationalism in the United States. Malcolm X was a Black nationalist. He wasn't a Pan-Africanist per se. Yeah.
No, that's a bad statement. You're making a wrong statement there.
Okay.
First say don't
Two P's. You gotta let them finish, brother. Just I'll let you speak right after. You can correct them. Let them finish.
Of course. Right. So Malcolm X says that he's a Black nationalist. He's quoted as saying he's a Black nationalist, right? So that's what he says. So you have to argue with El-Haj Malik Shabazz. So when it ties into this other part that was reparations that I heard you mention, right? Well, reparations in the United States is not going to be reparations the way people think reparations is. That's why I wrote the Black City Plan, because you can have de facto reparations, but But if the United States now votes against reparations, right, and then and so you see why HR 40 can never pass in the Senate and Congress. You actually see that they had no intentions of dealing with the issue. But you can't have de facto reparations when you have city law and county law, and city law and county law. Uh, what that is that's a polity, and that doesn't have to be parallel with state and federal law. So in city law can be the highest law unless it conflicts with the Constitution. So in city law, as long as you don't discriminate, you can't discriminate, but you can use your city resources, city government, to rename streets, to control land, right? To make sure the citizens of that city, right, get the best of their city. And but you can do it without being discriminatory, because the city, the so-called black cities, have a majority black population. So you're doing it for the population, right? But you can't discriminate against other people that live in that city. And so it's being smart on actually how to make whole the citizens of that city. And then with that, once you have that policy, uh, making whole the citizens of that city, then you don't have to be discriminatory. You're doing it for the city. But and I learned that because that's what white cities did. White cities did that. So Irish, Italian, and Jews, they were not they were in the same situation as black people. But what they did was they went over and they took over cities, right? And they controlled those cities through politics. I'll stop.
Are you a Pan-African?
Excuse me?
Are you a Pan-African?
No, I'm a black nationalist.
Okay, go ahead. Were you done, Reggie? You wanted to continue?
No, I was just trying to see where he was disagreeing. I'm a black
Yes, were you a
nationalist.
Pan-Africanist?
No, I'm not I have Pan-African ideas, but
But you're
I
not a
have no control.
Pan-Africanist.
I have no control over the uniting of Africa, right? I have no control over Pan-African means uh how can I say, it's fundamentally an idea that people around the world can um, call for or want for the uniting of Africa, because that's our homeland. Uh, that's our homeland, but we have no control. I spent some time. I went to Africa and then I spent some time studying it. They're not trying to provide African Americans anything true, true, true citizenship. They may run their mouths and say, well, you could have dual citizens and stuff, but I don't see any African Americans in government. We don't have a say so in their governments. And then when they did the can I say their group formations, they made the African American a diaspora. So we are diasporan, and they did, and even Haiti that started the revolutionary of the whole movement, right? They won't even put Haiti in their formation, so they call us diasporans. And so until they until they fix that, um, then we're outsiders, and they did that. They did that, and so I think why am I drawing a blank on it? But their their constructions, uh, their constructions of unity, right there. Their group, I
The
forgot.
Constitution.
No, not the Constitution. What is it there? What is their group conversation? The group term. Once I hear
You understand the dichotomy of the argument. First thing you acknowledged when you came in here, you said Pan-Africanism was started by Africans in the diaspora. That's the first thing you said, right? Then you say, that's a fact. That Africans from the diaspora started Pan-Africanism with an attempt to show Africans on the continent that we need unification. So it's an external idea that we're trying to introduce to some people. Would you agree with me on that?
That's a fact.
That's a fact. So because the people that is in the continent now don't readily accept it, you're deeming it almost null and void, that an alien idea is to them. Because I tell people that I am a Negropean, and we export Negropeanism. Because the average African now want to look like the average American. It's almost a different kind of Pan-Africanism, right? Where we are changing. Is that a fact?
It's a fact.
That's a fact, right? So what we're looking when we're looking at ourselves externally, we almost begin to look the same, but politically we're not the same. Is that a fact also?
That's a fact,
right? So gradually, just as though we're changing how people visualize themselves as an external force, meaning that the diaspora and Africans acting as an external forces, changing the minds of people. Over time, will we possess the ability to change the hearts of people? Just like how we change how them see themselves, we can change how them feel about themselves. Could that be a fact?
but that's a fact, and that's the problem.
Beautiful. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. I don't have a problem. I know that change don't happen immediately, and that's a fact. It's gradually, and we're changing the minds, and we'll soon change the hearts.
No, well, the problem is as long as they came out of colonialism, so they have all these separate states, Ghana, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire. I'm just talking about that particular group, right? They see themselves differently than the rest of the other states living in Africa, and so they hold those colonial lines. And so they're actually Negropeans, right? They hold those lines, and then America, it's like the slave trade. The Western powers, the French and the British and the Americans, right? And now later the Russians. What they're doing is taking advantage of that separation. So they're doing deals with certain states.
That's a good point.
Of Africa, for their vantage point, right? But those Africans that are there, they don't. When they take that deal, they except for Traore, right, who's trying to unify the Saharian states. He's doing a good job, but he knows that he has an idea, and it's a human idea from one particular man. They are trying to kill him because they want these states to not even coalesce with each other, right? They want to, and so once it's a one man idea, their process is to kill them. Like,
but see,
no, when you say they,
let me just say this.
When you say they, who is they?
Western states, the colonizers.
Right.
No, when you say who's trying to kill them, I'm saying.
Oh, the French
the colonizers.
The United States, French state, the United States.
So African nations, hold on, Stu. So African nations agree with Ibrahim?
The Saharian states.
No, I'm saying the rest of the Africa. I'm saying.
Oh no,
yes.
No. They don't agree. No.
No, they don't agree with him.
They don't agree
to be clear. Okay, go ahead.
No, they don't. They do because they've taken deal for Western aid, and so no, they have to check with their daddies, right? So you have like for example, Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast is a beautiful place, but it's very problematic. They're French. je suis français. They don't say je suis African. They'd rather say this, je suis français. They think they have a superior French mind, right? And so I witnessed that directly when I went there. They think they're smarter than Black Americans. They uh, they do, but it was people thinkers like Cheikh Anta Diop who tried to change their colonial mind, right? But still, look, they took Senghor put Cheikh Anta Diop in jail, right? He was in jail, and so they jailed him not for his scientific stuff. They jailed him for his political views.
Again, Reggie, you have not rebutted anything I've said. Because I know you're not trying to rebut, but you're basically the same thing, that external forces still hold power over Africa. So while externally to the West, they might say they don't agree with Traore, internally, they understand that there's a necessary unification of Africa. But because they're not they're just the occupiers and not the landlords, because the landlords can decide when they're going to drop a Tomahawk missile in the house, and they show it to them in Venezuela. The Venezuelan Act wasn't only to put Venezuela in line, but to show other countries in the world that if you have ideals or ideas that we don't agree with, it will be no effort, because you're not Iran. We can send 2 Black Hawk helicopters and 50 Marines and extract your leader at any time. So while they might not outwardly say they agree with Traore, they can't outwardly say it because they understand the implications of it. Because what we're experiencing now, especially the 2020s, is Kissinger 2.0, where everybody has to recognize that, listen, you may have the resources, but we still have the power. And it comes down to money, power, respect. We still have the money, we still have the power, so you have to respect us. So when Tony's talking about money, power, respect, you're asking him to say, where is the resources that these countries have? Who actually controls the resources? They don't have the money.
Right. So they have gold, but the gold.
But that don't mean anything. Gold in the ground don't mean anything.
Don't mean anything.
Oil in the ground don't mean anything.
Gold and diamonds don't mean anything until it's monetized. And you can only monetize it in the European market, and they monetize it on pennies on a dollar. They never get their fair.
That's why you become a geopolitical power, not a fucking.
How?
Well, another reason along to that conversation, because how is going to lead to an argument real quick. The African Union generally in their business practice or how they operate, when they recognize these countries, they don't recognize coups. So the fact of how he came into power in Burkina Faso, we could talk about all the Western nations and somehow find a way to blame them, but in their own, in how they operate, the fact that he gained Burkina Faso out through a military coup is what's problematic for them also. I think they kicked them out. I think they kicked Burkina Faso out after he took over because of that almost express purpose. So it's not just Western nations and Western.
Is a puppet.
And Ibrahim Traore would not be a Pan-African. He would be a Black nationalist, just so we could be clear.
Yes, he's an African Black African nationalist. I don't think he uses the word Black so much. Only when he's comparing it to the Western world, he might use the word Black, but he's absolutely a nationalist, right? And a what it is federations. So he's secondary. Talked about the other mode, which is a federation of black states. He's more of a federalist, trying to combine with countries that surround him. But the African Union is a puppet, and so of the states, of the Western states, right?
Say that again.
The African Union.
The African Union is a puppet.
Yes, it's a puppet because they
Was the African Union a part of this bringing forth this resolution, or was that just Ghana?
No, okay, so it wasn't the African Union per se.
I know it was CARICOM. I know it was Ghana. I'm saying, was the African Union officially a part of this resolution?
Yeah, I think they go either way. They listen to their puppets. So 1 minute they're acting like for the betterment of Africa, but the next minute dealing with the betterment of the West, right? So what it is there's formations in Africa. I have to look up the exact organization, but you don't see African Union on this reparations stuff. You don't see that.
Okay.
Because
I want to add something to what you were saying, Reggie.
They weren't a part of it. Looked it up. They weren't. The AU was not a part of that resolution. It was Ghana and CARICOM.
Yeah,
that's interesting. That's very interesting. Go ahead. Sure.
Just to add to what you were saying, Reggie. So you brought up Haiti. Haiti is one of the greatest examples we have of Black nationalism because in their constitution, they put a ban on white ownership, like white people were barred from, and this is racial policies here. This isn't something that's brought specific racial policies dealing with blackness and whiteness, right? White people were not allowed to own any kind of property. They identified themselves nationally as Black in their constitution. They obviously permanently abolished slavery and even went as far as to purchase slaves in New Orleans to bring them back to Haiti so they could be free. And obviously Haiti was a sovereign Black state that tried to bar white people from coming in and even, I don't condone this part, but in many cases killed a bunch of the white and mulatto people that were on their land and in Santo Domingo as they tried to free Blacks on that side of the island. I bring that up to say they are an example of a Black nationalistic movement leading to a state that had specifically Black laws and a Black constitution. And this Black nationalistic state was barred from entering the African Union under the pretense that the African Union argued that they are not an African nation, so they shouldn't be allowed.
I'll come back because of
All right, Reggie.
my son. I'm sorry. All right.
All right.
Yes, thanks, Reggie. Yeah. The African Union argued they're not an African country / nation, so we wouldn't want to allow them in because it would open up a rabbit hole to other possible Caribbean nations wanting to be a part of the African Union. I get that. Logistically, I understand the African Union's argument there. But however, if they had a true Pan-African mindset, why does it matter? If you are a Pan-African, but truly Black nationalistic state like Haiti were to be considered an African nation.
Why? But then again, it come back to the original statement. Where did the concept of Pan-Africanism come from? Is it an African concept?
But that's proving my point. It came from Trinidad. I read it earlier. It started in Trinidad. It started in the Caribbean.
It started in Trinidad?
Yeah, it started in Trinidad.
And as a result, it is not a concept that was created in Africa. Right? You must understand. You must understand.
So wait, so that means they don't have to abide by it if they're claiming to be Pan-Africans? Like, if you're claiming to be a Pan-African, I don't care where it started. You are supposed to make sure you're in line with the ideology that you're like. I don't care if it started in Trinidad. If you're calling yourself a Pan-African, I should see it in your politics.
That's a good point.
No, that's a good point, right? But the point that is not taken into consideration is that many African leaders call themselves Pan-Africanists. I am not taking that away. That is true. But who were they and what happened to them? Who are the leaders who are in charge now? Are those the same leaders that consider themselves Pan-Africanists in the 60s and 70s? No, they're not. We're not beating around the bush on this thing. We need to understand geopolitical concept and who is in charge of a nation and whether they are puppets. Because we still have a lot of puppets.
That's a fear. Would you say you're saying it's like a fear issue?
I'm not saying. I'm saying that it's a puppet issue. That many African nations are pawns and puppets. They love trinkets.
But when we talk about having a black state, particularly, right? Jamaica's a black state. What is it, like 90% black? Haiti's a black state, right? We've got plenty of countries that, by the numbers, you could call a black nation, a black state. But because of that fear you're talking about, they don't operate as Pan-Africans should. So what do we do with that? Because we have plenty of nations here in the Western Hemisphere and on the continent that are not completely, but majority black to the 90 percentile. So what are we to do about that fear you're talking about? Even when these people are calling themselves Pan-Africans, that fear you're talking about is still there.
This is what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to everybody on the panel, and this is what I'm saying to you. Right? What we're looking at, and it has to do with time. The expectation that we have when we sit down here as ideal black men is that, listen, this should have happened, this should have happened, this should have happened. And I would not say no, that it shouldn't happen. It should have happened. But if we look at the time period and how long has it been since many of these countries have gotten independence, is it within my lifetime? It's within my lifetime, 10 years before me, 1960, 1962, when the British and the colonial government released these people from their obligation. Right? So now we're expecting that, listen, and when they release them also, they release them without any resources to fend on their own. And then on top of that, they went and they destabilized many of these countries. Right? But we expect now that somebody who don't have no money for a down payment should own a house. They've never owned the money.
Why are we acting like all of our majority black nations are some damsels in fucking distresses?
Because
right?
they were.
Like I'm saying, we have everybody's a fucking damsel in distress. Or Jamaica, Jamaica is a bunch of damsels in distresses.
Oh man,
that is a bunch of damsels. What am I saying?
Yes.
I don't like just laid out
so
for everybody.
I got a question for you. Hold on, y'all go ahead, y'all land y'all plane. I want to move.
Let me land my plane. And move a plane. Just like the average black American, the average black American has not increased his success level.
Black Americans don't have a fucking country.
No.
There you go. I knew it. There we go. I knew black people wouldn't go. Hey, Stu, I knew at some point black people.
Hold on. Let me. I want to point something out. Black Americans don't have a country we're fucking 90% in, like Jamaica, like Haiti, like Ghana. We don't have a fucking nation. If you gave black Americans a nation, then we can have that conversation. See what that would look like once we had that. But we don't fucking have that.
I'm not worried about that. We're sound mean. Let me sound mean.
You already sound mean. You just told us we wasn't shit. You already.
Now you want to sound mean?
Hey, small.
Yeah, I got you. I already took care of you, bro.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Stu. Go ahead, sound mean now, Stu.
All right, let me sound mean. Let me sound mean. That's what I'm saying. Let me sound mean. You already know?
Yeah, I'm ready.
And I'm going to try to sound like many diaspora. I don't think this way, but I've heard it, so I'm going to use that statement. You exist in the richest country in the world with the best schools, the best transportation system, the best of everything. In the 60s, America was #1 in every fucking thing. And you know better than a Jamaican. You might have a nicer looking house, but economically, you know better than a Jamaican. We can have that argument. We can have that argument. Or you know better than a Jamaican. But when it comes to education system, somebody in Africa and Ghana, the average child in Africa and Ghana who don't don't have an exercise book. If somebody knows what an exercise book is, don't have a notebook, can outperform you when they come to school in America.
Keep going. Keep going.
How can that happen? We can have that conversation. Because what we're not having is the actual conversation that even if you're on the land and you don't have any resources, you cannot develop the land. Somebody say, oh, this country is 90% African American or 90% black people. Without resources, it don't mean shit. As I tell Reggie, oil in the land don't mean shit. You can be oil rich and still poor because you can't pull it out. You can have all the resources that should make you rich.
Apparently, what you just described points to maybe that does make a difference, because you're saying those people, when they come here, they outperform us. So apparently, it does play a role in some degree. If you're saying those same people that come from these places, wait. You're saying these same people that come from these places, where they're the majority, come here and outperform African Americans in a country where we're the minority. So there could be a correlation there that you're overlooking, possibly. I don't know.
Let him finish his point, though. Let him finish his point.
Let me answer that question. Because when they came here,
and all of y'all are welcome to join this conversation. Don't got to be just stupid.
No,
go ahead.
Just stupid are him. And I don't want to have this conversation because I don't want to be.
No, because it's just going to become all of us against you, and I don't want to do that. So
I don't want it to become misperceived as the same Tronic conversation was misperceived.
I'm on your side, Stupid. I'm on your side.
Right? No.
Of course you are.
Yeah, this nigga picks losers. Like,
that's
when you don't gamble.
When fucking Chef is on your side, man.
Yeah, when Chef is on your side, you might want to mute up.
No. I may even lose my train of thought because people like to talk about why the African, as if the African was not under bondage here and in the diaspora for so many years, for so many friggin' years. That what the African is going through today, what he's going through today, is not unique to the Africans on the country. It could be 90 or 100% of them in a country. If you don't control the resources, it don't mean shit. When Venezuela nationalized its oil, what happened? Venezuela was locked out of the international family. When Iran nationalized its oil, and I'm not talking about Africans, I'm just giving examples of other people who did it. They were locked out. And then they were destabilized.
They were willing to go through.
Don't cut him, man. They get contentious. Don't cut him.
Every time I think in him, cut me.
Don't cut him. It's gonna get
purposely. When African countries, if you go back to early African nations, Ghana, other African countries, same country where Burkina Faso, when these African countries decided to listen, this is what we're going to do. What happened? They were destabilized. When black Americans tried to go on it on their own and develop their own communities that were successful, what happened? It happened micro here, and it happened macro in other countries. But this dude is putting his head in the sand and acting like we have control over our resources. But if you want to believe him, believe him. The last time I left because I stopped speaking.
No, I mean, if y'all leave, y'all leave. Let's not use leaving as a threat.
Because I'm not saying. I'm saying the reason why the last time I leave because I don't want to argue with idiots anymore.
No, you don't gotta argue. I got a question for you though. And this is a question. And this is to the panel. Wait, this is to the panel. I want to ask it to Psycho, but this is just also it's a question to everybody, but also to Psycho. What realistically, right? And shouts to OG's videos. He's probably the first person I've ever seen on these lives actually say thank you for doing the live. It was kind of rare. So shouts to you. Thank you for even saying we thank
you. Before I forget this point, let me just say this. Let me just say
hold on.
Sorry. I don't want to forget.
Gratitude.
I've been trying to get him for a minute.
Please, I beg you.
Gratitude.
I know. It's not cut. I don't mean to cut you. I just didn't make this point, and I need to make it.
Okay, then Chef, you go. I see my time.
I'm begging you. You know what happening now in Iran? The rest of the world waiting on America to fail. And as an American, I hate this. I hate seeing it. They're waiting on America to fail because they believe that if America fail, it will release the yoke from their neck, the American yoke. So a lot of countries, they're sitting and watching and hoping that America fail, that Iran not kill America, but wound America enough that the rest of the world can see that America is not invincible, so that they can take an opportunity to also raise their voices. But that's my 2 cents.
Go ahead, Chef. You got it. I'll back off. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I hear what Steve Pease is actually saying. Steve Pease sometimes talk too long and he forget his initial point because people start jumping in and then he just end up arguing, then start talking longer, and he never get back to his original point. But what he was saying was that what I think he was trying to say is wherever you see Africans at, whether they are in America as African Americans, as a minority, or they in Jamaica and Ghana as a majority, they don't have the education and the technology and the business models to control the resources and the economics of where they at. So you can't point to the African American because the African American, you know, he can boast about America, but he's at the bottom of every statistical category in America. So what could he be boasting about? You know, in reference to pointing his finger at Jamaicans or majority black countries. What can the African American, because he live in a land rich, I mean a rich country, right? A resource, whatever you call it, a first world country. It's like we look down on other black majority countries when we just benefit from the scraps from the most powerful country in the world. But it ain't like we are actually, you dig what I'm saying? So it's like, why do we take on the attitude to, you know, look down on black majority countries when, you know, we fucked up over here? Like we all going through the same thing because of oppression and racism to some degree. So there's no point of looking down on each other. Just find a way to work with each other if we can. But I don't think we should be trying to point fingers and look down on each other because we all in a fucked up situation according to where we at.
Thank you.
Real quick, I agree. We should not, hold on. I agree that we should not look down on each other. That's right. I don't think we should ever say that octopus are smarter than Africans because they can open sprites and shit. I think that's ignorant. I think that is dead wrong. I think that is something that has no place for an American to ever say. You know what I mean? I gotta fuck with you, Chef. I apologize. The other part, even though I agree with you in principle. Now, who said that we was looking down on African nations?
Thank you. Who said that? Who said what y'all just said?
Like, no. Wait. Because if it happened, I wasn't here the whole time. If it happened, that's not what I got out the conversation.
No, I was supporting Stu P's point. I don't know who said it or if somebody said it, but I know he was. I know that's what he was trying to. One of the points that he was trying to make. This Black American exceptionalism. You know what I mean? When we at the bottom of every statistical category in America, like.
Yeah, because that's often the talking point that I tend to hear certain people make, but that wasn't anywhere near what I was saying. I was talking Black nationalism and how Haiti is an example of it, and how we have a bunch of majority Black nations that we could consider Black nation states, right? And I was speaking to the reality that Black Americans don't have that. We don't have that, and we can't talk about what that would look like for Black Americans when we don't have anything close to an example of that for Black Americans. We have the minority here, and the whole reason why so many Black American leaders were Black nationalists and not simply just Pan-Africans, because they wanted to. They believe that if Black Americans specifically had a nation state, that we would possibly be able to do more than some of the other Black nation states we see today. Because otherwise, why not just support Haiti? Why not just support Jamaica?
I got you, but Truist, the fact that Ghana stood up for the slavery piece, isn't that a gesture towards Pan-Africanism? Because they talking about all, Africa being caught up in the diaspora? Didn't they go to the African burial ground in New York before they took the vote and, acknowledged the suffering of African Americans here in America? So that would be a sign of some type of quasi Pan-Africanism, you know what I mean, to some degree. Why we can't even acknowledge that?
No.
A question to your point, though. Would that not be? And I'm just we having a conversation. Would that not be more seen as Ghana itself's support of Ghana itself supporting not necessarily Pan-Africanism, because the African Union, the group that actually supports all of the countries in Africa, that was like, it was one country out of all of them, right? It wasn't like
no, it wasn't just one country. Ghana put the initiative on the floor to be voted, but you know what I mean. So they led the charge, but it they wasn't alone. You can't say that they just did it without the help of other, or the backing or the support from other African nations. That would be incorrect.
No, what I'm saying is, because they are part of the African Union, which is a representation of Pan-Africanism, right? The unification of all the countries on the continent. The African Union wasn't a part of the resolution. I'm just saying, so you're saying it was led by Ghana, just it wasn't only Ghana.
Yeah, Martin Luther King ain't have the support. No, because it's like seeing things conceptually. You know what I mean? Like we shouldn't have a problem with seeing things conceptually wise. You dig what I'm saying? Like if Martin Luther King was speaking for the people in Atlanta or Alabama, we know that he was talking about Black people nationwide. Like we know he was talking, like we all could understand that.
Yeah,
so
but Chef, Ghana does not speak. They don't speak for Nigeria. They don't speak for Mali. They don't speak for Senegal.
It's a collect, man. What is wrong? Like, are y'all certain? Y'all this fraction that?
No,
y'all gotta be this separate when y'all don't understand.
Chef, don't.
Like, you think the other Africans don't feel that way?
Listen. What we're saying is nations have their representation. They could be part of coalitions, just like France and England are in the UN. But just because the French government says something, that doesn't automatically mean the English government is in line with it. Just because they're both members of the UN.
Yeah, so when you're right, Nigeria and Cameroon now don't agree to that resolution. Like they sitting there looking at Ghana like they fucking crazy. Malcolm X and them was sitting there looking at Martin Luther King like, nigga, we don't want Black people to be able to ride at the front of the bus. We're talking about a common something that's common. We're talking about something that's common to humanity. You feel me? Like
that's That's fine. That's fine. So I'll say this to speak to your point.
I get that.
When they acknowledge that, when they, hey Stu, your mic is terrible. Your mic is terrible.
If I mute, you'll be mad. Mute your mic, Stu.
All right, yeah, I'll say this. Ghana's acknowledgement of it, right? They're acknowledging it was the gravest atrocity in history. Now, I hear what you're saying and the argument you're making, but acknowledging a travesty took place doesn't necessarily make them Pan-Africans. Because in the same way, if someone were to say the Holocaust was the gravest atrocity in human history, that doesn't automatically make them a Zionist, right? Like, acknowledging that something was a grave crime against humanity doesn't automatically put you in the framework of an ideology. Yes, part of the Pan-African ideology is acknowledging that fact, but that fact alone doesn't make you a Pan-African. We would have to see other patterns.
I didn't say that they were. I
say
say it was a move in Pan-Africanism.
It's
like
a
if all of the African countries, right? If all of the African countries agree to something, right?
She said the president said it.
Hold on. Tony, mute your mic, bro. You watching Fox News.
Why does every country have to do business? Why can't you just do business with one country?
No, that wasn't. Wait. That wasn't an introduction to you to start talking. Bro, you know what, Chef? You need some goddamn.
Why y'all gotta do business with every goddamn country?
Hey,
they create these problems that aren't there.
That nigga contrarian might have broke my nigga Chef. This nigga is. I done had knockdown, drag out arguments with him. Now he can't fucking have a conversation for 5 minutes. Without fucking retiring.
I done watch y'all argue in the trenches for hours about fucking Black Egypt.
Stop all this fucking threatening to leave. I'm gonna leave, or I gotta go. Like, y'all cut that shit out, bro.
If it's Black Egypt, y'all can argue for all fucking day. But
yeah, that shit's starting to come off as sauce. Like, y'all nigga, I done heard y'all niggas argue about the wildest shit. As soon as a nigga say one thing, I'm gonna leave. Well, I gotta get out of here. This is too much. Y'all crazy as fuck. Bro, y'all too many T's in that sauce. Go ahead, bro. Stop that shit, Chef. The niggas trying to talk to you. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I get what he said.
Tomorrow. What was that?
Acknowledging the transatlantic slave trade as grave as it is, yes, it checks off a win, tallies off a win for Pan-Africanism thought, right? Because it's a part of it. In the same way you could argue, like I said, saying the Holocaust was the gravest atrocity would be a check off for the Zionists. But acknowledging those atrocities don't fit you into that framework by itself. There has to be a pattern of behavior with it, politically, economically, and socially. You can't have that by itself and try to shoehorn them in as Pan-Africans.
No, I think are there any Pan-Africanists in here? Like, is anybody here that calls himself Pan-African? What the fuck is that?
I don't know. Somebody got some background noise.
Sorry, I was driving. I'm driving. I'm going to. So why are we pushing back?
No, I got a question, bro. No. Your background don't get to stop my question. Say the same thing I say to you, Tony. You and Tony. Just because y'all got interrupted with background don't mean you about to cut me off. Give me a second. Are there any Pan-Africanists in here that claim Pan-African?
Yeah, I'm a Pan-Africanist.
Okay, but it's got to be more than you because you driving your background crazy. Anybody else that's a Pan-Africanism, answer this question also. While you can say that it takes time, and you can say that, they don't have agency and all of that, I get it. But Pan-Africanism has been around or the concept of Pan-Africanism, when did it formally introduce itself on a world stage? When would y'all say?
It got created in the 19th century, excuse me.
So is that Sylvester Williams or Cuffy in it?
Martin Delaney.
Martin Delaney. Okay. So would you say, based on the amount of time that it has been a concept or ideology, I'll say ideology, would you say, based on how long it's been an ideology, are you happy with the how would you critique it as a Pan-Africanist? Not somebody from the outside looking in. Are you happy with its results and direction so far? I'm gonna start with Psycho and with Stupi. What do you have any critique, or are you just like it's going fine, or what would you say?
Well, it's lacking numbers that it needs in order for it to be successful, I believe. I agree with some of the things I was listening to, some not so much, but I'm okay with what Truist just said, as far as like Ghana and them coming to UN and everything else, doing what they did. Doesn't necessarily equate to Pan-Africanism, even though it's a Pan-Africanist action that they took. That doesn't necessarily mean they subscribe to it wholeheartedly, right? And that's fine. I just want people to keep that same energy because it seemed like a lot of people was getting thrown that like everybody's getting called Pan-African, right? Like if you wasn't FBA, you was Pan-African, right? Like these Pan-African, you not FBA, you Pan-African. Like it started putting Pan-African on everybody. And I kind of was saying the same thing Truist was just saying, like how do you know these people are Pan-African? Like, or what do you gauging this on? Like, if you're not this, then you're that. We got some false dichotomy going on with how that works. So I'm glad I don't disagree with what he said. I just hope everybody remembers that next time an African says something and they just get thrown in the Pan-African box, and then we got to explain away about some random African that said some wild shit, and we don't even know what his ideology is. He probably aligned more. He probably aligned more with them than us. Because honestly, I don't hear nobody beat down Black Americans more than Black Americans.
God damn, Psycho. Okay. No, I didn't think you felt like that. I mean, I understood where you was coming from. I actually was leaning a little bit more towards what Chef was saying. I don't know if it was the emotional side of it, but I know I can understand what he's saying. If Ghana, if Ghana is saying, like, for me, I know that the African Union is Pan-African. That's in their ideology. I know it's just for the African nations per se, but I know if the African Union makes a statement, that's a Pan-African statement. You don't got to put them in it. That's their ideology. My question, in regards to Ghana putting forth the idea, or Ghana being the lead on the idea, if Ghana went kind of without the African Union, then was this a Ghana move or a Pan-African move? But I understood what Chef was saying when he said about, would that mean that Nigeria or Cameroon necessarily not be in support of it? I get that part, but I don't. But then now you're kind of saying that you don't know, basically. That is not. It wasn't like a formal. They didn't formally apply themselves to it, so you don't necessarily know that this was necessarily from them and Ghana's actions. Was that necessarily like a Pan-African thing? But Ghana, I would say, has done other Pan-African things.
It's a Pan-African act, but I can't for sure say whether or not the people involved were Pan-African. I'm just saying the action in itself is a Pan-African act.
Going back to the beginning of this conversation, Brass, if the belief is that the African Union is a Pan-African Union, then certain niggas in here is really in trouble, because members of the African Union are Algeria, Egypt, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, Tunisia, like the Sharari Arab Democratic Republic. So if certain people that was trying to tell me that Pan-Africanism doesn't involve North African nations in it, which I had at least 2 people in here arguing that to me earlier, you can't now say an hour or so later that the AU is a Pan-African group with those same North African nations a part of it. We got to have some consistency in who you're considering Pan-African and not.
Yeah, this is when it gets sketchy because you know you don't have one consolidated thought within Pan-Africanism, right? It's just a big umbrella, right? And a whole bunch of people fall in that umbrella. I don't like the idea of North Africans subscribing, so to speak, with Pan-Africanism.
Psycho. Hold on, brother. Hold on, my New Jersey brother. Hold on, Psycho. I gotta cut you. I got to. As the moderator of this channel, I got to cut you. So you are Pan-Africanist that doesn't believe that North Africans should have a place in this? That's at its core concept. That don't make sense, Psycho. It don't make sense, brother.
I'm trying to
There's
explain.
nothing wrong with that thought.
Yeah. What I'm saying is,
wait. Let me walk with you. Go ahead, Psycho. I'm gonna give you the credit. But Stupides agrees with you, so that's dangerous. I'm just letting you know. But go ahead.
When the ideology of Pan-Africanism first was created, it was not created with the idea of North Africans in mind, right? That wasn't the initial core of the ideology when it first was created. It was a race-first ideology, right? And North Africans, obviously I'm not an Egyptomaniac. I don't worship North Africa. I can give a damn about Egypt, fuck Morocco, Libya, kiss my ass too, even though they did try to help certain movements out here and everything else, they kind of did it for their own purposes, right? Gaddafi, right? Gaddafi, he gets credited a lot for being Pan-African. I'm not a fan of Gaddafi because Gaddafi actually started off, if people know the history of Gaddafi didn't start off with no Pan-African stuff. Gaddafi was Pan-Arabic, right? He was trying to link up all the Arabic nations, right? And he can give a damn about the other nations in the beginning. He didn't turn Pan-African until he was kind of forced into that bubble. He was kind of forced there, and he ain't had nowhere else to turn. Then he flipped it, and he stopped with that whole his theocracy ideology of trying to shape all the Arabic countries all under one banner, and then he flipped it and turned Pan-African, so to speak, because it was more beneficial for him to be Pan-African. So I don't really get down with those North Africans. I already know it's all cap. The ideology was never meant for them to begin with. But I understand as far as like, if you look at the core of the word Pan and African, then they somehow or another get jumbled up. And that's the only part about Pan-Africanism.
But Psycho, they were having conferences that involved Moroccans, that involved Algeria. They literally held conferences there. Malcolm, when he was dealing with his Pan-Africanism, was involved in these North African. Like this ain't something new. This is going back to the 40s and 50s.
I didn't agree with that. I know the BLA was getting Eldridge Cleveland was getting funded by North Africans, but he pocketed all that money too. But they was funding a lot of revolutions, everything. Pretty much like I said, it was a political thing.
But the Pan-Africanism is political.
You try and let him off the hook. I'm not letting him off the hook.
That's good.
I got a question. The definition of Pan-Africanism is what? And you now see this is because this goes to a point you see. I don't listen to everybody in here, nor remember what they say, but I remember what you say. So now, what is the definition of Pan-Africanism? And then tell me yours if it's different.
Well,
you talking to me or Psycho?
No, Psycho. Oh no, Psycho know where we at. Me and
Like I
Psycho
said,
in the middle of we had the cul-de-sac.
I just said by the core of the word, like Pan and African, they get bundled up in there, and I'm not a fan of that. Like I said, it goes against what the real message was supposed to have been, and like I said, it should probably got worded a little bit different, but it is what it is because again,
pro-black. We have a word for it. It's called pro-black.
Or pan-sub-Saharan Africanism.
No.
See, there we go. See, we can't do that. That's what I'm trying to say there.
I'm pro-black.
Crazy.
I'm a black nationalist. I'm pro-black.
But you might not be Pan-Africanist, Psycho. Because if you can't have Pan-Africanism is the unification. Because somebody read it, there's an actual definition. I don't even want to disrespect it. I can't do it right now. I'm walking around. But
from what I know, that people from diaspora had similar goals.
Nah, you about to tell me the Jersey Psycho definition. I want the actual definition of Pan-Africanism. And then that goes to my question. Because I don't know.
I got you.
Go ahead. What is it, Truist? Hold on, Psycho. I'm doing this in love, brother. This is love. I'm your brother from Jersey. This ain't
worldwide. Worldwide.
Okay, so what is the actual definition?
I got you. Okay. The movement for cultural consciousness and identity hinged on African unity are traceable in the ideas of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism was seen as the necessary philosophy around which all people of African descent should unite to develop strategies against racial injustice, inequality, and ending colonialism in Africa. The ideals of Pan-Africanism came to the fore in 1900 when the Trinidadian barrister Henry Sylvester Williams organized the first Pan-African conference held at Westminster Town Hall in London, and thereafter the African-American activist William Edward Burgard, W.B. Du Bois, organized a series of Pan-African congresses to keep the movement alive during the intervening periods of the two world wars.
But that's not the beginning of Pan-African. Whoever, that source is wrong. Like Pan-Africanism started before that.
So
in the with Henry Sylvester Williams is typically what I hear. Like that's usually what like scholars point to Henry Sylvester Williams.
That's because of the Pan-African Conference, but the Pan-Africanism existed before the conference.
Oh yeah, I mean conceptually, like concepts exist before people acknowledge them. You know what I mean? Like concepts.
So you're talking about the actual acknowledgement of it, not necessarily.
Yeah, I'm talking about like the acknowledgement of it being an organized thing where they're having conferences and stuff like that. Henry Sylvester Williams is usually touted as, and that's why I said Trinidad, because he's Trinidadian.
So is your argument, because now I'm looking this up, Psycho is not alone in this apparently.
Yeah.
Their argument is your argument that the Pan-Africanism shouldn't really be about geography. It should be about identity and history. It says that the argument for including North Africans is that they are on the African continent. Pan-Africanism is about continental unity and shared anti-colonial struggle, and many North African countries are part of the Union. But the argument is that North Africans often identify as Arabs or Berbers. And they have different language, culture, historical trajectory.
We didn't go through what we went through. Like we
right.
don't
So Pan-Africanism is about Black unity, not just geography.
African descent.
Okay, you know what? I can't argue with that.
If you go off what Truist just read, they didn't go through the same struggles as us. They don't have the same pressures as us. And like they like I said, the core of the ideology really wasn't about them or included them or anything. They just got included based off the fact that they in Africa. Right?
To get more of a black.
It's not a continent.
One at a time.
The race thing. Yeah, it's more of a race
thing. To acknowledge sub-Saharans that shares a common. That's how most people I know in America. Hold on.
Let me speak. Go ahead, Freddie.
Most Pan-Africans I know in real life or in America, they look at Pan-Africanism as a shared history, specifically as it pertains to sub-Saharan descendants, aka West Africans, that was involved in the slave trade that spread all over currently. the diaspora.
You guys are just looking at it from the Black American perspective.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
I'm in America.
Wait a second. I'm gonna share my screen again so we can keep reading. But what I read, it didn't even just say the transatlantic slave. It said colonialism, free Africans from the clutches of colonialism.
I'm telling you how most Americans, right? Most Black
I know, and
Americans,
I'm saying that's not right. I'm saying that's not right.
It should be kind of evident. It should be kind of evident that they're not going to include North Africans in a fight, bro. I'm not.
That's not true, and I have the source right in front of me.
No, it's true. I think what he's saying.
I see what you're saying.
Debate. Hold on, Freddie. I don't think y'all arguing. I don't think he's arguing true. I think what he's saying is like, because even when I'm reading, it says that there's almost as if there's two Pan-Africanisms.
I know.
It's like there's a Black Pan-Africanism and then there's a continental Pan-Africanism. The continental Pan-Africanism includes North Africa and their focus is African unity as a continent. The Black Pan-Africanism often excludes North Africa and it focuses on people of African descent, primarily Black populations.
Yeah, but I'm saying someone like Malcolm X, who was a Black American, included we can't even just say that all Black
included North Africa.
Yes, absolutely.
You going against Psycho? You wouldn't be going against Malcolm X. No.
This is what I'm saying. Wait, time out. W.E.B. Du Bois did. W.E.B. Du Bois.
He don't like W.E.B. Du Bois. We already had this conversation.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. But Malcolm did.
He's not a fan. That's not gonna pull on his heartstrings. But Malcolm will.
Why wouldn't I go against Malcolm? He called Elijah Muhammad honorable. Why wouldn't I go against something Malcolm said?
Damn. What about? Wait a second.
That was a bar.
Wait a second. Even somebody from New Jersey to bring heat. That man said, "Why wouldn't I go against Malcolm X?" He called Elijah Muhammad.
I disagree with him. I don't agree with everything Malcolm said over his lifetime. Like he said and done things I didn't agree with, but by and large, I agree with him more than I disagree with him. But yeah, I would disagree with him on some things.
Yeah, I'm just saying, not every Black American.
Malcolm X is quoted as saying the Aboriginals in Australia were Black people. And these abos run around here, take that segment. He said that, chop it up, edit it, and misconstrue what he was trying to say, and try to make it seem like we was always here because of his misidentification of Aboriginals in Australia. I don't agree with Malcolm. Malcolm was wrong.
That's fair. He did say that, but like in context of the time, even the white man was calling them people Black. So like in terms of the information he had available to him, I can't fault him for that. He was a victim of the time.
I'm just saying, yeah. Somebody said something. That don't mean they right just because he said it.
Yeah, but can y'all see what I have on my screen here?
Yeah, what you got? Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So I'm just going to read this real quick. In 1958. At the All African Peoples Conference at Accra, Ghana, all speakers at the conference from the West African nations unanimously spoke against prevailing racism and colonialism that was happening in Africa at the time. It called on Africans to unite in their fight for liberation and from colonialism. The Pan-African Freedom Movement of East and Central Africa was formed in 1958 to campaign for the independence of the countries of East and Central Africa from colonial and white minority rule. Although this movement was short-lived, the Casablanca Group, 7th January 1961, composed of Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Morocco, and the Algerian Provisional Government, felt that political unity and continual integration for the African people was required among the independent African countries. The Monrovia Group, 8th to 12th of May 1961, was composed of Liberia, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Senegal, Legacy Republic, Togo, Dahomey, Chad, Niger, Upper Volta, Congo, Brazzaville, Central Africa Republic, Gabon, Ethiopia, and Libya, called for a market-driven development economy. So again, I read that earlier, but I'm just saying we could point to a lot of these people in the 50s and the 40s definitely in the 60s forward, that held these conferences, whether they were directly in North Africa sometimes, or even if it wasn't in North Africa, you had North African nations participating and being represented and having a voice in these Pan-African politics that were being had. This isn't something that is like a new age thing. This has always been the case.
No, that wasn't always the case. That became the case in the mid 1900s, because again, you go to the first Pan-African Union. That's like first Pan-African Conference. Excuse me, it says it right here. It says in the 1900s, Trinidadian ambassador Henry Williams organized the first Pan-African Conference to protest stealing of lands and colonies, racial discrimination, and to deal with other interests to blacks, not North Africans, blacks. And then it says, at its core, Pan-Africanism is the belief that African people, both on the continent and diaspora, share not merely a common history, but common destiny. They're not talking about North Africans. Pan-Africanism persists a sense of shared historical fate for Africans. Again, not North. We have nothing in common with these North Africans. Historical fate for Africans in the Americas and the West Indies and on the continent. These are not North Africans they're talking about. Like the core of what Pan-Africanism was all about had nothing to do with North Africans. That came later. When they started trying to include everybody, when we started making black and African interchangeable with each other, and we started trying to make everybody around the world black, and Egyptology and all this. It's all around the same time. When Egyptology started blowing up and started becoming a real thing with Sheikh Anta Diop and all them, this, that, and third. This all stems from all that. And I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but like whenever they're talking about the shared fate and colonialism and struggle, it's not just the transatlantic slave trade. It's the continual colonial foot that's been on the neck of African people throughout history, throughout African. It's not just like, it doesn't just start and end with the transatlantic slave trade. It's the trans-Saharan slave trade. It's all of it. African people across the continent have it's all of it. So
who controlled the Arabic slave trade?
People from the Middle East.
Did that include North Africans?
They got colonized, and then they started to colonize further due to being colonized in their minds. Yeah. So like they were involved.
Did North Africans own black people?
Of course.
So why would the core Pan-Africanism include the colonizer?
The same reason why the core Pan-Africanism would include Ghanaian tribes that were colonized in their mind and participated in slavery as well. The same reason Pan-Africanism would include people like the Dahomey, right? Like just because you're a victim of mental colonization and you start acting like you're colonizer, that doesn't mean that we have to just throw you away. You're a victim just like we're a victim, because Africans were victims of mental colonization to the point that they started... Hold on, Tony. To the point they started carrying out the shit their fucking colonizers were doing and teaching them.
In your right mind, you can't include people that are today think that slavery is a good thing. You can't include those people into Pan-Africanism.
What do you mean?
The people we're talking about are colonizers. Who are the colonizers in North Africa? The Islamics, aren't they, or aren't they not?
I mean, not just them. I mean, France also colonized parts of North Africa.
The majority of the people.
And hold on. And before there ever was an Arab slave trade, many of those Mediterranean empires, such as Greece and Rome,
I'm not talking about history right now. I'm not talking
but that's the point.
You're going into infinite regression. I'm talking about a specific time in history, and that's recent history. Like. No.
Okay, what are you calling recent history? Where does that begin?
You're talking about North Africa, right?
Yeah.
Who is the dominating colonizing force there for the past few hundred years?
Of course, it would be the Middle Eastern groups that came into North Africa.
But do you have a name for that religion, group, political power, military?
Sure, you could call it the Arab Islamic.
So why are we being coy about it? These same
Because
people,
that's not what's important. That's not what's important. That's not what's important in this conversation.
You're looking to bring these people into a Pan-Africanism mindset. That's not going to work. That's not how they're not even going to. They can't.
But Tony, the problem is you're calling North African. Wait, Tony, you're calling the North Africans Arabs when they're not. Most of them
Islamic.
Wait, okay, but Nigerians are Islamic. So should Nigerians? Wait, Nigerians are Islamic.
That's because of North Africans.
Yeah, but I'm saying ultimately, Psycho.
So how are you going
to really Tony? The Nigerians are the effect, like them being Islamic is really at its root due to what the Arabs did. So what I'm saying is the North Africans went out and carried out the shit that was done to them to other Africans, but they're still fucking victims. They're fucking victims too. The homies are
Berbers are victims. Berbers are victims.
That's what he's saying.
Absolutely.
Even if they want to switch.
Absolutely. Wait. Are we saying the Berbers were not colonized?
Listening to me.
Tony, be quiet. I'm talking to Psycho. Are we saying?
Hey, Tony, I'm gonna give you your own time to speak. Let them sort it out. I'm gonna let you. Just don't forget your thought. I'll let you, but let them finish it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Psycho, is the North.
They colonized a lot of places before they got colonized.
Well, what are we talking about? Because even before the trans-Saharan slave trade, you had Berbers getting colonized by the Mediterranean Europeans, by the Greeks, by the people from Iberia, by the Romans. Like the North Africans have been getting colonized for thousands of fucking years, to the point they're unrecognizable to what like a truly untouched Berber looks like. We don't even, the word Berber isn't even the fuck, it comes from Arabs.
Barbarian.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That shows like even the way we designate them, it comes from Romans. So like, yeah, they've been colonized over and over again.
But they wasn't ramshack and shit. The Berbers were innocent. They wasn't running around.
Of course, wait, psycho. Of course they were, but so were many tribes in Ghana and Nigeria. And I'm not gonna say we can't include those people because they were fucking ramshack. They were still victims.
Yeah. They victims when they went to North Africa and took over those lands.
So it's no. I think true is he doesn't believe they're victims, bro. I mean, I know you're trying to convert them, but this ain't gonna be a conversion. He already said they ain't in Pan-Africanism.
I'm acknowledging everything you say.
I seen them have literally, and this is within, like you said, the last 100 years. I can show you within the last 50 years of them having black people in chains, dog collars around them with their limbs cut off.
Where? Yeah, psycho. Guess what?
I
got this, bro. I watched Boko Haram.
I watched. It was in North Africa. I forgot which country. I believe.
Okay, go ahead, Truist. Okay.
Yeah. I've watched Boko Haram run up in elementary schools and taking little fucking girls and putting them in chains and making them sex slaves. But at the end of the day, despite I know there's many Islamic fucking radical groups in West and Central Africa, I still know those fucking people are victims, even though they fucking carry out the same shit that was done to them to other African groups. Like we're not gonna act like a lot of these West African and Central African tribes don't do many of the same things to other tribes. This is what I'm saying. Like, if that's going to be the bar we set to say we got to move these people out, then there's going to be a lot of groups in Nigeria, Mali, Senegal, Ghana, Congo that we're going to have to kick out of the Pan-Africanism theology.
I feel you, Truist, but they're still considered the same race as us. So the whole North African thing, not only did they do that.
Pan-Africanism, but the Pan-African...
Let him finish, Truist. Go ahead.
Nah, it's all right.
Yeah, no, Truist. I was telling them to let you finish, Freddie. Finish, Freddie.
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying.
True, the logic and reasoning you trying to apply, but it is going.
Go ahead.
Who's talking right now?
That's Freddie talking. That's Freddie talking.
Okay, Freddie, you can go.
Yeah, I was just saying, I feel you on the logic and reasoning you're trying to apply, but it just don't work like that. How humans think, like, those Nigerians that you talk about, even Ghanaians, it wasn't like race-based slavery or discrimination they was having. It was more so of an ethnic thing. But to a lot of us in America who look at North Africans a certain way, it's just that culturally they different, racially they're of a different people. So it's just not gonna be the same when you put two and two together of those sub-Saharan groups versus those North African groups. You know what I'm saying? I see what you're saying, but that's just not how most people gonna look at it. They're not
And
gonna.
that's called being pro-black. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the difference between being pro-black or even a black nationalist and being a Pan-African. One is focused on Africans and colonialism and racial and all of the things that have been done, the horrors to Africans, and the other is focusing on the race group, black people, which most of Africa is black. So there is intersectionality there, but one is race-based and one is geography-based. And what happened to the people on that continent and the descendants of the people on that continent?
Would you have a problem with it if it was Black Pan-Africanism or?
No, but I'm just saying call it like change.
You mean call it what it is?
Call it something else. Call it what it is. Say you're pro-black.
Even the white folks that were enslaved.
What are you saying?
I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I'm saying, like, if you're pro-black, I get it, but just say you're pro-black.
Well, this is they trying to start.
Islamics gonna laugh in your fucking face, bro, when you try to do some bullshit like that. They don't
feel like y'all got a
that.
problem. Hold on, real quick. I'm sensing that in Psycho. I don't know if this is coming from you. You can clarify. I feel like this ain't a North African issue. I feel like this might be an Islamic issue though, because like when you said Nigeria, I think you said Nigeria, and I think Psycho said, "Where the hell do you think they got Islam from?"
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah. Well, that's because that's what he mentioned. He mentioned
right. So is this an Islamic issue?
But as a Pan-African, if you're gonna take that perspective, you gotta let go of certain empires. Then if that's the
You don't have to let go of Ibrahim Traore. If that's your position, Ibrahim Traore got to go.
Hold on, but my question is it geography strictly? Psycho, but is it also the Islamic aspect?
Yeah. Well, their connection with the North Africans is a combination of both geography and the Islamic culture as a whole. So, but I do want to say, what's it called? The Ottoman Empire, which did take place in North Africa as well as other areas, but North Africa is one of their landing spots. They had slaves that peaked on the 16th to 17th century, and let's see, where was this just at? I was just about to read. Okay, yeah, they had slaves all the way into the 1900s. They enslaved massive amounts of black people. These are North Africans. They descendants are still there.
No. The Ottoman Empire is a Turkey-based empire. They took over North Africa, right? And they took over a large part of the Middle East, but the Ottomans are not from North Africa.
Right here it says North Africans, including Arab and Berber populations, enslaved black people of sub-Saharan Africa for over 1,300 years.
You don't even have to go that far.
Beginning in the 7th century through the trans-Saharan slave trade.
Under Islam, the 7th century is when
did it under Christianity. This country did it under Christianity. Does it matter?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the people, the African people that did this to other African people, they did it under a colonized mind. They had a colonized mind. It's the same reason why Boko Haram does what they do. But we don't throw away Nigerians or Ghanaians or Senegalese or people from Mali because we understand they're victims. we understand that their mind isn't, they don't have their African
You're
mind.
gonna go into Africa
Why
and
didn't they
try to
enslave their
deal with
own people? Why
Islamics,
didn't they
right?
enslave they
I
why
want
didn't
to
they enslave
see
their
that.
own people?
They did.
Yeah,
They did enslave
I'm
their
not gonna
own
say. I'm
people.
not gonna say external forces gave them their morality.
They did enslave other North Africa. Wait,
I feel you, but I wouldn't die on that hill. Like saying that they had an African mind and they was holding
Yeah,
hands.
when you said African mind, you threw me off too. I ain't gonna lie to you.
yeah, what I'm saying is, prior to the 7th century, you don't see Berbers enslaving West Africans en masse. 7th century is when the Islamic Caliphate reaches North Africa.
Bro, really
I'm supposed to
think
give
you
them
really think
credit.
that
I'm
the
supposed to give them credit for
Islamic
what they
group in
did in the
Africa is
I
gonna
gotta give
have
Tony a
African group?
lane.
I give
in
them
this
credit that they didn't enslave people into the
This
600s.
guy's crazy.
No. What I'm saying to you is the same reasons they began doing what they did. It's the
It
same
don't
reasons.
matter what reasons they're
It's like
doing
giving
it
the
right
white
now.
man.
That's their
It's literally
mentality.
like
Why
giving
would you
saying
want
the
to
white man
engage in
should be
business
bad
with these
because
people?
he only did it because of Leviticus. He only did it because he
No,
got indoctrinated with Leviticus. When he
no.
believed in Zeus, when he believed in Hercules and all these other motherfuckers, he wasn't doing that shit. It was Leviticus that had him enslaving black people. This is what I'm hearing.
No, what you're hearing is, if that is the pretense we're going off of, that means we would have to eliminate West and Central African groups. And the reason you know not to do that, the reason you would say, I'm not going to throw out the Ghanaians that did that. I'm not going to throw out you, because you understand that they're doing it because they've been colonized. So we can't throw, it's just like we had black slave owners here in America. We had black slave owners in the Caribbean, but these niggas had to colonize.
They coons. They need to be thrown away.
They're coons, but you're not going to throw them out.
Well, I would. Yes, I do. Yes, I would. I throw coons.
Oh, okay, all right. So that's different. That's different. So would you throw out the Ghanaians and Nigerians and Central Africans that participated as well?
Yeah, they participated in the slave. Yeah.
Oh, so okay.
No, he's been pretty
so
consistent on that.
Now, mind you, I ain't throwing
I
them out.
didn't hear that. I didn't hear that
I'm not
position.
throwing them out just because they from that area, but yeah, they partook. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So do you think all Berbers participated?
No.
That was their culture, though.
No, I'm asking, do you think all Berbers and all wait a second. The same way not all Nigerians. Wait, hold up. The same way not all Nigerians participated, not all Ghanaians participated. Did all North Africans participate in the slave trade?
Right. I'm gonna answer the same way I answer the question when people say all white people didn't own slaves. Okay, true. All white people didn't own slaves, but all of them benefited from slavery. And all those North Africans benefited from it. Every last one of them.
Okay, so did the Ghanaian empires benefit from slavery?
Yeah. If they partook in it, yes. Nobody partook in slavery, didn't get nothing out of it. Everybody that partook in slavery got something out of it.
Okay, so by the same way, you are putting the North Africans to trial because they benefited from it. The Ghanaians did, and so did the Nigerians.
So did the Ghanaian the Ghanaian Empire is that still around now?
The country Ghana
that country didn't exist.
I know. That's what I was saying. I said it earlier. It didn't exist during the transatlantic slave trade, but many of the people that own the wealth and own the power in the country descend from those who benefited and got rich from it. Same thing in Mali. Same thing in Mali. When we talk about the Mali Empire, right? I could point to the people who directly benefited from it and how they're the ones in political power.
Show me those people now.
Sure.
Show me those people that still have the wealth from the Mali or the Ghanaian Empire that participated in slavery. Show me that wealth and how it proliferated into the modern era. That we can say this is these people, and
Yeah, it didn't catapult him. Yeah, it didn't catapult him to the level we.
Show me those people.
Sure, I'll get sources on that.
Okay. Y'all can go ahead.
You okay now, Chef? You feeling better now, Chef? Is the conversation polite enough for you so you can stop leaving your own show, Chef? Please.
To his first flight to North Africa, he's gonna be armed with like 14 soldiers and like all of them carrying AK-47 just to prove a point.
That type of shit. What is he talking about?
Oh my God, bro! I don't even know. I'm trying to follow what y'all talking about, but why are you saying that? What is that? See,
I'm just being silly, bro.
I think some of y'all actually have an issue with Islam. This ain't a North Africa thing. I think this is some of this is Islam, and y'all just saying North Africa.
No, well, I got
because that's where they're mostly at.
But that's a separate
hold on. What'd you say, Psycho?
I said I got issues with Islam too, but that's a separate issue. That's my issue with North Africa is independent of that. Like I got issues
with that.
Yeah, right.
No, I know Tony don't fuck with Islam, but I didn't get that. See, like my thing is, I'm not as well versed in Pan-Africanism as everybody else. I think part of the thing, Psycho, you said that part of your challenge with Pan-Africanism when I asked you about the results of it, you said that it doesn't have enough participation per se, or it doesn't have the amount of support from people or that up to this point, based on how long it's been not just a concept, something that's been put in practice. But when you start doing things like cutting off, y'all do that. I would assume, as far as Black Pan-Africanists, y'all do that to yourselves. When you agree, you're cutting off whole countries. You're cutting off whole ideologies.
These are countries dominated by non-Black people. I'm not cutting off the Black people in those countries, but they far and in between because they're not the dominant culture there. So when I say I don't fuck with North Africans, I'm talking about specific people, not necessarily
the entire country.
The Black people that's there, I ain't got no issues with if they Black.
Because if they're not in power, right, they still need the help. Are these countries? Are they independent? Are these countries in the African Union?
Yeah, now they are. Yeah.
Well, then we gotta leave them in there. Psycho, you need all the help you can get.
Yeah,
like for example,
that's African politics, though. Like that's African politics. That's
Pan-Africanism.
If it's in an Islamic land,
the definition of Pan-Africanism
Wait. I got to correct you there. Pan-Africanism is not worrying about African politics. That's not Pan-Africanism.
Pan-Africanism is not worried about African politics. How else are these countries going to come together?
A lot of people think when you're Pan-African, you got to be hyper-focused on Africa. You got to try to move back there.
I'm speaking specifically about the African Union. No, Psycho. I'm speaking specifically about the African Union. The African Union has to be concerned with African politics because they're trying to bring all of those countries together.
That's why I don't put too much credence into the African Union, because it's worried about. Now, I ain't against the African Union, but that's not my thing. I'm way more concerned with American politics because that affects us here. Like,
okay,
again, just because you Pan-African don't mean you got to be, I need to worry about what's going on in the African Union. I hope they figure it out, but
what would you say is the strongest Pan-African coordinated organization within Pan-Africanism? When you say the African Union is the largest, most powerful organization within the African Union, within Pan-Africanism, if Pan-Africanism is an ideology, wouldn't you say that the AU is the most powerful organization within it?
Yeah, I'll probably say so. Yeah, even though I don't agree with everything.
Y'all cutting off your own. You're cutting off your power. You're cutting off people in countries. You're cutting off the most powerful organization in Pan-Africanism.
Mm-hmm.
I think figure out. I'm not saying you specifically. I understand what you're saying from a Black African American standpoint. It's more of a Black Pan-Africanism. I get that. But if it's an overall whole, like that's what I'm saying. Pan-Africanism, it's got so much division Similar to governments in the United States and all that.
Everything.
No need to be no need to be a hypocrite. No need for me to be hypocritical this in the afternoon. I'm saying, but for this, the goal of it is unity. So like, you know, and I agree with you with the African Union.
And the issue with that statement is people are confused who we supposed to be unifying with, right? Like, and that's what this conversation is about, right? Because some people say we're supposed to unify with all of Africa, right? Like we like the North Africans is on Africa, is on the continent. We got to unify with them. I don't necessarily agree with that, right? And
there's a fundamental problem here that people are not, like, the premise is totally messed up. The premise is we can go and talk to Islamic people and start business. You can't do that with Islamic people in Africa. You can't go to an Islamic land and start doing business.
Wouldn't say that.
Because everything that you do in an Islamic land or Islamic territory is controlled.
You can't do business. Wait. Are you quantified that, or are you just saying that?
They don't have free
market.
I'm
ready, y'all. I'm ready, y'all. Y'all
okay,
ready?
right when he's
they don't have free market. They don't have free market.
So you can't go to an Islamic country and do business with Islam with
you want to have to, especially for
like
some sort of Black African type nothing. You know, they're not. It's just not realistic. They're not going to go with it. They're not going to. It's not part of their ideology. They don't see. It's not. It's contradictory to the way of thinking and the way that they live. It's just not going to work.
Okay.
That's my.
No.
Even if they want to, it's like, what is you doing, bro? Like, that's not what we do, bro. We do anything you do is got to be good for the Ummah, not for Black folks.
What is the Ummah? What is that?
I think, Truist, you're good with Islam, right? You can explain what that is.
Yeah, I mean,
why you put that on True? Why you just say some shit?
Because he's better.
Like, I'm not. I know Islam, but I'm not a Muslim, so try to frame it that way.
It's the church.
Yeah, it's the people. It's the people. It's the belief. It's the belief. It's the believers. The believers.
They can't do anything without the church.
Yeah, the collective group is the church. It's
Yeah,
the same thing.
Most Islamic countries are theocracy. Basically, that's what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, but it would be the belief. So, like, you would associate with a fellow believer before you associate with some of the same race as you.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's kind of.
How's that different from Israel? How's that different from Israel?
Oh, it's no different from Israel. That's actually the Zionist argument. Their argument is you've got about 30 Islamic states. We should be able to have a ethno-religious state ourselves. Like we only want one. These people got about 30 of them. What's the problem with us having one? So you're right. It's not much different than how they run Israel. But what ends up happening is when you do that, you create an apartheid state, because now the people that don't have the state-sponsored religion in your nation become second class. So, yeah.
My suggestion: no move there.
Yeah. But the problem with Israel is the people that moved there, they got moved on. They had a fucking ethno-religious state built on top of their heads in a place they were already living.
That war is all about right now. So
yeah. But all right.
Now, what are you proving first? What after you done talking? What are we supposed to leave with?
So I'm going to give you living entities that have power in Ghana, in Nigeria, that trace their power and wealth back to the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, so this is the chef's argument. Okay.
These are living entities or families or bodies, okay? All right. So let's start with Ghana. Ghana, the Brew family lineage. This is the clearest Ghanaian case. Scholarly work states that the Brew name carried considerable influence on the Gold Coast from the 18th century onward and directly links the later elite family members to earlier slave traders, including Richard Brew and Samuel Canto Brew. That supports naming the Brew lineage family as a surviving beneficiary lineage. Now, the Bannerman family lineage. Scholarship identifies James Bannerman as a prominent trader and slave owner and shows the family remained politically important in the Gold Coast. A recent scholarly article also explicitly references 20th and 21st century Bannerman descendants, which supports their power. Now let's go to Nigeria. Grand Bani Kingdom, a still existing traditional state in Rivers State. Reliable historical summaries identify Bani as a major slave trading port, and contemporary sources show the kingdom and its chiefs' institutions operating today. Bani Chiefs Council, a current governing body within that kingdom. Because Bani's political institutions were built in the era where the kingdom profited from the Atlantic slave trading, this is a surviving institution that benefited historically from that system. Bani Chieftaincy House System, including historically central houses such as the Ana People House and Manila Peple House. Scholarship treats these houses as the key institutional units through which trade wealth and political power were organized. Later work shows the house system continuing into the present. A Popobo Kingdom, a still existing traditional polity founded out of Bani House politics and commercial power. Current reporting and recent public sources show the kingdom and monarchy politically active in 2025 to 2026. Last one, a Popobo war canoe house system. Scholarship on a Popobo describes these houses as enduring institutions, growing from the original set to dozens of houses over time. So, saying this to say, there are institutions that have economic and political power and influence in these nations that have benefited and got rich and wealthy directly from the transatlantic slave trade. And they exist today in these nations. That's all.
So would you now, Psycho or Chef, would you accept that as sufficient evidence that there are places that still have the
People, I would
benefit
say
from
people or entities.
people or entities that still have the benefit from the transatlantic slave trade? You're speaking directly to both of y'all. I'll take your silence as yes. Good job, Jules. Appreciate your work.
Individuals?
People or entities, because I named families and then I also named like
Entities
businesses.
that still benefit from the transatlantic slave trade, you said?
Yeah, because their wealth, just like somebody, a white man in America.
There's a bunch of companies that was partook in the slave trade that still exist today.
Yeah, but my point was in Ghana, in Nigeria. That's what I was saying.
I'm not sure about Nigeria.
I just read them.
Okay, my bad. I was over here grabbing something to eat.
Oh, my bad. Well, yeah, no, I just read a few.
Just put the source in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
No,
that was my question of when we saying that Ghana was putting it forth. But I still, even though you're saying people, I don't know if those families, I don't think that is the same. It's not the same as, yes, okay, you showed us people, I get that. But it's also not the same.
Lineages that have governorship of areas and political power.
But would that be people in Ghana or Ghana?
It would be specific families and lineages in Ghana. So
right,
it would be similar to like if you're a white man in the South that comes from fucking plantation wealth. And that plantation wealth funded a lot of the success your family has that you have been able to inherit. And now you use that wealth and influence in 2026 to help you influence elections and be involved in politics and whatnot.
Okay.
It would be similar to that.
Is that nation's wealth?
No, just like what I'm saying is there's people, there's forces and entities in the nation that have political power and economic wealth due to
So
the transatlantic.
if we go after countries or nations that participated in the slave trade, how will we? So we will go after Ghana because
I
there's
didn't
a
say
family.
that, Chef. I never said that. What
I
I
know
was saying
you did.
is,
I know you didn't, but I'm
Don't get
still
it started
trying
out.
to be
Don't get it started out. Don't get it started out. Go ahead, Chef.
right. I'm still trying to be true to the nature of the conversation. You dig what I'm saying? I'm still trying to be true to the nature of the conversation. That's what I'm saying. We always go on little side tangents, right? When we're not, and it gets us away from, the nature of the conversation. If we're saying that European nations or whatever are responsible for the atrocities of the slave trade,
well, we
because
were
those
talking about North Africa. We were talking about North Africa, Chef. That was the nature of the conversation. He was saying because of North Africans' participation in selling and trading West Africans, that he wouldn't include them in Pan-Africanism, right? And he was saying that North Africans built their wealth off that. And that's why I brought up, well, there's Ghanaians and Nigerians that built it.
No. I get it now. I remember. Right.
Yeah.
So does the North African countries or people in large, do they benefit by having sub-Saharan Africans at the bottom of their societies because of those things?
In 2026,
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, that would benefit the non-black people in Morocco would benefit from a system that puts black people at the bottom.
I think that was Psycho's overall point in this. Like those nations and those cultures, they put that slavery and racism actually put black people at a lower caste system, and that thing still exists today in those, nations. So how could they be Pan-Africanists if they still exhibit those racial discriminatory hierarchies in modern day that come
That's
from those
the thing. Pan-Africanism is supposed to be a teaching tool as well. True Pan-Africanism. Hold on. True Pan-Africanists understand that every nation in the diaspora has its own unique issues, even when it comes to dealing with racism or colorism, right? So, like, even in nations where it's majority black, like a Haiti or Jamaica, Pan-Africans understand that they still have an issue with colorism in those countries, and it's our job. It's our job to teach them, hey, y'all got to cut this shit out. Like, Pan-Africans' job is to point everyone to the African unity and to remove the racism and colorism that exists in the diaspora as a whole. Like you can't just, because even in Black America we deal with colorism and racism amongst our groups, right? So it's part of the Pan-African job. Wait, hold on.
No, it's not. It's not like North Africa.
I'm not saying it's to the same degree. Like, you guys take my statements to extremes.
I know,
I'm not
because
saying
when you into something like that, it fucks the conversation up.
No, it doesn't. It's part of the Pan-Africans' mission to understand the social reality of the people within the nation they're examining. You can't just.
Hold on, wait. I want some clarification. Is it their mission to teach that, or is it their mission to unify with them?
So in order to unify, you have to teach them why they should unify.
I know, I get that, but I don't like adding stuff on top of it. I'm saying it's right. I get that much. I'm saying I don't think they're going around trying to teach. I think their goal is unification. of it, not necessarily like, let me show you this or let me show you this. Now, the goal is unification. If they got to teach along the way, then cool. But essentially, they don't give a damn if you, because by that premise, Truist, they would have to, you're saying that they would have to learn something from these people in order to unify, and I don't think so.
What I'm saying is,
You don't want to
Brass, is
start
this.
with NGOs either.
No Pan-Africanist or no sane Pan-Africanist thinks that African people across the world have the same social perspective.
Correct.
Right? So a responsible Pan-African first tries to examine the social reality and perspective of the African descendant where they're at. So if I'm looking at Jamaica, I'm trying to figure out, how do African descendants in Jamaica view themselves and others? How do go ahead?
I just want to ask a question. When Pan-Africanism was first developed, was it developed to unite Africa, or was it developed to unite people throughout the diaspora that was away from Africa?
It was developed to unite people of African descent.
Spread out across the world, right? It had nothing to do with
globally.
It had nothing to do with uniting Africa.
What it had to do with is uniting people of African descent globally.
Right, but it had nothing to do with connecting Africa, like as far as like uniting all the countries in Africa. Like it had nothing to do with that at its core.
Correct. I'm not gonna go that far. But what
you don't lose your argument by you don't lose your. I don't know if you're trying to win. Let me correct that. No. But you don't. It doesn't hurt your. If you're thinking that it's going to hurt you in the conversation to it, because he's correct. But if you think that it's like, that's not going to hurt you in it. But if you deny it, then you're going to have to prove that.
Yeah. No. I'm just trying to be clear. I'm just trying to be clear. What I'll say is, it's about the unifying of African people globally. And I'll say this: it didn't require a state or states forming together. Like, that's not a part of it. But it did require the political involvement of people on the continent. It did require the economic involvement and the social involvement of people on the continent and elsewhere. So even if the nations didn't need to unify, I agree with, they needed to be politically involved. Absolutely.
But my thing is, uniting the nations, right? It's what ended up including the North Africans. Right, because North Africa, like these Berbers, were not spread all throughout the world globally. We was, right, and that's why I said the core of what Pan-Africanism was all about had nothing to do with these North Africans.
Y'all say Berbers. Y'all say Berbers with such distaste. It's crazy. It's almost like y'all saying Berbers with the hard ER. It's not like a term of endearment. I feel like there's some African division here I want to pick at, but I'm not going to do it. But I feel like y'all fuck with Africa, but I feel like y'all don't really fuck with Africa.
For me, it ain't about Africa. It's about fucking with black people globally. I fuck with black people globally, right? And we descend from Africa, right? And so that hence the name Pan-Africanism. You know, again, but because of the North Africans.
But we're regional.
Wait. Let him get his shit off, and then you go right back in. Sure, let him finish.
I was just saying that because of North Africans being on the continent, this thing started getting confusing. And then it started becoming, like I said, about uniting the nations in Africa and all this other stuff. And that wasn't what Pan-Africanism was. That's what it became. And again, I think that's what caused a lot of confusion as far as what people understanding of Pan-Africanism actually is based on
but like like Horners, East Africans, they're not spread around the globe, right?
Is that
so
like Sonic a Horner?
Yes, he's a Horner.
Okay.
Pause. He's from East Africa.
I just trying to get you to say this. Go
ahead. Yeah. Like Somalis, Ethiopians, Eritreans, Sudanese, they're not spread around the globe like we are. Right? But many of those groups are black. Same thing in South Africa. South Africans are not spread around the globe. but many of those groups are black. So it's not even just about being spread around the globe. Pan-Africanism includes those groups because they're African, right? Even though they didn't go through even though most of them did not go through the transatlantic slave trade either, they get included because they're African. So we include West Africans, we include Central Africans, we include East Africans, we include South Africans, but for some reason we can't include North. I don't agree with that.
I gotta keep going back to the core, right? Because at its core, again, we were the ones that were spread out, right? And it was about finding common ground amongst these black people that was displaced from Africa. We didn't even know what country we was from, right? We can't claim a country in Africa. That's why we just claiming. That's why we use the word Africa as as a umbrella term, right? So, but if we knew exactly where we was from, we wouldn't have to do the Pan-African thing because we saying Pan-African because one person might be from here, one person might be from there, whatever. But we all black from this continent, so we just jump with it all up, just say Africa.
So would you say that Ghanaians that know where they're from, they shouldn't be included in Pan-Africanism? They know where they're from.
Yeah.
So you're saying we shouldn't include Ghanaians that know where they're from in Pan-Africanism?
That's a tricky one. I mean, they could be Pan-African. That's fine. I mean, but
I'm just using the standard, right? Like, if we're going by standards, if that's the standard, would that eliminate them?
I wouldn't say. I would say no. I would say no.
Hey, let me get some of these comments from the chat real quick. Shouts to Super Wavy in the building. He said good point. I don't know necessarily what he was saying good point about, but he said good point. I think it was when you was talking, Psycho. Y'all got some crazy names. I'm gonna just say Gundisa. He says it was all about commodity, not about race. Dan Deed says it's people of African descent, not Arabs. Wants to be back at that Arab thing. Gundisa also says Irish were slaves too. Big facts, Aisha.
Irish was not slave. Wait. When you say Irish are slaves, I hope you don't mean this country.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just reading. It's Gundisalus Mendes. I apologize, but I'm just reading the YouTube names. It's strange on here. Big Fact says it was part of the Trans-Saharan, Trans-Arab slave trade, which was a part of a bigger Islamic slave trade all the way into Asia, which is now, which is how enslaved whites and Kipchaks, Mamluks came. You motherfuckers are brilliant. Came from. Get it right. Shouts to Big Facts. Slaves under Berbers were sent to Arabia and the Middle East. It says Muslim Berbers that ended up going into Liberia were originally part of the Umayyads, which were the Muhammad's cousins or some shit. Okay. I like the way the chat actually hears everything y'all says and makes points off of it. That's why I like to read the chat from time to time.
I know.
Because at least they've heard everything.
Can nobody prove the Irish were ever slaves in this country? Please don't repeat that white supremacist talking point.
Yeah, that's a wild. That's a wild.
I don't think they're saying in this country, bro. Whoever said Irish were slaves, clarify. Are you talking about in this country? Because I don't want to repeat a white supremacist talking point.
Yeah, and I'd also say, I don't care where in the world, they were never chattel slaves.
Exactly, but
they were never chattel slaves.
Right.
They were chattel slaves. Yes, they were in the Barbary Wars.
The Irish?
That's the you,
yes, it's ironic that we're talking about North Africa. Yeah, they were. Yeah, look it up. Barbary Wars.
The Berbers did slave Europeans. They went all the way up to Ireland, though. They got.
Yeah, we're talking about the Irish. Where the Irish.
Listen. Let me just finish this. So
Tony, let Tony cook because he might teach y'all something real quick.
It's just when the states were 16 years old, they had a war in Tripoli. Tripoli, the Barbary Wars. So the Americans went up there. I think the British went up there also, and they had to go through this little strait, and the Islamics would either enslave them or ask them for tax, or ask them for tax. So as a result, they were enslaving a bunch of white folks, and then that's what the war started over there.
I didn't know they.
Yeah, white. Not all white folks are Irish, though. So Tony,
they were Irish. They were Irish.
But let's not get away from the point. The point was they were never chattel slaves.
Chattel slaves, brother.
And
chattel,
and not in the Western Hemisphere either.
Yeah. Now I knew they.
What's the difference between a chattel slave in America and a chattel slave in North Africa?
Bro, they weren't chattel slaves in North Africa
saying they
either.
were chattel slaves in North Africa?
What do you? Okay, maybe I have.
Wait. Before we go any further, Tony. Before we go any further, hold on, because I know you hate Islam and Muslim. So this is my question: what is chattel slavery? Go.
That was my question. I was gonna ask y'all what is.
No. That's my question to you.
I thought chattel was a system.
I thought what it was. Tell me what it is. What is chattel slavery?
I'm going to tell you what I think it was. Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought chattel slavery was a system where they, once you get into slavery, there's no way out unless there's some sort of deal for you to come out. But your kids are going to be in slavery. There's no period where you're enslaved for 10 years. You're just enslaved. That exists in North Africa today.
Is that acceptable for you, Truist?
That's correct. That's correct definition.
Right, you're born into slavery, you never get out. So
yeah, I'll just give you the few tenets of it. The enslaved person has no
tenet, though. That's a very.
They have no legal freedom. Their status is permanent. Their children inherit that status, like he said, and the owner claims broad control over their labor, movement, and pottery. Chattel means movable property, like livestock.
And you're saying that the Irish never had that. That's your argument.
No, they never had.
So the Islamics didn't enslave. Okay, so they were captives. They were captives. They were captives, or were they enslaved?
Okay.
They were slaves. They were slaves elsewhere, but they were not chattel slaves.
I'm not saying elsewhere. I'm specifically talking about the Barbary Wars. That period, that little period.
Yeah. They were not chattel slaves.
So what were they?
I'm not sure if they.
Yeah. So the problem is, so we confuse and conflate. There is serfdom, right? There's indentured labor, right? And the problem with chattel slavery is that it's a specific form, right, where a person has total ownership. In these other groups, there are different manumissions, there are different legal statutes that they were. But to say that these people that were Irish at the time, right, is really, really problematic. So the Irish is if you want to just say white people in servitude and indentured servitude, even slavery. But chattel slavery is a specific type of slavery, right? Not that they was enslaved, but there was chattel. So definitions matter. At least on this show,
they were never chattel slaves, Reggie. Is that what you're saying?
No, they were enslaved, but not necessarily chattel slavery.
Okay.
Right?
That's what's the difference? That's what I'm trying to look for.
Hey, Tony, do me a favor. At this point, this is what I'm gonna say. You got 4 people telling you they wasn't, but what those 4 people can't beat is if you go get a source that says they were considered chattel slaves. Okay. And then I'd rather debate the source on this than the person.
Yeah, show me see the one thing about this show, unlike this other show, is that you actually
y'all shit, Reggie.
All right, so let me go. Don't do that.
No, don't cut him off, Tony.
Don't do that to me, Reggie. Don't do that to me.
I'm not doing it to you. I said this show. I didn't say. I said I'm talking about shows. I'm not talking about you, Tony. What I'm saying is that we at least look at definitions, right? So, and we look for evidence. So someone would have to show a document where Irish specifically were enslaved, and not just enslaved, but what are the legal ramifications? That's all.
Hey, Reggie, if you don't mind, how much time you got today?
Today, I don't. I actually just woke up, got to get something to eat. I woke up about an hour and a half ago, and but what's going on,
I'm
Brad?
gonna ask you this. So I don't like to get into everybody's mess, right? I don't want the mess. I kind of want the message. So the other day, our Discord lit up with African science, right? So I started asking everybody, and this is no disrespect to Africans or African science, but like, why the fuck are y'all all of a sudden talking about African science? I really don't think y'all care. But then it was like, so sometimes I got to realize that they're watching shows, right, of something going on, and that's where the rhetoric is coming on, but I don't watch the shows. So at some point, based on this is something that our Discord was talking about also, I need to get some idea of whatever this African science shit is, because apparently the whole conscious community is talking about African science and proto science and all this other shit. I don't think a lot of people know exactly what they're talking about per se.
No, absolutely not.
Right.
Okay,
so I would say
here's
at some
the skinny.
point I want to participate in that conversation.
But here's the skinny of it.
Okay.
The pseudo killers believe that the
see.
Okay, well, that's why.
Okay, I know. I just don't want to be. I don't want to be involved in this.
There's a group of people.
Okay, thank you.
There's a group of people who believe that science is modern science. So if whatever you was doing before was proto pre, it was proto and pre, it was not completed. It's only today that we have modern science, or today we have science. Everything else wasn't science. So the Chinese didn't do any science. Africa didn't do any science. Nowhere else in the world did science. But the track is that what these people are really saying is that the word science, which was created, a European word, Latin, French to English, right? That they're the only ones who do science.
Because they created the word?
Huh? Say what?
Because they created the word?
Well, yeah, well.
So nothing, wait, I'm just saying, I'm trying to follow you. I'm not interrupting you, I'm trying to build. So is the argument before the word, is it because the word didn't exist, anything before it couldn't be science?
No.
Is it
so,
that
no,
simple?
Exactly. What the issue is misusing the word, not knowing the history.
Weaponizing.
So in the 14th century, the word science was kind of constructed, right? In the 17th century, right, we have what you call modern science. What they are saying, this particular group is saying that nothing before modern science was science, even though the word was constructed in the 14th century. So it's a hilarious and stupid argument, right?
That's not the argument. I think maybe
I'm in the argument.
The argument also they add spirituality.
Wait. Before 1,000 people tell me the argument, I'm gonna move to y'all. Let Reggie finish. But if that's the argument from his point of view, or that's the actual argument, that's cool. Just let him give my 3 minutes to finish.
Let me go after Kyle.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm the leading antithesis on this matter. Why? One, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the School of Engineering. I passed the test, right? I'm not listening to people who didn't pass the test.
That's okay.
They're not qualified. They're not qualified. They haven't been tested. So then the second thing is to prove that that I'm not a crazy degree person, is that I have 20 years in my field, right? The other part of it is that when we have citations and we have people writing about it, then we must explore what other people who are experts. We have to explore how they say science was. So we have people like Galileo, even non-African people, they were doing science. Then we get into a stupid argument about the 365-day calendar, right? They're saying that wasn't science, that's technology. Well, to what science, then we have to go to what science means.
They're saying that's math.
Huh? Say what? Huh?
Hold on, so go
Reggie,
ahead.
what did they say about technology? What did they say about technology?
Hey,
No, I can. It's
All
fine.
right, listen, y'all write y'all shit down, put it in a phone, let him land his plane, and then attack the points after. Because if you do that, then he won't finish this, and then we
Well,
be
we
all
have
over.
definitions like for everything. We have definitions for slavery, and then we have a definition for specific slavery, chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is a compound word. Modern science is a compound word, right? In this case, modern science deals with is modern and science. It's time dated, right? The problem is what gets conflated is that not understanding what technology is. The technology is tools, right? Tools and methods of application. Science is the discovery, the study, the prediction. Study, prediction, right? Was happening before modern science. So that's why modern science is a compound word that includes science. They don't understand because I guarantee you, if they went to any school and wrote a paper that modern science is not science, it would fail the course, right? Because science started in 1400, and you have sciences before modern science that we still rely on today, like the 365-day calendar, and a number of different. We have medicine, right? So to say the ancient Egyptians wasn't doing medicine, but now one of the speakers is absolutely right. They're trying to invalidate anything. They're trying to validate science because these people incorporated it into their cultural lives. Making it that's not invalidating what science means. Science is knowledge, science is discovery, science is prediction, right? Just because they use their cultural, that means that they weren't, how can I say, they didn't do that yet. They didn't do that, but that doesn't validate the fact that they were doing science. They say the pyramids aren't science. Well, they don't know the history of pyramids. They don't know that it was science, discovery, prediction, right? Observations, right? And trial and error that created the perfect pyramid. There were pyramids that fucking fell apart, excuse me, right? So when that was happening, right, then they use science. Now they're paying more attention to the materials. So now it just comes down to young qualified, right? You have no history of working in the field, right? And to go against that, you have to go against that. Now you have to create all of these other ad hominems and all these other type of rhetoric. But the fact of the matter is, I know the definition. I know the definition of technology and science. I know what modern science is because I participated in modern science for 20 years of my goddamn life, arguing so long against people that didn't pass the damn test. They can say whatever they want. So one, pass the damn test, and two, right? Two, let's look at what Cambridge says about the history of science. So you're not going against Reggie. You're going against Cambridge. You're going against Clegg. You're going against a whole bunch of people that said that there was African science and Egyptian science. Go against those people. Don't go against Reggie. Reggie's relying on the experts. Reggie's relying on citations. They haven't showed one goddamn source that says science can only be modern science. They don't have no source.
All right, cool.
They're going to argue. Wait. So they're going to argue with an intelligent, educated population in 2026 that they control the word science without any citations, any writing on themselves. I dare them to write a paper. Don't talk. Write a paper. Write an abstract, right? With sources. But what you will find from any of them is to say that science is only modern science. I'll stop.
Great, Kyle.
Hey, Reggie.
Hold on. Kyle was next. I want to go in order. Unless what you got to say is quick.
No, I want to hear what Kyle says because he's. What
Is
I
Kyle on the other side of this argument?
Kyle is going to speak for himself. But what I want Kyle to do is I want him to give me one source that says science is only modern science.
Okay, I can definitely do that. So that's an easy ask. So the problem here is the framing of this argument. So the argument that the side that I'm on is stating that the modern scientific process, and like you can go to the etymology of the word science all you want to. You can totally remove it. We're talking about the process that ends in a tangible result, information that you can take away. And that process that they were going through, I guess some want to call it proto-science, some want to call it not science. I've never heard anybody say that. But most of the things that I have read about this, it was talking about the development of the process of science. And they weren't there yet, so they called it in multiple papers proto-science. You know what I'm saying? They weren't saying they weren't doing anything. They weren't making attempts at science. But the issue is when you're dealing with scientific literature, because like right now, if you were to get a scientific abstract or a paper, a research paper that's done, and you have the conclusion, and the conclusion leads you to Yahweh, or the conclusion leads you to the Orishas, you would say this is a faulty conclusion, because now you are certain information, you're positive information that doesn't warrant that. And so in modern science, what we call science for the last, I don't know, a few hundred years, it removes that element to actually determine, to say, hey, now I can take away something that's tangible from this information. And so when you look at ancient Egypt, a lot of the different times, and now you may have some instances where you have an abstract that gives you a conclusion, that conclusion is tangible, that you can take away and say, okay, this produces actual results and actual information that I can walk away with. But the majority of the time, it was a god or a supernatural element added to those texts. And so that's the reason why a lot of what you have in those antiquated civilizations are not considered modern science. And so that's the argument there. Secondarily, engineering is not science. I also have a degree in engineering from the University of Nebraska, and engineering is definitely not science. It's called applied science. It's an applied science degree, which means that you have a different school that you go to. You don't go to the school of science. You go to the school of engineering, which is applied science. It means that we use what we know, what those people in the school of science have actually learned and are developing, and we use that to build something that we can use current day. You know, so these things are not the same aspects. And I mean, if you want to call yourself a scientist, go right ahead. You got free will. But on my degree, it says the School of Engineering, not the School of Science. You know what I'm saying?
So do you have a bachelor's degree in science?
I have a bachelor's and currently working on my master's.
Wait, do you have a bachelor's degree in science, a BS?
My degree is in engineering from the School of Engineering.
But do you have a bachelor's of science?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a bachelor's of science. Now you have a subcategory of science called engineering, right?
But engineering is a branch of science.
Yes.
You utilize science to create the technologies and engineering.
Let me just say what I wanted to say.
It's a branch of science. Like if we can all easily hold up, Tony. Hold up.
You skipping. I want to go
No, we're not. Kyle wasn't done. He's just adding something quick.
Yeah, I just added. I just wanted to check. Does he have? I just wanted to check. Does he have a bachelor's of science? Because if he has a bachelor's of science, then that just proves that that proves part of my point that that technology.
Well, I mean, the
argument was on the
Kyle, just let Tony go, bro.
Yeah,
Tony,
let me
take
just,
10
y'all
seconds.
got it all
Take
mixed
10
up.
seconds, Tony. 10
Why it
seconds.
got to be 10 seconds?
Because it's not your turn to speak. So either
The argument
interject something quick.
was let me explain, because I was listening to
I
3 or
was
4 5 hours.
I was using all of that to build.
The problem was people don't know the difference between them. They don't know the difference between science, technology, engineering, and math. So people will come up with a tool and they would say that's science, and they would say a calendar and they would say that was math, and they didn't know what it was. And the other second problem was that people were saying that Egyptians, I mean, I'm bringing it up because they brought it up. They used spirituality in everything they did. And I have a wiki here, a document I'm going to read to you that's pretty unique, and it talks to what we were talking about.
How long is this document?
It's not, I don't read, it's like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. It's called
just hold on. I got you, brother. Go ahead.
It's good. It's going to be really good. It's called the Edwin Smith.
Yeah, I don't even want to go no more. Just to go. Y'all niggas are fucking rude as
fuck. I get the evidence, I'm going to start kiki haha. Let me just finish up with the evidence. The Edwin Smith.
You're like Arnold Horseshack from fucking Welcome Back, Carter.
You see that, bro?
Tony, in all honesty, it was to jump in and say something quick. You reading sources, you fucking up Kyle point. You wouldn't want nobody.
The whole point is important. Because
go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead.
Kyle is really important, y'all. Because
Kyle, go ahead. Bro.
Yeah.
Finish your point.
Okay. The point of me even saying the whole little engineering thing was to talk about the fact that, like, building the pyramids, that wasn't using science. Well, that's not science in itself. That's using what they already knew to engineer stuff. And so, like, this argument started alone. Like, I was there at the inception of this argument. This argument started with this guy Eve or something like that. That's on that's been on social media, and I was there at the inception of the argument. So what he's saying is that building the pyramids is science, and the argument then formed into it separated. He don't understand what the difference in engineering something and the scientific process is. And now to circle all the way full circle back, that's the reason why all this conversation is going on social media, because of those series of posts and those series of videos that's done on those channels to have a specific conversation with somebody about engineering that they thought was science versus actual science in ancient Egypt. Now, in ancient Egypt, those processes, they definitely were flawed. And I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying that the majority, the vast majority of them, they designated their conclusion to spirituality or metaphysical or all these type of things that we can't necessarily prove. And that's not the standard of what we would have for a scientific paper today.
Okay, so here's the problem, right? The big problem with this is that you use actual science, right? You use the word actual science. You're trying to make it modern science. There are people that study the history of science. The people who study the history of science say something different. But I asked you something very important, and you said it was very easy. And the question was simply, show me a direct statement that science can only be modern science, right? Show me anything that says that that we can only look at science through modern science. So I asked you.
What up, man?
Wait, I asked him a direct question. Show me a quote that says that only way that we can look at science is modern science, and that everything else is not science. Show me a quote. I asked you. You said,
hey, Reggie, I went over there in the Discord, and I let them know. I told them, I said, Reggie's a made man, right? And if y'all keep fucking with Reggie, I'm going to do a 3-hour video on them bitches that's in that Discord. You know what I'm saying, Big Reg?
Yeah, I hear you because they overstepped that these people.
I just wanted to let you know that
Thank you.
I saw what was going on, right? I went over there in that Discord. They didn't think I could get in there, right? But I kicked the door down and I went up in that Discord and I let everybody over there know Reggie's a made man. He's not to be fucked with. All right?
So I don't think you should be having no more of them problems no more, Reggie.
Well, some of the stuff that I heard last night.
Wait a second.
I want the quote.
I know.
No.
I'm gonna bring it back to the quote.
Easy.
Reggie, I'm gonna bring it back to the quote. Just give me a second.
Yeah,
I want to be clear because I already know I can hear Hits correcting me without the earpiece. Corey and Reggie, don't put us in the middle of y'all shit with them.
So no. This is only. It was only between me and them, and it ain't even involving Reggie. It's really just involving me and them. I just didn't appreciate what I saw scattered all over the internet of an elder, right? Mm-hmm. The disrespect that I seen of an elder that I have respect for, right? I didn't like that. So nobody's involved in that. Not even Reggie's involved in that. It's just me.
Okay, no problem. Shouts to you, brother.
Go
ahead, hey Kyle. So what I need from you?
No. Where's the quote?
No. I'm going to Kyle. I'm going to Kyle. Reggie, I got you. Kyle, the challenge was put forth from you to not give what you think, is to give the quote, a source, something that could be. We can debate the source of what you're saying. Do you have what Reggie is asking you for? Or do you need time to go get it?
It's in the chat already.
Dang it. That's what I'm talking about, brother.
Okay, so let's go to the chat. Let's read the source.
Let's start
it's in the general chat, right?
Yes.
Can you put it in this chat so I can show the people watching the show?
Yeah.
So explain your source.
I mean, I think it would be best if Reggie read it.
No. You
damn.
Wait, I can read it, but I don't see it yet. So
He's gonna put it in this chat. He's gonna put it in this chat because I can't show the chat if you don't.
Okay, great.
This is from Merriam-Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster.com for anybody. I looked up the definition of science. It says a knowledge or system of knowledge covering general truths or operation of general laws, especially as obtained and tested through the scientific method. Underneath that, the first bullet point is modern science. Second bullet point, the laws of science. Third bullet point, the program encourages students, hold on, I got something popped up, to pursue a career in science. Such knowledge and such a system of knowledge concerned with the physical world and its phenomenon, aka natural science. So in the definition, it said it actually points you directly to modern science, talking about the laws of science and talking about the process of education of those things above it.
Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Okay.
So, no, thank you for that definition of science, right? So, this is very helpful because it helps us to understand how people comprehend, right? So, knowledge is a system or knowledge covering general truths or the operation of general laws, especially as obtained and tested through scientific, especially. So the word especially means that it operates, right? But it operates better if it's tested through the scientific method, but it does not destroy the fact that what science is. But it says the scientific method.
You came in with the goalpost. You just asked me.
No, I did, and I said thank you.
Okay.
Can I go after Reggie?
Yes. So this proves my point. When we read stuff, it says knowledge or a system of knowledge covering general truths or the operation of general laws, right? Then it says this magical word, especially, as obtained and tested through the scientific method. Now, B, such knowledge or such a system of knowledge concerned with the physical world and its phenomena.
It didn't say exclusively, it said especially.
Right.
Right. Go ahead.
So the fact of the matter is, and then C, a particular area of scientific study, biology, physics, chemistry, and other sciences, and then a department of systemized knowledge as obtained. So the question is, how do we read information? The word especially, right? It didn't say exclusive, but it does say especially. So today, science, when we look at science, we expect to see the scientific method. But when the word science was created, there was no scientific method, but it was still science. So thank you for this, because it helps me to understand how people actually are able to actually read information, right? Thank you so much.
That's why. Remember the other day we was discussing the Mujasi slights, how Mujasi be slighting people, but you don't realize he be slighting people. That's how Mujasi be slighting people. Thank you, because it makes me understand that you don't know shit. I'm gonna go ahead and translate.
No, wait. Hold on.
Reggie, I'm gonna go ahead and translate for
y'all
you.
try to use the word especially as if it doesn't mean in particularly. That's what especially means. Like it literally is telling you in particular. Like that's what especially means. In particularly as obtained. Like you have to have falsibility to do science. Like you must verify, falsify everything to go through the scientific process. So like when y'all tried to say especially, didn't say exclusively, especially means particularly, that means you have to do it. What are y'all talking about here? Y'all not gonna work
science. It says that's not the you gave us, thank you so very much. You gave me the
words with me, man.
Wait, you gave me the definition of science. Science now talks about modern science, but it doesn't exclude B and C.
Look, y'all just look up what especially means. Like it's saying like
It's really simple. If science is modern science, it wouldn't have needed to highlight modern science if it is modern science.
Hold on, I gotta let if you interjecting, I gotta let Stu Peas go unless it's quick.
Yeah, go. I'm after Stu Peas.
Okay.
It was a slight about my reading comprehension that was given. So
I know it was a slight.
And what I did, like an honest person should do, I said maybe more. Hey, bro, maybe you don't understand what the fuck especially means. So I Googled the word especially and looked at the definition, and it said in particular as the first definition. Like maybe I don't know what this shit means, and y'all tried to say it meant something different.
Why do you keep saying y'all? Reggie and Chef are talking to you, not us. It's 30 niggas in here. It's 30 niggas in here and 90 people watching, and you keep saying us. It ain't us. Reggie and Chef.
But what you gotta be able to. It first gives the basis of science, and then it gives a second component in A, right? Especially, but that doesn't necessarily mean exclusively, right? So science, and you gave us a definition of science. Science didn't say that science is only modern science. That's what I was asking you for. Thank you. You give me the definition of science. So the ancient people, Chinese, the people in Mesopotamia, the people in Egypt, they were involved in science. Now, it wasn't modern science because how could it be? Modern science is later. But if we understand the construction of the word, it also says the laws of science. It says modern science, yeah. It says the laws of science, right? Okay. And then it talks about a modern day pursuing students to pursue. Thank you for this.
No. So
I think you might have just gave the other side some weapons.
No,
Mistakenly.
It's only your weapon if you don't understand what especially means. Like it's literally saying a knowledge or system of knowledge covering general truths or the operation of general laws, especially or in particularly, because I put all the definition in the back chat and you can put it on the screen, Brad. That'll be helpful.
I will. Give me 1 second.
That way everybody understands what the
I gotta get to Stu after this though, but go ahead. What you saying right?
Yes.
Especially. Okay, go ahead.
For the operation of general laws, in particularly or especially as obtained through the scientific method. So you have to. That means that's the only thing you can do. You have to do this in particular via the scientific method. And then it lists down modern science, what we do today.
That's
Like,
racist. That's racist,
All right,
damn
okay.
near.
All right,
What?
all right. Can I go now?
Wait.
That's racist.
So let's just
Yeah.
say something real quick. It's this channel, and I'll go right to you, Stu. I promise. Go ahead, Chef.
Yeah, that because it's almost like once you see people engaged in being able to figure out the natural world, measure things, yeah, like
It's
and all of that,
It's
construct,
science.
measure,
All right.
you know what I mean? Find
That means when you're done.
diagnosis.
Let me kill them. Let me kill them when you're done, Chef. Cause I'm ready to kill them.
Okay, go ahead, Chef. Finish.
Yeah, once you see that actually, you know what I mean, going on, and you see the remnants of that in ancient cultures, right? And then to turn around for y'all to say this, not the definition in Merriam-Webster, for y'all to not understand the totality of the conversation, for y'all to just say modern science is the only science. You dig what I'm saying? When, you know, countless ages of people then understood the natural world in different type of ways and was able to diagnose and, you feel me, all of that. Like, how do you just say that we're doing science, but they wasn't doing science because our shit is more modern and is written out in a more cohesive way, but you can see the remnants of their science throughout what they left behind and what they was able to, you know what I mean, accomplish. I don't know. Go ahead.
All right,
I'm having a hard time with that.
Let me just say this, please. I agree with Chef completely. Because when people in here talking about degrees and all of that, if you did a philosophy 101 and it tells you about philosophy and you understand what the definition of philosophy is, because if we go back to the evolution of science, it all starts with philosophy, where people seek to understand the phenomena that exist within their environment. Now, did they have the methodology that modern scientists have? No. But were they seeking to explain what was happening in their world? Yes. Has it evolved into something more dynamic throughout the times? Honestly, yes. But Plato, in his explanation of the world, was making scientific statements for that time. Just like the Egyptians, they were making what is scientific explanation at that time. They might not have had the methodology that exists now. Because people talking about engineering is not a science degree. When you go to a university, there are several colleges. That's why it's called universities. Because universities comprise of several colleges. You have the College of Arts, you have the College of Science, you have the college, and certain things fall under the College of Science. It might not be natural science, as when I first started and I wanted to do engineering, I didn't have the physics down pat. So I had to go do some natural science class. It was basically pure science. But all of that still apply to the engineering.
Yeah, but engineering is not a natural. It's not considered.
It's not considered a natural science,
it's considered an applied science.
Yes, but it's still a science.
No, I'm not saying that. No, listen, I'm not saying this to take away from your point. I'm giving you what you was trying to say. It's considered an applied science.
You apply science to engineer.
You use
science to
Go ahead. Continue with your point. I'll just giving you the information.
Yes, thank you very much. And fall under the School of Science. Right. It's called the College of Science or the School of Science within a university. Now, if we go back and we look at Plato, and we look at what they were doing and how they were trying to explain it, if we look at it through modern eyes, we're going to say, oh, that's not science because the methodology is not sound. Not recognizing that when we start actually using the scientific methodology, when we really start using it, 16th and 17th century. So are you saying to me, before the 16th and 17th century, where people weren't using the scientific methodology, they weren't practicing science? Is that what you're saying to me? Is that what Uncle saying? People in here agreeing with a crackhead who never do.
No.
This is hold on. Now, this is what I mean, bro. Let's not use this.
My apologies.
The topic isn't even a right or wrong. It's not a right or wrong thing. Some people like. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you can go right up there. I just want to say a disclaimer, bro.
Wait,
Y'all can argue. Hold on. Y'all can argue and talk about this shit all y'all want. Just don't. I don't want to be a part of no fucking world war over science and shit. So just if y'all feel like that, feel however you want. Just don't. Just try to not say it.
I'll minimize. I'll minimize it. I'll minimize it. My apologies. My apologies. We tend to agree with ignorant people who never do never do a college course. Who's going to determine what is science based on the fact that you now put in a marcation that unless it has modern methodology, it's not science. So nobody before modern methodology was practicing science. Is that what you're saying, Reggie?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying. Reggie's not saying that.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
what Kyle was saying that they're not.
Well,
Plato was not science.
Reggie is saying
Plato was not scientist.
Plato says that the ancient Egyptians
allow me to tell y'all what I'm
saying.
So
it says that the ancient
Egyptians talk. Let him keep talking. This is on record.
Hold on, it says the ancient Egyptians absolutely used science, even though they did not use the modern scientific method. The way we defined it today, their science was practical, applied, and observationally based. So,
and they could replicate it. But let me speak. But let me speak at Kyle.
There's no right or wrong, bro. Y'all tripping right now.
Y'all all fighting Kyle, but y'all not letting them talk. Let Kyle. Then I go to you, Truist. Then I go to you, Truist.
This is I literally described what you just read as some kind of point. I described that as in my earlier statement. That is proto-science. Like there's nothing wrong with proto-science. Y'all are somehow offended because the ancient Egyptians began what we know as modern science. Like, why is that so
Can't
bad?
say proto-science.
Wait, here's the problem.
But I just read
let me finish.
No, here's the problem.
Listen.
Here's the problem.
Hey, Reggie, you gotta let him finish his statement. Reggie, you gotta let him finish his statement. It's gonna be another 40 seconds. Let him finish his statement and then grade his whole statement, not just a piece. Go ahead, Kaya.
Okay, thank you. And so, like, we wouldn't use this with anything else. Like, for instance, when Reggie, I think you were a network engineer. When they had those first two computers that communicated via port 20 or port 21 or whatever they communicated on, and it was just two computers, that was the proto-internet. And that was a great invention, but it's not the fucking internet that we know it today. Like, I don't see what the problem is. They did a great job of doing that, but now we have different methodologies. We have different ways that we can refine, further define protocols and communicate, and we have a better end result. And like that was the greatest thing that they could do is be the proto. Like y'all don't view this shit right. I don't know how y'all viewing it, but y'all viewed it as if it's an attack on ancient African civilization or some shit. Like, we're saying they fucking invented science, nigga. What the fuck? That's what the proto means.
Okay, so let me.
And then I gotta go to Truist after that, Reggie, because I'm skipping some money.
The thing is, I asked a definition, right, of science that says that that only modern science is science. That's not what he gave me. Then what we do is, since we know that there are scientists and there are people, we go not to a damn dictionary, a Webster general dictionary that's just going to give us a usage of word usage. What we do is we go into a scientific how can I say, a scientific website to see what science means. Not in a general who struck John general dictionary. We know that science is a very established field and there are scientists. And so we want to hear from scientists, not from Webster, who tries to help you understand the general definitions of words. We want the specific definition. Can you go to a scientific how can I say, authority and give me the definition of science, right? Something specific from science, right? Don't give me a Webster dictionary and try to fight this battle. So let's start over. Go to a scientific authority site on science. Now, I gave you something from the Council, sciencecouncil.org. What is science? It's in the chat. Science is a pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence, right? That's what science is, right? Objective observation, measurement, and data, possibly, although not necessarily using mathematics as a tool. Evidence, experiment, and or observation as benchmark for testing hypotheses. Critical analysis, induction and reasoning to establish general rules or conclusions drawn from facts or examples. Repetition, verification and testing, critical exposure to scrutiny, peer review, and assessment. In the ancient world, some of the verification and testing differed, but almost all the other elements that I discussed exist. Go to a scientific publication and give me the word science. Don't ever go to a damn Webster's dictionary for general everyday usage of a word. Now do it. Now repeat the process and go to a scientific authority and give me the definition of science. Do that.
Is that like the same way? Like if you look at a word in a dictionary, but then there's a legal definition of the term in law, like there's a difference.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. That's correct. So I'm waiting. I'll be on here for 10 minutes. I got to get something to eat. Messing around with my blood. That's not your fault. It's my fault because I spent more time. I want these people to go.
No, Reggie.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold on, Stu. Y'all cutting too much. Gotta let Stuart get in the conversation. Gotta let you get in the conversation.
Reggie, real quick before you walk away. What I ask you this, because since we are talking about modern science and the scientific method, let me just ask you these yes or no questions. So when it came to making the calendar, building the pyramids, these different forms of technology you brought up, these ancient civilizations did, right? Let's do this.
That was all practical science.
Watch this. Did they observe in order to build the calendar and the pyramids?
Yes.
Yes.
Did they question? Did they question?
Yes, because they failed several times. Yes.
Did they have hypotheses? A hypothesis.
Yes.
A hypothesis.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because they practiced.
Wait. Hold on. I'm slow walking. Hold on.
And they predicted.
Did they go through experiments and testing to get it right?
Yes,
of course.
Okay. Did they formulate analyses of what they were doing?
Yes.
Yes.
And the results, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Did they formulate conclusions?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
And last and most important, post-conclusion, were they able to replicate the technology they were producing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and you
now
can see.
Hold on. What I just described is the scientific method and is what happens in modern science. So I don't even really think we gotta fight too much against it. That is the scientific method right there. They employed
I
all
would
the
say a
things.
methodology over.
No, what I just explained was the scientific method.
That was a little general. That was a little generalized.
No. Hold on. Observation, question, hypothesis, experiment, analysis, conclusion, replication / revision. That is the scientific method. Now,
Let me speak afterwards.
Hold on. They may not have been as refined. They may not have been as refined and as sharp and as polished and with it, right? But we can see they employed these methods in what they were doing, which even if it involved supernatural elements in it, they were able to replicate and revise and reproduce what they were doing because of these steps they took when it came to calendars and pyramid building and other technologies. And yes, technology itself is not science, but you need to apply science in order to create certain technologies like a calendar or building pyramids. It might not be science itself, but it cannot be done without applying science.
Yes.
That cannot be argued.
I think both sides,
Thank you very much.
I
both
just want
sides are wrong.
sources. I don't want to.
Let me finish.
I'm leaving.
Bro,
If
y'all
you
been talking
show me a
for a
source.
minute, bro. Let me talk for 30 seconds.
Right. Give me
All
a
right, go ahead,
source.
Reggie.
So,
We got you, Reggie. We got you, Reggie. I'm gonna try to get that stuff. Go ahead. I got you. Go ahead.
No, you can.
y'all are something that's subjective, bro. Like, it's no right or wrong. Like, and I showed a source saying that some scholars use proto-science in the parameters that Kyle is talking about, and others look at that as presentism, meaning like people who do that undermine what the ancients did. So it's no right or wrong. It's just a preference. So
Can
if
you
you
put
want
that
to,
in this?
so if you
Can
want
you
to say,
put that in the chat of this voice chat? You said you showed a source. Can you put that in this chat so I can see it?
Hey, it comes to proto when it comes to African. Because proto use more time in African than everything. You have proto agriculture. No, yeah, somebody came up and almost said proto internet. It is the internet.
Proto writing. They didn't have writing. They had proto writing. Like, come on, you guys understand how the language is used to undermine. You guys know this.
No, what do you mean the language
y'all
is
getting
used?
too emotional. Y'all getting
What
too
do you mean how the
emotional over
language
something
is
that
used
clearly
to
some people
undermine?
think.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I'm saying, like, we all understand. We all understand that in scientific fields and terminology, sometimes there has been a history of an attempt to undermine what certain ancient groups did by calling it proto.
Are we talking about scientific racism right now?
Oh my God, bro! Like,
No, wait
a second. I didn't bring race. I didn't say
no. I'm just asking because when y'all vague, don't get upset when y'all vague. I apply my information in the gap.
What I'm saying is, I'm speaking to when they do it to certain civilizations. They can have motivations. There could be motivations out of racial. There could be any group that does it. Because I say blackologists do it, right? I'm saying there are groups that will try to minimize what certain civilizations did for racial reasons, for political reasons, for geographic reasons, for cultural reasons, for religious reasons, right?
You're
but I'm saying
they called it proto-science for. Why are you saying they called it proto-science? Pick your reason. Why are you saying
I'm saying it's called proto-science because in the modern day, people that are hardcore materialists, they don't want to acknowledge anything that's
cut off.
What's that? They don't want to acknowledge that anything that is outside of the very hardcore materialistic view of the scientific method today could be science in any way, shape, or form outside of it being proto or a foundation for it. So, right, if it includes anything supernatural or intangible in it, it'll automatically be eliminated from being modern science or employing the scientific method simply because it uses something supernatural or conceptual or intangible. It's a very hardcore. That's a very hardcore materialistic view of it.
Go all the way through it. Go all the way through it. Don't stop.
No, because that makes the argument. No.
Swallow the blackology pill. Swallow the blackology pill and go all the way through it, so. Go all the way. Go all the way. Don't pull up halfway.
Hey, Truist, he told you to follow it all the way, brother.
Crash.
What do y'all
I said,
Go ahead, Reggie. I didn't know you were still here. Go ahead, Reggie.
No, I after this I have to leave, right? I don't want to pass out.
We in the brass tacks chat, Vyasa. Go ahead.
Crash, it's simple.
Stop this.
I had a simple request.
Work, True. I ain't was gonna do that, True. That's nasty work.
Come on, let him go. Let him go. Go ahead.
Nah, fuck it. Go ahead.
I had a simple request after Kyle gave us the definition of science in Webster's dictionary, right? Yeah, that dictionary was founded around the slave trade, right? Okay.
Give me a
I gave
second,
him,
bro.
I
Give me a
gave him,
second.
but
I
then
gotta
it was,
get that.
then it was updated, right? Then it was
Starting to think niggas just ain't cool with science.
Hey,
Starting with
Reggie,
the
you
white
can't
man and
say
all.
no shit
so
like
now,
that. And
wait,
just keep
watch
going.
it. So now I asked from a scientific source of science, who are people who are scientists that can define science. I have not yet seen a definition from a scientific journal's scientific writing that defines science. I saw a little. So
I put it in the
that is my.
10 minutes ago.
I'm working on it, Reggie. Just give me pause. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, I put it in the
He said
like
you
10
got
minutes
it.
ago, Reggie.
I want to be clear.
Hey, you
Hold
want to
on,
go to
Kyle.
Webster's
Hey, Kyle.
dictionary?
So, hold
You
on.
want to
A
go to
second
Webster's
ago,
dictionary? Are you serious, my
hold
dude?
on, wait. A second ago, y'all told me when I said scientific racism, we're not going that far. What do you mean, Brass? We can't be going that far.
Yeah,
And I
they said
just
proto
heard-
science used for
I
rape. Like what?
just heard Reggie say a book in and around the slave trade.
Nasty. Yeah, that was nasty.
Nasty work. Nasty work. Oh.
We dealing with some psychological shit right now.
I didn't really
my
care
pay grade.
too
This
much
is
about
psychological.
this conversation originally. I am thoroughly enjoying this conversation now. Damn. That man said, you can't trust Merriam-Webster. She had slaves.
I just want to point out that all the times that I've been using proto-science, the word proto means first. Like,
No, but you don't need to
They using proto science to be like that. That's just a hell of a mindset right there. That's just like wow.
I don't understand how y'all making this into.
We fucked. Yeah, we still thinking that way in 2026. We fucked.
Can you at least admit that Kyle?
It's because proto stands for
too many people talking. There's too many people talking.
Proto is short for prototype. It's an acronym for prototype. And if something is a prototype of something, yes, you guys are correct. It means it's the beginning or foundation for something else, but it also means it is not exactly that something else. It's the prototype of. So that's where,
bro, we know that modern science has differences. We gonna act like there's no differences? Like, come on, bro.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying.
Too many microphones. Too many microphones. Who is that?
There's a difference. There's a difference between what we're calling science in this instance versus modern science. But we're saying that doesn't mean because it's not modern science, it's proto science. It's proto modern science. If you want to say that, say that. Say it's proto modern science.
That's too much. No, that's too much.
Crazy.
Now it's too much.
I'm telling you, that's what Scott. I'm saying there's no right or wrong. Y'all keep getting this shit confused. I again read out.
Why are y'all pushing back? So why are y'all pushing back against someone saying
no,
it's science?
because when someone gives you a different opinion of using proto science, you pushing back. You don't get it. Move on, bro. Y'all arguing something that's subjective.
I need a source. And Vyasa, it's in the general chat of the Discord, Vyasa.
Show
don't even make sense.
Scientific journal about science.
You tell y'all why y'all mad right now. Because this is the thing, right? So if we stop ascribing the first or proto science to ancient Egypt, it leaves an opportunity for people to give that to somebody fucking else. Do you understand that?
No,
they can say, "Oh, they stole their science from ancient Mesopotamia." Why can't we just accept that we are the ones that invented fucking the scientific method and scientific testing, and that people learn from us? Like, what the fuck is that?
No, I want the source. I don't want to hear the Sunday sermon. I want your source. No source, no sermon.
I mean, I said it.
Can I say something?
Is it in this chat, Freddie?
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yeah.
Let me say something, please.
I put a source in there from a council of fucking scientists.
Okay, go ahead. Two P's, be quick, and then I'm gonna read the sources.
All right. When I hear the word proto-human being, what is a distinction that these people are near human being, but that's not us. No. When I hear the word proto-science, they say, oh, that's almost science, but it's not science. Proto, when it's used scientifically, it's almost saying that's almost the thing, but it's not the thing. No, people might not agree with that, but when you think about it, that's what it's saying. Oh, that's almost science.
Would you let a doctor
science.
perform an ancient Egyptian procedure on you?
No, because we have evolved. Would you make a doctor?
Okay, I got you. You gotta make some type of distinctions, right?
Let me see how stupid that question is. Would you make a doctor? Would you make a doctor from 50 years ago?
So the astrologer y'all see, right? So the next astrologer y'all see just walking around giving you a birth chart, say they practice science too.
No, this is what
Hey,
I'm
let me
saying.
read this source.
No. Would you make a doctor from 50 years ago?
There's no right or wrong. I see both sides.
No, you wouldn't.
But you just can't lump science all together. You got to make certain distinctions because
crazy. It's like everything that the human experience has ever done has been a process. Like there,
right.
And there's nothing wrong with being the founder or the proto of a process. That means that we actually were the first. That means that we started that whole thing. Like, and y'all are saying that because you start something, nothing has ever started the way that it is. There's always going to be development. There's always going to be change. That's why it's called science. It's the art of refining things. Like you want more information, you want more details. So
and there's a standard as well, Kayo. My bad to cut you, but there's a standard obviously that we have to uphold, because if we just lump everything together, you're gonna be practicing shit during the ancient times that's clearly not for your benefit in regards to using hindsight and modern science.
Hey, so listen.
But
And I read the source.
Yeah, man, y'all gonna read the source. The Sunday sermon in your vaginas as contraception, listening to this shit, bro. Like, yes,
like, we want to read the source.
Let me read the source. So it says, I don't know if this is from a scientific journal. It looks like Wiki.
No, I have a source before that.
Okay, read your source. Okay, hold on. Then I'll get to that. You put it in this chat? Okay, Reggie. Okay. What is science? NASA space place, NASA
no,
science.
No, that's the one before that. That's for the children.
So that's Kyle. And then, okay, you got the Science Council org. What is science?
Yes,
that was me right there.
That's you, right? Yeah, 351.
That's
yours
me.
Is from the, Okay, yours is from the Science Council. I can't, it's going to take me off the page. It won't allow me to read it. If you got it in front of you, you can read it.
If I read it, they won't believe me.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do. Hold on. Let me open it up in this chat on my tablet and read it. Y'all just won't be able to see it in the chat.
We don't need to see
it. In this chat. 1 second. 340, 351. All right, I'm gonna read. What part of this did you want me to read, Reggie?
The part you can start reading the direct part, which it says, "What is science?"
Okay. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So it says, what is science? Science is the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. Scientific methodology includes the following: objective observation, measurement, and data, possibly, although not necessarily using mathematics as a tool, evidence, experiment and/or observation as benchmarks for testing hypotheses, critical analysis, induction, reasoning to establish general rules or conclusions drawn from facts or examples, repetition, and then also verification and testing, critical exposure to scrutiny, peer review, and assessment. So what else did you want me to read? Was that good? Enough?
Yeah, well, it's good. It's just that notice.
What did you want me to take out of that?
There's two parts. Science is the general definition of science, and then there's scientific methodology.
Correct.
Right? Not just one scientific method, but scientific methodology, which we would have to see if we want to apply to the ancient world. But science itself
I get what you're doing. Okay. So science is the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence.
Full stop.
But scientific methodology is what Kyle and all of them is talking about. Is that kind of where you're going?
But they think that scientific methodology, right, is only science, when science has a direct short definition. But they don't understand compound words in English.
Okay. Oh, so that's back to the oh shit.
Yeah, but even when y'all read, when you just read the
Truist, give me 1 second.
Gotcha.
1 second. Gotta get when a motherfucker say some fly shit like that. Damn. Go ahead, Truist. I love that.
Yeah, me and you, we kind of had this conversation the other day about when we were talking about science and Genesis. But
yeah, I remember.
Yeah, but when you just read the methodology, right? Because I just read the scientific method. I want to know, where in the methodology were the Egyptians not using? Like, what part of the method you just read, or that I read, that the Egyptians were not using?
That's Reggie's source. Reggie could tell he's right there.
Yeah, like Reggie, weren't the Egyptians applying all the methods in your source?
Almost all of it, not to the standards that they say now, but yes, they were.
Yeah, like of course they weren't as refined as it is in 2026, but I don't think Isaac Newton was as refined as we are in 2026. Are we going to say Isaac Newton isn't a science? You know, so yeah, they employed all the methods that the scientific method requires.
But they don't. This is the thing is, now I have to go deep into their whole analysis, because if they don't know what the ancients did, so then how could they in fact say that they didn't know? These people that are talking, they're not experts on ancient culture. Very few of them ever read the Edwin Smith papyrus. Very few of them read the Rhine mathematical papyrus. Very few of them have done this, so they don't know Jack Daniels about the ancient world. They don't know what China was doing, but they want to come up and generally say it's not the scientific method, but the majority of them have never goddamn used a microscope in a scientific lab.
Somebody else brought up the Edwin Smith papyrus. That's what Tony wanted to talk about. And if I asked here, I want to get to him. Now,
but it applies all of these things in the Edwin Smith papyrus. Almost all of these. But my people is, why am I arguing with people who never been in a modern scientific lab? Physics lab?
Yo, Reggie think he's sitting around some primitive niggas.
Argue with me and never passed university biology, right? Mathematics, chemistry, right? Never passed and never specialized.
But you doing the black boule thing, or the I thought we was one.
No,
it seems like you walking around. You walking around like you a prestigious Negro, and you light skinned, so that don't help.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you one thing. But I can tell you one thing is I passed the course. I passed the course. So why am I arguing? Why is Reggie Mabry getting my high blood pressure up?
Yeah, bro, you supposed to be in the lab somewhere. Why you fucking with us?
Oh, because I'm trying to teach y'all against people who are misteaching you.
Again, there's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong. If someone if someone wants to use proto-science, hold on, look.
Some authority, and you just
wait. Well, let me finish. My
Reggie don't have a degree, Reggie. Just so you know. Go ahead, Reggie.
And listen, I'm going to eat, because if y'all want to.
When niggas troll, like, again, can I talk? I don't know why Braz did that.
Let me, no disrespect.
Let me finish, bro. You can see, Braz, you ain't right.
He's trying to leave, bro. I'm just trying
to.
No, I just want to say one statement, bro. Why you getting so jumpy? If you supposed to be a professional, you got to show more. You got to show more decorum than this, bro. Like, come on, bro.
You have not passed the test.
What test of what? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Fetty.
Test of what? Like you see again, when someone disagrees with you, right? you love doing this virtue signaling like you're the high and mighty God when you're not.
My sources
But
say what I'm
again, but
saying,
wait, but
Petty.
let me finish. You keep cutting me off
My
though.
sources, Petty.
Let me finish, bro. Mr. Professional,
Okay,
can
I'm
you show
gonna.
some professionalism?
I gotta come back to this because
All
All
right,
right,
Reggie.
see, that's what
I
I'm
gotta come
saying.
back.
How you supposed to be the
Because you ain't
standard?
passed the
He
test.
was
You can't
already
even
leading.
exercise emotional intelligence. Just
Yeah,
relax, bro. Let me
I
talk
am.
for 20
You
seconds.
didn't pass the
Let
test.
me the test of what? Black Egypt and being on
No,
125th?
Petty.
I didn't pass that
You
test. You're
never
right.
went to school of
I didn't.
science to pass the test,
Because
Petty.
I know it ain't nothing but
Don't take my
Okay,
trouble and influence.
so let
You
me
let
finish,
me
right? Let me finish, right? Because you know the funny thing, he don't do this resume checking when it's regarding people who or people who follow him regarding Black Egypt, but that's another convo. Let me finish my point. I'm actually giving credence to what y'all saying regarding you looking at science that way, but you also can't get upset when someone looks at it in a proto-science way. I wanted Brass to read out what I sent him.
I got
Y'all
it.
arguing Y'all arguing over some shit that's fucking subjective, bro. Their sources and experts indeed use distinctions and parameters regarding science because you have to in certain aspects. But they're also conscientious of the fact that, saying these groups didn't practice this thing is kind of undermining what those people were doing regarding the methodology and how they applied it. But you still have to place some sort of parameters regarding what science is based off us being able to use hindsight and looking back at what those people did. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was really saying. It's not a right or wrong kind of convo. You just got to kind of hear the other person's perspective. If they use proto-science, you just got to say, cool. You got to just chalk it up and say, we look at it differently. So it's like,
Your
Hey,
source
Fetty,
says,
Fetty, the
hold on,
parameters you're
hold on. Let me read the source. Because he's been asking me for a while and I ain't never read. Science has no single origin. Rather, scientific thinking emerged gradually over the course of tens of thousands of years, taking different forms around the world, and few details are known about the very earliest developments. Women likely played a central role in prehistoric science, as did religious rituals. Some scholars use the term proto-science to label activities in the past that resemble modern science in some but not all features. However, this label has also been criticized as denigrating or too suggestive of presentism, thinking about those activities only in relation to modern categories. So
That's what I'm saying. If you get too
hold on,
crazy,
wait. I sent that to show, and what you just read, it's subjective. They're saying some experts use it. Other people look at it differently. So arguing over this is wrong and this is it just doesn't make sense.
Fetty. But what I'm saying is when you get too radical with that, you start seeing Isaac Newton as a proto-scientist. You start seeing George Washington Carver as a proto-scientist. When you get too rigid with that, that's where you start
On
going
the other
over.
side, when you get too extreme of lumping all sciences together, that you're going to be subjected to the same thing. So you got to call out both sides.
But the standard that you were talking about, the guardrails, is the scientific method. So when we're looking at a group and we're saying, did they employ or use science? The standard to determine that is, did they follow these steps of the scientific method? I ran down each step and asked, did the Egyptians employ this when it came to pyramid building? And the answer was yes from step 1 to step 7. That's the guardrails, the scientific method.
Okay.
I think that's too generalized the way you broke it down, but
Put
I'm
your
not gonna
answer
lie.
in the chat. I want to see that because I was gonna do it. I really didn't feel like doing that. Good. All right. So Aoife made a statement. It says the only reason why this conversation has gone so far because of my statement that ancient Egyptians practiced science. Someone moved the goalpost saying that ancient science was modern science. Oh, it says so far. Okay. So then shouts to Ricardo, he says the ancient Egyptians did practice modern science as we know it today. Ask Reggie if Mr. Ben, who the fuck is Mr. Benjamin. Ask Reggie if Benjamin had any credentials for what he taught and he was supposed to be a master teacher. That's laughable. Why does Dr. Benjamin get a shot?
Y'all gotta stop letting Rich what's his name? Reggie get that shit off, bro. Get that wild shit off, bro. This nigga be acting like he a damn scientist in the lab. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm just letting y'all sort y'all shit out. I trolled to kind of move it away. I wasn't trolling you, Freddie. So I got a question about this proto-science thing. Right? So if you just ask, is proto-science science? And it says it only depends on the definition that you're using. It says if you're doing a strict modern definition based on the ideas from Karl Popper, science must have testability, falsifiability, controlled experimentation, and reproducibility. So under that definition from Karl Popper, it could not be science. Proto-science is not science. But if you do a broad historical definition, science is any systematic attempt to understand nature using observation and reason. And under that definition, proto-science would be early science. So I kind of agree with Fetty. It just depends on how strict are you being?
Like both sides lost if you acting like your side is the law. Like both sides lost.
It says
why.
Proto-science. Hold on. Proto-science.
I prefer the proto-science and making distinctions because that's how because that's the case.
Think of it like a timeline. It says proto-science into early science, and then early science into modern science. So that's why, hold on, my point was this Edwin Smith papyrus. This is what Tony was trying to bring up. It says and Reggie brought it up too. The Edwin Smith papyrus is logical, observational, practical, but not experimentally tested in a modern way. So it's scientific in method, but it's incomplete in its structure. So the cleanest way to define proto-science is it counts as science historically, but not scientifically by modern standards. So technically it is both. Like I agree with Fetty on this. It really just depends on if you want to argue. To me, I could be incorrect, but that sounds pretty good to me.
Bruce, can I make a suggestion for everybody?
Go ahead, Vyas.
I brought up William Whewell for a few moments ago for a specific reason. He's the polymath philosopher, but he coined the word scientist. And when we understand why he did it and understand it was more so being insultive towards American English, just slapping the IST on the word science and now you're scientist. But this started in a philosophical debate between those who took too much time analyzing the particulars versus those who was focused on bigger thoughts, at least philosophically speaking. This is how they break this context down. So he jokingly comes up with the term scientist. Those would be the ones sticking to a specific method of breaking things apart and analyzing it, opposed to people looking at the bigger philosophical meaning behind that very method, if y'all get what I'm trying to say by that.
Mm-hmm.
But all of this would remain in philosophy. It's just a new term for the philosophers of the day. And then you see philosophy itself begin to divide as the technology advances of that day. I don't like to say, we see a technology advance in human history because you got to go too far back for me. We don't like to think of it that way, but when that axe came in, it changed things. You get what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
Picking up that rock and turn it, that's science, that's technology. And it's just a one long continuing family of growth in it. But for this debate on scientists, because that's really what they get into. It's not scientific method. It's who's a scientist, who's not. Just go to William Whewell, and that's 1830. But you have to move forward in that. Outside of that,
you agree with in this,
you're gonna stay in philosophical arguments. What was you saying, Brass? My bad.
So who would you? So your argument? I got lost in what the actual argument was because first I thought it was, is ancient science considered science? Then somebody said, is ancient science considered modern science? It doesn't make sense. Is what the Egyptians, what they were doing is it considered science? That's all
Yes.
I is what
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Philosophy.
Then that's good enough for me.
Yes. Who's the brother who just made the last statement? Because I was trying to tell him about philosophy. And you brought it, you are so beautiful and point with how you put it, or you just put it together.
Yeah,
Because people
stupidity
asking,
is Bubba. If y'all would just look up the positivism movement. And that's philosophy saying, you know, we acquire knowledge as a nation, as a people, using these scientific principles and not intuition. But you got people saying, no, your intuition represents your experiences and you can learn from your experiences, not just this scientific method. And that's what started this huge divide is the application of how we learn. Not the instruments we use to learn, but the application of learning. And then it breaks from 1850s into modern day. It just keeps dividing itself.
brother, I thank you, because if we're supposed to go against what you say, we are going to disregard hundreds of years of scientific practice and scientific experimentation based on the term modern. That's why I hate the term modern and I hate the term, what one? Something like proto-science? I hate that term proto. Because the industrialization, during industrialization, we became very modern. It was mostly driven by white people. And they like to distinguish themselves. So they say, oh, what these people were practicing before is proto. What we're doing now is modern. Those savages don't know anything about science as we do. We're doing modern science. The distinction to me is very, very important. Because when you do that, you're separating yourself from a group of people that existed long before you and was practicing this thing long before you did. But we put modern in front of it to distinguish it, and proto for those people who live in the Americas, the Mayans with the calendar, those people who live in Africa with the iron smelting. No, that's not science. That's proto-science. They weren't doing what we were doing. But all of a sudden, when the white man doing it, modern and right and exact.
So it is racial. So y'all are making this racial then.
I am making it racial, not anybody else.
I knew it. I knew it.
Of course, Brad, you ain't know that?
I
You ain't
knew
know that.
it,
Come
bro.
on, bro.
I knew. Y'all
Some
told me
psychology
y'all
one.
wasn't. This goes to Kyle point. Y'all doing some racial shit. I knew it. I knew y'all. Look, y'all told me I was crazy 30 minutes ago. You told me I was absolutely crazy. I said, bro, this sounds like y'all trying to use scientific racism in this. No, Brad, you niggas is trying to make this some black. That's what y'all doing.
Yes, bro. That's not what I'm doing. That is not what. That is not.
I said proto was used to undermine ancient. It's like, come on, bro.
Yeah, my statement was used to undermine ancient civilizations. I did not make it about race. If that's what Stu Peas is doing, that's what Stu Peas is doing.
I agree with Stu Peas. I agree with Stu Peas because a lot of the times we know that most of our civilizations and stuff, basically the modern world is built off of the European, right?
Right.
His civilization. So when we talk about our stuff, when we had complete autonomy, right, and was doing things under our languages and how, we was thinking is pre-modern, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically saying the things that we were doing in the ways that we was figuring out the natural world wasn't science. But what they're doing now is, you dig what I'm saying? So it does have a racial undertone to it, right? Because if you think about it, just like y'all said with the metallurgy, right? If those Africans could reproduce that, right? Like if they knew how to get the temperatures to a certain degree to extract that iron ore, you dig what I'm saying? Like, and they could reproduce that, like over and over. They knew what the fuck they was practicing a form of science with that. If they knew how to judge the what you call it, whether it was going to be a flood or how big the flood was going to be each year, right? If they knew how to tell that months in advance, right? If they could track shit through the stars and know when the rains was coming and stuff, how could we sit there and say that they're not observing and predicting, right, and developing technology and shit off of that? They're doing it. You think what I'm saying? Like if it's pre-modern, chemistry, algebra, all of that shit come from the pre-modern age. So those people who was doing algebra and shit before the modern age, they wasn't really doing it. Like, what are we saying? You think what I'm saying? If they, I mean, to act like it don't have a, when we're talking, that we talk about race a lot. So to act like we don't talk about race in our conversations and how our race fit into modern conversations, if y'all look at that as like it's something wrong with that, then I don't even know why y'all talk to us.
Yeah, but Chef,
Like,
the reason I'm on your
Wait, but why
side
do
of
you
this.
say why they don't talk to us? Hold on, Truth. Why do you say y'all don't, why they don't talk to you? What's that part? What do you mean?
Yeah, because it's almost like that's the, like, ew, y'all making that a racial thing. Like, there's something wrong with that. Like, you know, we know that those things will come up. We know that we see ourselves as a racial group and how we fit into the rest of the world, how the rest of the world perceive us and our accomplishments. Like, we have that's going to enter into the conversation.
But if you're, but
like, we don't
point,
supposed to put ourselves in it.
No, that's fine. And that, if you know, it's funny. I fully agree with you. But when you're also telling me that ain't what it is, the entire fucking conversation, and you got me thinking. I didn't say you. I'm telling you what I was responding to. While they was talking, I kept saying, "Is this like some kind of? Are we making like a racial connection?"
You were saying it to me, Brass.
Hold on. I'm saying everybody that was talking, not you, Truist, Chef, or anybody. I kept saying it sounds like we're having a racial conversation, and everybody kept saying no. It's a scientific conversation. Why would you? They was asking me, why would I bring in race to the conversation? Now you saying, why wouldn't we bring race into the conversation? That's cool. But when I brought it in, y'all said, no, well, not y'all. People in the conversation said no. So I'm saying, cool, if you want to say it's a racial conversation, I have no issue with that. I know about scientific racism. I know about the European and how they basically bend you to their worldview. The Negro-Pean shit, stupid you talking about, I'm cool. But if I'm hearing a racial conversation and y'all calling it scientific, and then I gotta wait for Chef 2 hours later to say it's most certainly a racial conversation, don't blame me. I just
no,
want
but
y'all
I
to
don't
say
think.
what it is.
But I don't think.
Wait.
But
This
hold
is what
on, let me say this, Truist. Let me say this, and then I'm gonna let you go. I don't think that it was uniquely a racial conversation, but that undertone was there, right? So it ain't like we can have the conversation about the ancient world and science without it having to be a racial conversation. And I do think that y'all were having that conversation also, but it can bleed over into the racial. Yeah, and then when it does bleed over to the racial, don't act like that ain't a part of it also.
The racial, but hold on, because I want to bring clarity. Truth, I'm not trying to cut you. I'm just trying to clear this up before we go forward. Kyle read to start this conversation off. It can't say that there was at one point we wasn't having a racial conversation, because Kyle and Reggie started the conversation off with him reading a definition from Merriam-Webster. Only for 2 hours later, after we done talked the whole time telling me it wasn't racial, for him to say, well, you know that book was created in and around the slave trade. It was racial from the beginning of the conversation, bro. From the first definition Kyle read, it was already racial, bro. Immediately, because I couldn't understand why he didn't accept the definition from Merriam-Webster. I had to find out 2 hours later it was because of some shit with the slave trade. So the whole shit was racial.
Yeah, but it's racial.
Okay, hold on. let me say this. So I had mentioned when it came to the usage of proto, right?
Yep.
Proto, I was saying, is a word that's used to kind of undermine what ancient civilizations around the world have done in a way that can be politically charged, racially charged, geographically charged, religiously charged. I named all the ways that could be used to do that. Race is a part of it. I was saying I'm not making it solely about race, because in this conversation, we're talking about people that created calendars and pyramids and languages. And it wasn't just black groups that did it. Hell, even when it comes to the Egyptians, I don't consider the Egyptians a part of the same race as me. So even when we're talking about the Egyptians creating pyramids and calendars, well, so did the indigenous people over here in the Americas. So did the Mesopotamians. Wait a second. So did the Mesopotamians. So I'm not just making it a race thing. I'm saying in general, sometimes it's used in a way that's political, because they call they call what the Greeks do proto-science. They don't act like wait a second. They don't act like what the Greeks were doing or what the Romans were doing is modern science or even early science. They call what they were doing proto-science too. So I understand what.
Have you ever heard the word proto-philosophy? Have you ever heard the word proto-philosophy? Anybody in here? Have they ever heard the word proto-philosophy?
Brother,
what Aristotle was doing, has it ever been referred to as proto-philosophy?
Yes.
Show me that.
Got you. I got you.
And also, true is, just so we clear, while you getting that source, I understand when we trying to be universally proto in and of itself is a charged word. So I'm aware of that outside of this conversation. But what I'm saying to you, the black men in here that was discussed, at least 2Ps had enough gumption to say this is some racial shit. The conversation that they were having, if Reggie's non-acceptance of Kayel's definition at the beginning was racial, Kayel and everybody else just added to whatever. Kayel and Reggie was having this conversation first. It was a racial conversation, and ain't nothing wrong with that. But don't fucking what's the name say? Don't piss on my head and call it rain. If y'all having a racial conversation, just fucking say you having a race. It's cool.
Well, maybe they are, because they believe they're the same race as the Egyptians. When we're talking about calendars and pyramids and stuff, the Egyptians weren't the only ancient civilization doing that. And they're not the only ancient civilization that's undermined for doing that. As I said, indigenous Americans did calendar creation and pyramid building too, and they get undermined the same way. And I'm saying the Greeks got undermined, and I'm going to go get that source for Stoopies. And then he could try to explain why the Greeks were called proto-scientists too.
No, I'm saying proto-philosophy. I'm not saying proto-science.
I'm talking about proto-science.
Okay.
Because we're talking about the Egyptians practicing proto-science, quote unquote. I'm saying they didn't just only specify that for African groups either. They did that to European groups, American groups, Asian groups. They called a bunch of ancient civilizations proto-science. It's not just a racial thing every time. That's my point. That's why I don't want to make it racial. It makes the point weak. Sometimes when you do that, you make your argument easier to beat. Stop making everything black and white.
I agree. By the time you get to later Greeks,
but everything is black and white. People want to deny in the modern world. Everything for the last 400 years, 300 years, have been black and white, because there have been cultural war where one culture has determined that they're going to transfer their culture to everybody they meet, and they're going to say, my culture is superior to yours, whether it want to be my laws, or whether it want to be all of us practicing something from the Greeks or from the Romans, whether it want to be the kind of government system that we can trace back to the Congress and to the Republic. Even the words that we use, it's always been racial. So don't come to Stoopies and act as if it never was always racial.
But I'm saying in this conversation of labeling ancient, I'm saying in this conversation about labeling things proto, right, as the prototype, I'm saying that conversation is not always a racial one.
And
That's
I'm
what I'm
disagreeing
saying.
with you that it's always been racial.
But you're talking to someone that just said, why do y'all be trying to bend each other to each other's worldview? The man just said everything was black and white. Everything and it has been black and white. You trying to convince a man that he just said everything, bro. He didn't say some things. He didn't say a couple of things.
Am I allowed to bring my Negro pen? Can I bring my Negro pen idea?
Go ahead, brother.
Into the table. How you doing there, Brass? This evening?
Hey, I'm having a good day. I need to talk to you about something after this, off the live. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right. Hey, listen. So I'm gonna bring my Negro pen idea, right? Remember the other day I was telling, I think Stu Peach, you was on here, and probably Brass. I'm almost sure Truist was on here, right?
Okay.
And I was talking about my qualifications and how I could go anywhere and do my trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I can go anywhere and do my trade is because in the United States, we got what's called the gold standard, right? And if I qualify in America, you better believe if I go anywhere else, the qualifications is going to be less than what I have. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I think that's what they saying about proto science, right? they not necessarily doing qualifying or they don't have the standards or the regulations in other places that we have here in 2026, not only in 2026, but in America. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think we should be offended whether the Egyptians is doing science or not, because even if you take modern Egyptian scientists and you brought them here to America, they would have some tuning up to do, right? They would at least have to take some type of extra course. Now, okay, if they some type of heart surgeon over there in Egypt, I don't believe. Maybe they might not have they probably know everything they do, right? But the whole standards of how they scrub up in the washroom and all of the rest of the things that the surgeons do here, they may or may not have to do that in Egypt. Now, I'm sure they have to scrub up, but not in the same standard. Yeah.
Universal,
Yeah.
Corey. That's universal, Corey.
That's universal.
That's one universal thing, and I can agree with that, Shepard. But what I'm saying is the whole all of the qualifications are not the same in other countries as it is in America. You know what I'm saying? So what I said all that to say.
Sometimes they might require more qualifications than America do in some countries. You get that?
Sometimes, right? Not usually.
Sometimes.
Not usually. I will say usually. I will say sometimes.
Not usually.
Cool with sometimes.
So when you go see now, y'all talking about poor, underdeveloped countries, but when you start talking places like Denmark,
I'm talking about in Europe.
Yeah, like Western Europe, like Denmark and all of that. Yeah, that shit might be a little bit more rigorous. You feel me?
No,
they might ask for a little bit more than the United States.
Hey, God bless.
I don't know. I don't think so, Chef.
Yep.
I don't think so.
No, Chef is right. Chef is right. Yep.
I think our
because
even
the kind of food,
I could be probably wrong on that, right? But what I'm trying to say, let me boil it down to what I'm trying to say, right? I'm just saying.
I get what you're saying. I fucked up your point by bringing up something cheating.
It's good.
Something that I hate
trying to win an argument from this morning at 9 a.m. In order to defeat you, in order to talk about your point, he talking to me and Kyle actually from 9 a.m.
Right.
Can I fuck up a point some more?
Nigga,
Can I fuck up a point some more?
He's a sick motherfucker.
Go ahead, y'all kill me a little bit more.
He was actually trying to talk about
Go ahead.
He was actually trying to somehow take this conversation back to the Genesis conversation from the other day. He think he's fucking slick, but he's not. I'm always watching. To the observation, and that was
I actually agree with him on the Genesis.
He's slick, but see, I'm always watching him. You don't know. I don't let him get away with a fucking thing. Nothing. I'm always paying attention when that fucking mute button.
One thing about this fucking Discord, right? You gotta watch the argument because you could be agreeing to something that a motherfucker trying to take you back 2 weeks on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Chef is the king of that shit. When that mute button come off there, I pull out my pens and notepad because somehow Genesis is gonna be science. I know it, bro. I already know we're going back. Go ahead, Stu. I'm watching your ass shit.
What Corey saying to me a while ago. Corey saying that the white man standard is better than everybody else's standard because the American standard and the white man standard is a predetermined factor. It's a gold standard. Careful, Corey, it come back to the same conversation that unless the white man deem it science,
go ahead.
unless the white man deem it science, it's not science. It's proto-science. It's something else. It's fucked up science.
Oh God.
Right? Yeah, then that Corey just said, it's not me said.
No, but I got the chat now telling me that we ain't having a racial conversation, and now we 5 minutes after I agree that we not having a racial conversation. Now y'all telling me the white man standard is the gold standard,
said.
and that they ain't but we ain't having a racial conversation. We having a science conversation. See, and the funny thing is, 2Ps, you be fucking up America and white. Because first you said it was an American standard, then that shit didn't ratchet with your blackology. So then you said the white man's standard. So whatever, so pretty soon we're going to be at the white man's science. I'm sure of it. I have no question in my mind.
I appreciate the white man, because without the white man, ain't no way I could pour concrete nowhere but in Indiana.
Now we back sprinkling freedom, bro. We always end up back with the white man sprinkling freedom, bro. I can't
if the white man didn't teach me how to pour concrete the right way, how could I go to Japan? How could I go to Iran and rebuild Iran without the white man's gold standard?
Bro.
Because I'm taking the gold standard with me if I go rebuild Iran. You know that, right, Brad? They're going to look at my qualifications and be like, oh, that nigga from the middle of America. Hell yeah, bring that nigga. We want that nigga.
Yeah, we're bringing that. Yeah, because all of it trying to come up large with the American standard. The same standard that we use. Listen. The same standard that they used to exclude many of us, because many of us after the slave trade were the tradesmen, were the builders, were everything. But guess what they do?
Did you take an Ocean 50 class? Now, you niggas might have came off the plantation as a blacksmith, right? And as a carpenter, right? But did you niggas do Ocean 50? I don't think you did. I don't think you did. See? And that's why niggas was missing fingers and shit. And all that shit.
And that's why I appreciate.
Once the white man came, he made sure you niggas was safe. And you niggas went home with all your teeth and all your eyes and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he gave you the science. He gave you that science. The best science in the world came from the white man. And everything else is not science. It's always been fucking racial. And I don't want nobody near come tell me. So when I hear somebody saying that,
y'all be playing.
I don't play. You know that I call it a spade.
I'm still trying to figure out how this isn't. This is a race. This is not a scientific. At its core,
it is both. It is both.
At
It
its
is both.
core, it's a scientific conversation.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't think the black men in this room having the conversation are having the scientific conversation.
No,
Because if you
I am
were
having a
having
scientific
just
conversation.
because if you were
I'm gonna
just
ask you plain and simple, Stupid. Now
Yeah.
I want a straight answer out of you, Stupid.
Yeah.
I don't want none of that Jamaican hot dogging that you be doing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I want the straight up answer now.
Right.
Now, if you was getting a foundation built on your house, right? Now, would you want some niggas from Ghana that say they know how to pour foundations, or you want a nigga from the from Indiana? Which one you want?
You know, I should start that answer with fuck you, Corey. And I'm going to start it with it. Fuck you, Corey. No, let me start it with fuck you, Corey.
He just answered you with the fuck you.
I know
Let
it.
me
I
start
know
it
it.
with
I
a
want
fuck
to hear
you,
it
Corey.
though. I need to hear it though.
Let's be honest. Today, the white man standard has moved progressively past the black man standard.
Fucking sprinkle of freedom. Yep.
Right.
Listen,
Right.
I'm not going
See,
for
he
this.
didn't admit it. He didn't admit it.
I'm not going
Yeah,
for
no,
this shit.
I'm saying that his standard
Listen,
has
Brian,
evolved.
don't talk
Do
to
you
these
know
niggas
how
no more.
crazy
Don't
y'all
talk to these
sound?
niggas no more, Brian, because they want to see they want to see a nigga from Indiana. They don't want to see them kind of niggas, Chinese nigga out there trying to screed off no motherfucker.
Listen.
Let
Let me give
Bro, y'all
Corey, let me give them an example. Please, let me answer this question. Let me give Corey an example. Some Chinese came to Jamaica and set up a automotive mechanic shop. And they brought so much equipment that the shop can't hold the equipment that they bring, the testers, the sensors, every fucking thing. Right? No. Guess what happened? Guess what happened to all of those Jamaican mechanics? They got fucked. Everybody going to that Chinaman now. Because the Chinaman's science and technology is better than his. There's no doubt in it. There's no doubt in
but
it.
do y'all know how racially charged it sounds when y'all niggas is in here saying the white man's science and it's better than all of this, bro? What are we doing?
It is more developed. It is more developed.
But we can't do that. We can't do the white man's something.
Of course.
We might as well just give the fuck up.
Who's in America, Brian?
Yeah, but why is
the niggas
wait. I know, but listen to what I'm saying though. It's one thing to say American, but why is y'all equating all American science with white science, bro? That's just crazy. That shit is absolutely crazy. It's unacceptable.
Feel bad,
I'm not accepting that shit. I'm not. Y'all can have it, but I'm not agreeing to that shit.
Ocean ain't a white man.
Bro, it ain't only white people in this country. Y'all niggas is filthy.
I didn't want to know if Ocean a white man.
God damn it. The level of disrespect in this conversation is unacceptable. Y'all can have it, but I'm not just because I'm not fighting you don't mean I agree. So y'all can have y'all point. But just because I've given up fighting you, because I think y'all niggas is too far gone, I'm not fighting you on this, because y'all really believe this shit.
I can tell you right now, listen, if it ain't a white superintendent at the corporation, you ain't building my motherfucking foundation.
Oh my God.
I want to see the corporation.
Oh my God.
I want the corporation, the project manager. He better be a white man. Now the workers, I don't give it. The workers can be black men's, right?
Yeah. If it's not a good Jewish law,
once again,
he better be white.
Yeah, there's many times in these conversations we having where I just say we ain't got a fucking chance. If this shit is true, in fact, we ain't got a chance.
Brass. If it's not a good Jewish lawyer accountant, you're not signing. So go away. We know that. You're not signing.
I have black lawyers. Matter of fact, I make it a point to have black lawyers. Actually, this is real shit. Now I know. Now here's the thing. I understand the belief. Hold on. I do understand the belief, and I've heard people say that they want their doctors to be this and they want their doctors to be that. But I don't have all
my
black
doctor ain't Indian. I ain't going in there. If my doctor ain't Indian, don't you talk to me.
No, I make it.
I don't want no niggas or white folks.
Hey, you ain't lying, Corey. I
wait.
take pride in my doctor.
If that motherfucker ain't Indian, I can tell you right now, my doctor, she an Indian. My family practice.
But y'all do make sure, just so we clear, but y'all do, if you have the opportunity, make sure that you employ some level of African American into your, if you can, in areas where you can.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The corporation I work for, they got a black man running their concrete division. Right?
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I want. I want to see that.
That's the extent, but that's the extent.
He better be nice. Better be good.
That's as far as you're gonna go. I get it.
As far as I'm going, goddamn it, I ain't going no higher. I'm not. If they ask me to go higher in the corporation, I'll be like, no, because I'm not gonna be comfortable with this company no more. Now I can run your concrete division for you, right?
Oh my God.
No, I'm fucking with you.
I know. Yeah, I know. All right. But I will say culturally though, if it did come to some land, some concrete or something like that, I fully could imagine if they sent Corey out there, a couple of motherfuckers would have some questions. They wouldn't know your qualifications. They just know your
Braz, if you was down in your last breath and your doctor walked in,
yeah, they gonna be like, "Oh, what's going on with dude? What dude about to do?"
If you was on a hospital bed, would you let the doctor come in and say, "I'm gonna do this emotep on you real quick"? Let me perform this emotep.
We're not talking about that 2,000 years ago, brother. Brother, that's 2,000 years ago.
Hey, listen, if I'm in a hospital and I see a motherfucker I done seen on Sodetta Studios walking that motherfucker, I want a different doctor. Because I know he might be on some nuke shoe or some fucking whatever the hell. But I'm saying just a black person.
My dude is a nurse.
I get it.
The dude named Imhotep.
I don't want a nurse.
His name is Amin Ra, and he's like
I don't want no fucking nurse
ICU nurse type shit, like a serious nurse.
I don't want no fucking nurse named Amin Ra Imhotep. I'm gonna ask for a different. Yeah, I promise you I'm going to ask for a difference.
That's pretty dirty, Brian.
No, hey, well, you know.
I wouldn't go that far.
Hey, but Egyptians didn't practice science. So what the fuck? What am I doing? He don't know. He did proto-science. I need some modern science if I'm in the hospital. If I'm in the hospital, I need modern science.
This nigga's a proto.
You start coming to me talking about just pray. What the fuck you mean? You better
but brass. If I'm building a pyramid today, I want some Egyptian Negroes to build. If I'm building a pyramid,
I mean that's just the level of y'all racism. Don't try to
no.
If you build a pyramid and you don't come get me, you fucking around.
Here's the thing.
No, you know why?
I need some concrete for that pyramid.
No. You know why? I'd get some Egyptian because Corey never built a fucking pyramid from him born. But I can
build one.
I can build one. They use, but he can pour the concrete.
Not even using concrete. If I want a pyramid building,
we're gonna set forms, baby. We're gonna form it up.
Wait. What do you build pyramids with if it ain't concrete?
If I'm building an aqueduct, it depends. So when somebody say, "Oh, would you use that doctor?" I don't need that today. We have evolved past that. We're not doing that kind of medicine today. That's the answer.
You want them to use the old technique? Is that what you're saying?
If I'm having somebody building a pyramid using the old technique.
No. I want whatever.
You wouldn't want me to fuck around with that.
No. Whatever is in 2026, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. I mean, you niggas know everything. But I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'd rather take a company with some plans and some AI and some good contracting from 2026. I'd like to see them make that pyramid. I'd be hard pressed to believe that they couldn't make a pyramid better than some shit in ancient Egypt. Now I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
We could definitely a modern company could definitely make a better looking pyramid than what they made in Egypt. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure.
Ramon said that's actually his real name. Said he ain't bullshitting. He says Amin Ra. He said that's his real name. Wait, and his name. Why does this shit sound familiar? His name is it ain't Imhotep. It's he got like a It's a regular name. It's Amin Ra. I done heard them say this shit before.
Yeah,
Well, I could be
his
wrong.
last name. No, it ain't Imhotep. It's Amin Ra, like something like Williams or Johnson or you know what I mean. It's something like that. You know what I
In
mean.
the
I
chat,
don't know
what's his last name if it ain't Imhotep?
Yeah, he got a
It's crazy.
regular last name.
I don't really want to know Amin Ra. I ain't gonna lie to you. I like to keep my blackology on the internet. I don't want that shit in my hospital. So no. But I
think he
agree.
I think he like a ICU nurse or some shit like that. Like he like a real serious nurse.
He need to get away
but Brass, let me come back to say this. The reason why I say everything is always racial, it's not my blackology. But from the European made contact with people outside of himself, where they want to be in the Chinese, in the West, in the North, in the East, in the South. Once he made contact with other people, he has always been competing and always finding himself to be better than. Even so much that he considered it a burden to civilize the savages. Because him see them as savages. Him see anybody who is not himself as savages. At one time, him see even people who look like him as savages until he more unified. Until he became more unified. So everything that they did was considered less than. So when we're reading and we look at people using certain kind of words, because if you go back and you read older books and you start reading it, it cringes your system. Even today.
But Stu P, they wouldn't have used racism against the Egyptians. You know that, right?
Huh?
They wouldn't use racism against the Egyptians. You understand that, right?
Why not? No, I'm asking. Seriously, I said nobody ever said that, so I'm curious. Why would you say they wouldn't?
Because they white too, basically. Like I mean, like
they
why are we
Caucasoid.
pushing here? Like why would they be racist against Zahi Hawass?
I don't know. Nobody else made that observation.
Maybe they are. I think they are kind of like semi because of the Islamic part, right? So they would have some kind of bias there, but not to the level of where we thinking like, yo, they on some straight racist shit because they don't want niggas to be the developers of proto science or whatever, you know what I'm saying, or whatever it is y'all claiming it to be, you know what I'm saying?
No. But the Iranians were Caucasians originally, or Caucasoid, whatever they want to call it. But they didn't like them either. They didn't like if it wasn't for a numbers problem, they didn't like even among themselves, them didn't like which one come from England, the upper part of the island in England. What they call them Irish. They don't like the Irish either. Them don't like themselves unless you come from the Germanic tribes. They didn't like them.
They would okay, so that's fine. I just wanted to put that out there that I mean, these ain't no niggas, no shit like that. So they ain't racist in that way, right?
It ain't scientific racism in the way we're discussing it.
Right.
I get that.
Listen. Nigga, they don't like you. That's the first thing you need to come to consider.
That's your blackology. And then you be trying to tell me it ain't blackology, but then you just make statements like, fuck all that. Nigga, they don't like you. That's just blackology, bro.
I don't like you. You and I know it too. You and I don't. You and I know it.
Saying, but you listen, whether I know it, you know it, God knows it. Y'all act like y'all will say that it, and you just said a minute ago it ain't your blackology. Now you telling me I know it. I'm just saying you gonna keep it where it's at. It's blackology. That's what it is. It ain't gotta be founded because that level of blackology don't gotta be founded in nothing. It could just be very simply, this shit is the way it is because it is. And I'm saying that when you do it that way, just you can't be upset when somebody do that with you. If you're just saying that that's what it is because that's what it is, then just leave it there. But don't tell me y'all having a scientific conversation. This ain't science.
Of course it is. It's a sign of the white man ruthlessness.
Okay, yeah. See? Boy, listen. You know, white people, I guess, did the same thing to me that they did to all of y'all. But I swear, y'all find race and shit that y'all find race as the main part of shit that I just don't see. I just don't see it. I see it. I thought proto-science is a good conversation, but proto-science is not modern science. But I don't even think that that's the argument. I think the argument is, shit, I don't even know what the fucking argument is because it ain't my
argument is what these ancient civilizations, were they employing science in the technologies they were creating? Like, were they using science? And I'm saying the proto conversation is not strictly racial. Sometimes it is, but it's not always racial. As we can see when they called white Europeans doing things in these times, they called that shit proto-science too. So it's not always racial. There's political and religious and cultural and nationalistic agendas behind it. It's not always a racial motivation in this comment. But if you make it racial, your argument is going to be a lot easier to deconstruct. That's just my advice to anybody making this racial. You're actually hurting the conversation about proto when you do that.
No, because you actually shine a light the fundamental meaning of why they insist to use the word proto or insist to indicate, to give it another, to indicate that it is something other than. Because even the term African American, I hate that term.
I want to add a word to it rather than other than. I think what you saying is they add proto to make it less than.
I didn't want to say that. But even African American.
But I'm saying that's your actual.
That's my premise. That's my primary premise. I'm not going to take that back.
Yeah.
Even the term African American, why you're not a fucking American and finish with it? You're an American, and then if somebody says, is he African, is he black, is he blue? Yes, but he's an American. I've never heard them stressing European American. I've never heard them stressing anything, but if it's not white, it has to have something in front of it. If it's not white in anything, it always has something in front of it.
Yeah, but African American is not our nationality. Like, we are American. The same way they're American, we're American under the same category, which is nationality. But when we talk about race and ethnicity, yeah, African American is there. But when you look at the category of nationality, our passport says American just like theirs does.
Okay.
Wait, so you don't even like African Americans too?
No, I don't like the terminology. I don't like the distinction. I don't like this. This is why I don't like the distinction. If you ask somebody outside of America, somebody who don't live in America, to close them eyes and describe an American, whether they come from China, anywhere in the world, say, close your eyes and envision American. Close your eyes and envision Jesus. Them seeing the same fucking white man. Them not seeing.
Yeah, because we're the minority here. We're not the majority. This goes back to our conversation earlier.
Okay,
like,
all
we're
right.
not 90% here, like y'all are in most countries. We're the minority here.
When you were saying that they're not 90%, when you were making that point earlier about the 90%, I think Chef kind of got involved too. What were you trying to posit? Like, what was your
I was positing this is why someone like Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X was a black nationalist, because they were saying black Americans need a nation like we see other black groups that have their black nations. Like, we need one of our own, because otherwise we should just like move to those nations and build those places up. But no, a lot of black nationalists here were saying black Americans needed a black nation specifically. That was the reason I brought. I'm not saying it to disparage the other places. I'm saying even in like conversations like this, where he's saying when someone visions America, they see a white man. Yeah, that's because white people are still to this day the majority of this country, and we are the minority. Like, it's not for all the reasons you think that is. Now, when I think of Jamaica, I see a black man, but that's because the majority of Jamaica is black.
Okay.
Like sometimes we just overcomplicate these conversations. It's
I'm not
it's
overcomplicating it. I'm not overcomplicating it, but sometimes we minimize the real effect of the situation. I would think that, because we're in the minority, people might not see us as American. But even when them don't visualize as an American, even when you go to other countries as an American and they ask you what you are, somebody who travels a lot will tell you that you see that look in the eyes, especially when you go to European countries, that, this nigger tripping, but he's an American. It's almost you have to justify your Americanness. So even although you're the minority, you still have to justify your Americanness. But stupids don't know what I'm talking about, so stupids gonna shut the fuck up. Because it's a minority situation.
in what country? In what country does the minority group? What country would like you visualize the minority group representing that country? Like if I were to look at a country and imagine a national of that country, right? What country would have the minority group be that image in your mind when you think of it?
Look, I am done speaking. Because I played
Why?
my
Why?
game.
That was a fair question. I don't think
It
that was a
means he's
wild.
about to cuss at you viciously, and he
That,
doesn't want.
I think it's a fair question.
I know it's fair, but it's gonna fairly get you cussed out. That's why he's backing down. That's all. He's just
No
backing down.
problem. No problem.
He's backing down because I hear the defeat in his voice. He's trying to be a
It's not,
good
it's not,
sport.
the, it's not the defeat, it's the sense,
Shit, Mujasi's in the chat. Mujasi said Malaysia.
Who would be that minority group in Malaysia?
I don't know, bro. He's in the chat. Yeah, I'll wait till he can respond. But he said Malaysia. And Pure Black said it's a dumb question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pure Black.
I think
Thank
that
you
was
very much.
I think that was a pretty valid question. Like, when I travel internationally quite often, and like, I've never been assumed to be anything. Like, they would not to be what I am.
What are you, brother?
American.
There you go, Stu Peas.
Okay, all right. And you have been to where? No, don't take your word for it. Let me stop talking.
No, I mean, I could tell you, like, I go to Denmark almost twice a year. Travel to Spain pretty often. Germany. Back when they had the Czechoslovakia, but this is a long time ago.
Were you in uniform during that time? Were you in uniform?
I've never been in the military, so no need for a uniform.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I'm just asking. I'm not being defensive. I'm just clarification. And when these people ask you, who you are, right? Or what you are.
Yeah, I mean they go with the flow. Like it doesn't. The conversation never start off where you from. It's always, hey, how you doing? Blah blah blah. This and that. Oh, what do you do? Let me guess, American. Yeah, that type of shit.
So they don't call you black, they call you an American?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have to update my information. Thank you very much, because the experience probably is different. But thank you.
Not really, because when I travel, I get called an American. No one really calls me black when I travel, for the most part.
Hey, Kyle. See
Yes,
what
sir.
it is?
No, same thing here. When I travel, they call me American. Nobody calls me like out of the country. When I'm out of the country, they just refer to me as American. You know what I mean? Or if they ask me, you must be American, or you know what I'm saying? It ain't like, I mean, I think it's because it's obviously I'm black. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
So people
I think what it is Stu Peas, when he walks in the room, he says, fuck all these white people in here as loud as he possibly can. So they don't look at him like an American.
No.
They look at him like a black man, an angry Negro.
No. The reason why I'm happy because I had this conversation with Uncle already about blackness, and we talk about outside of the country. When you're somewhere else, right? It's obvious that you're black, so somebody not going to say you're black, right? But he was making some conversation about black, and I wish we had that conversation when we was making that conversation a couple of years ago, especially with what Corey said that they obviously see that you're black. So there's no need. You understand? In Jamaica, it's obvious that you're black. So people not going to go around and call you black. Sensible people not going to use black like how Uncle was using at the time. And that was the argument what I was trying to make. And Corey made the argument for me. But I'm happy to see that.
You mean that the
has
assumption was already that they was black? There was no need to. Okay,
Yeah,
I get that. Okay, I
yeah,
can understand that.
Right. So that was Uncle. So that's why I was laughing and I got distracted. And it is happy to see that when Americans travel worldwide, regardless of the color, the rest of the world see you as an American.
Now, hold on now. There are certain countries, though, if we're being honest, there are certain countries that when they look at you, they're not just looking at you as an American, almost as if they're looking at you almost as if they're surprised that black people are there, for instance. Like, where the fuck was that? What do they call that? Was it Monte Carlo?
Oh no, stop.
Was it Monte Carlo?
Brass. You win, Brass. Don't give back stupid the winning. You win.
No. I'm saying when we went to, was it Monte? I don't know. Well, whenever we went to Monte Carlo or French Riviera, whatever the hell that shit is, and I will say they was not looking at us like we was Americans. They were shocked. You know what I mean? And I had my brother. When he went to Hong Kong, they looked at him like he was a little crazy too. So it ain't just American all over the globe. If we just talking about Western Hemisphere, I guess I don't know. But when you go certain places, they definitely.
When I went to Europe, they were, they just referred to me as American, right? But it was that, they were shocked that, because it's obviously that I'm a nigga, but all right, that you know what I'm saying? So it was like, what you doing here? You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I mean, Brad, some of that could be they see you're an American, they see you're black, but they're surprised you don't act like the black Americans they see it on TV and in movies.
No, possibly.
You look and dress and carry yourself different than the black people they see in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can add all that.
It's pretty much everything y'all name. Like, it's all of that in encompassing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because there's a certain perception the rest of the world has, to a degree, of how black Americans are and dress and speak and stuff like that. Hell, even here in black America, I get told I'm a white boy all the time from how I speak. And people get surprised at how I look. So
I mean, here call you a white boy because of the way you speak. It's so ignorant. It's like, that's how I know motherfuckers ain't really been around. They've been around a certain group of black people, I guess, because I know a bunch of black people that sound way quote unquote white than you do.
Like, and the wild part is, like, the white people around here don't even, like, he talk more proper than the white people I know.
Yeah.
So like the white is just proper. It's just like you can just tell your upbringing more so. You know what I'm saying? Than whether you black or white. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I speak a little different now, but I know I sound way different than when I was in high school and college. Because in the Midwest, you do. I don't know if it's code switching or it's just habit, but you just don't.
It rub off on you. That Midwest rub off on you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because I actually had it bad when I went from the Midwest to Jersey. And then Jersey back to the Midwest. So it was like it was weird. And then back to Jersey again. So it was like you do the only accent I've seen I know, and I've seen it no matter whether they was educated, whether they were Nana is chefing them with the Baltimore accent. That's the only accent I can kind of pick up on, even if they're like, because I've heard Dr. Mayotte.
But that Boston,
I can still hear like
too, though.
Huh?
You ever hear like white people from Boston? Like,
oh
you
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
and
you
New
know,
Hampshire
like,
and New
they-
England and all of
yeah,
that.
you know where they from. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even Chicago, like white people from Chicago, like, you know, like, yo, no, he from Chicago. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. It's crazy though. So everybody don't speak like proper, like, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like niggas from, I had my homies from Memphis, they couldn't understand the word I was saying, bro. Like and I couldn't understand the word they was saying.
They talk too
So,
fast.
you know, yeah, you know what I mean? And then I got that motherfucking redneck twang a little bit.
No,
They be
it's
like,
called,
what?
if it's black, it's called drawl. DRAWL, drawl. You got like I immediately could pick somebody out from the Midwest because it's like, it's not Southern slang. It's like, it's kind of specific. It's like Baltimore. That's Baltimore's actual cheat code. Mujasi had a great presentation the other day on scientific Pan-Africanism, kind of led to this conversation. And the guy that was on there, he wrote a book, good book. And but as soon as he started talking, I was like, oh yeah, he's from Baltimore. Immediately, like you could just catch it. And it was like the two, completely beautiful presentation, great orator, but you just catch that. You catch that.
Yeah, that dude too. Yeah,
that dude and two and all of that. You catch it. But brilliant orator though. Brilliant. By the way, I just want to say this to you, Corey. So there are specific Black figures and groups tied to the broader labor and workplace struggle that led to OSHA. A. Philip Randolph has ideas that have directly been signified from the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters that is in OSHA. Baird Rustin, the Worker Protections and Economic Justice are from Baird Rust. Addie Wyatt, Black woman labor leader in the packing house. She sat in on the safer factory conditions. And then the Black workers themselves were the ones that created the pressure that led to the laws of OSHA in 1970.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I just
And even before that, we had talked about that. You know, I was just
I remember you and
but even before that, the United Industrial Workers of America put a lot of those some of those standards come from that in the 1920s and 40s. Yeah. So,
and it also says you were right. I was checked. Sometimes I like to fact check some of the stuff y'all saying as y'all going. That positivism movement that Vyasa was talking about is a very good point, but it's a show in and of itself. But that was definitely the positivism in philosophy says the only real knowledge comes from observable, measurable facts, not belief, tradition, or speculation. That's definitely would help y'all understand that science conversation a little bit better, because you can tell. I don't even know how this started. Sometimes I think people be trying to make up arguments, but I hope this one ends, because I don't. If you can't
agree science to argument,
I hope they just agree to disagree on this one, because this is not.
I agree with Fetty. I don't think it's a right or wrong answer there. I think I think it's just your preference on that. You know what I'm saying? I think Fetty may say a lot.
It's Uncle Cedric being bullheaded, saying that nobody was doing science ever into the modern, and that makes other people have to take a stance against them. They do that shit. And
right. I didn't know that was an argument.
It's their argument. You feel me?
Shit, it ain't my argument. I stayed quiet. I was just reading.
No, I'm saying by Uncle and them saying nobody else ever did science into the modern. That
Uncle Cedric.
It makes other people disagree with them.
That's a
and
fact.
have to take that other stance.
they do that ignorant ass shit.
Yeah, I actually told Unc and them they gotta. I told them like y'all wrong for that. 'Cause, like if either side is proposing that this is what it is and no other thing can be considered, is like you're wrong, bro. I mean,
being they being too like sharp with it. And like I said, there's a lot of people during the scientific revolution, they would have to X out because they want to start their science at Darwin. Because that's really what it is. That's all Ankh knows. He only knows up to Darwin. You know, he don't want to go back. So he's trying to shoehorn science at only starting at that point forward. Like you gotta
always
realize
a gray
why they're
area.
doing what
You know what I mean?
So y'all just don't mind. Y'all don't mind being clipped.
Wasn't one day the problem with it, and I think this is kind of where Fetty was at with it. But the problem with it wasn't one day they woke up and then now this is science. It was always a gradual gray area until we got to define kind of methodology that we have these days. You know what I'm saying? So it was always a gray area that led up to that. It gradually led up to that. So you would never be a stickler on, oh, this is science and this is not science. You know, you could never do that. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, it was a gradual thing.
Yeah, I completely agree with y'all on that. And the reason why I think it's so important for us to like just have this conversation so we can understand how to address certain things. So like the reason why I personally use that term, and you don't have to use the term, you don't, but we're saying the exact same thing, to be honest with you. We're saying that ancient Egypt was basically the forebearer for that region, the same way Mesopotamia was the forebearer of that region's scientific literacy, and ancient Greece was their forebearer, and all of those different things. The only difference is they attributed a lot. You will see in that process, you would see in the infantile stages, they would attribute things to deities. And as science got more and more involved in those processes, well, the process would develop more and more because they realized some of those things can be falsified. This is where you see the separation between the quote unquote church and the state, or the culture and the science, the state and the science. You know what I'm saying? And like it's clear, it's clearly evident there. But the reason why I stick to the proto, because these were powerful, strong moments of the human experience that happened simultaneously in multiple different groups throughout the world, where they went from belief to now knowing things. And that's why I say proto, and I think it's so important because they show that, hey, ancient Africa had the same process as everybody else's human experience, and theirs just happened to be pretty fucking good. And for some
I
reason,
think proto. When I hear proto, I hear kind of foundational too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I don't hear nothing. I don't hear a pejorative when I hear the word proto. But go ahead, Kyle.
No, I just don't understand. Like the argument just it doesn't make sense to me. But I'm looking at it from my non-emotional point of view. I'm not packing on baggage of systematic racism and all that other stuff that's loaded into the anger. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, this was the origin for scientific development on the continent. Great. Okay, move on. And this is how they.
But what about the smelting? The iron smelting they was doing way before. Like, come on, man. Like we was on the West Coast doing iron smelt. You gonna tell me that ain't science? Why we always gotta talk about the Egyptians here? You know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
Mainly
like we
because
doing ourselves. Now we doing ourselves. Well, we definitely can date the iron back, right? When can we date the iron? In the BC times? So
yeah, talk about shit like the Shango Bone, Central Africa, West Africa. Shit, niggas don't man.
That was proto science, wasn't it? Was that not
proto
science?
I can see that.
Yeah, but my thing is, if the guardrail we use, and I keep saying this, to determine if something is science and not proto science, is if it follows the scientific method. if we
Well,
go
I,
down
I
the
think the
scientific,
iron smelting was a real science, right?
yeah,
I don't think that was proto.
you know, like, and also to say that in someone's conclusion, they involve supernatural elements that therefore knocks it out of the method. That's not necessarily true because a lot of scientists during the scientific revolution did it. What's more important is if you can replicate whatever you produce. George Washington Carver, I'm gonna bring him up again. He involved supernatural in his agricultural studies and stuff. You know, he said he was talking to plants. The plants were telling him what he
Well,
needed to do. You know what I'm saying? So
I think there's some
nobody.
truth to that, though. But go ahead. I'm gonna let that
Yeah,
go.
but okay, so
So
like George Washington Carver,
what I'm saying is, if we're gonna have the standard that if there's a supernatural element in the conclusion, even if even if you can replicate it, because it has supernatural elements, it can't be science. Even if it followed the methods of science, I don't want to go because someone like George Washington Carver would be seen as not practicing actual science because he absolutely incorporated it in his method.
no. So
Wasn't that more so when
Right,
he
his
was younger
method.
though? I don't think
let's
he was
back
applying that
up.
when he got older though, Truls. I think that was like some. So I read the book, like that was more so when he was younger, learning the concepts dealing with that. Like I think he was saying the plants was talking to him and all of that. But once he got older, he didn't incorporate that into his practice.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
who said the plants was
also,
talking to him?
But
George
George
Washington
Washington
Carver.
Carver.
also that's part of a
Never knew
narrative,
that.
not a conclusion. We got to understand those two things are completely different.
Right, I agree with that. So, but even if we look at it strictly like that, as far as religion, most of the early scientific discoveries of the modern era was done by priests. Do y'all get that?
Agreed. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
That's why.
You dig
And
what
to
I'm
your point,
saying?
Steph, that's why I was
That shit
saying
was
that.
done in monasteries, right? Like by priests who didn't rule out the supernatural, but they still attempted to explain the natural world. You dig what I'm saying? But they were highly spiritual. So
What's of the most importance is if whatever produced can be replicated. Can you replicate it? Can you build this pyramid again? Can you create this? Does this calendar actually accurately predict the days and the weather and whatnot? You know
So
that.
do you look at archaic humans like a fucking Neanderthal creating a certain tool? Is that science? Like, how far are we gonna broaden the spectrum? Because I'm just asking. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but like, is a chimp creating a damn spear to go fishing? Is that science? Is he practicing science?
It's not employing the entire method because what I would argue is that archaic
it's
human
technology. That's technology.
they're not asking a question. They're not creating a hypothesis. Now they might be observing something, they might be replicating something, but they're not the philosophical aspects of the method, which is the questioning, the hypothesis, and even the conclusion. I'd say that is not involved in archaic humans' mind or in a chimp's mind as it's creating a tool.
I thought Neanderthals was practicing religious rituals and all that shit.
I mean,
I would say that.
I'd have to
I
look
was.
more into that.
I would say the development of weapons would be, or tools would be more of engineering because they're using what's available to them at that point in time.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree.
you know what I'm saying? Like, if now it's one thing if you go out and create something, you're making your tools out of forging together different metals. That's one thing, right? But giving a stick and putting a rock on the end and beating that rock into the sharp, that's engineering. That's understanding the science, understanding what they know about the natural world. This stone is heavy. I can beat it to make it sharp. That's engineering at a baseline level.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What was the actual question?
Yeah,
that
so
Reggie was
what
asking?
I one day I'll go a little more in depth with George Washington Carver, but I'm looking at things as saying even in his teachings at Tuskegee University, he was teaching the incorporation of the supernatural and God specifically in how he taught students how to replicate what he's doing. So like even in the way he taught, he incorporated God. But I think a show for that would be better as opposed to me just yapping right now. I can't really present something. So I'm saying we got to be careful because a lot of these people we hold up incorporated the metaphysical and supernatural in their method. We would be eliminating a lot of greats.
Where are you getting that at? That he was nuke shoeing with the plants.
That he was what?
Nuke shoe. You know, talking to him, African spirituality. Where'd you see this? Where you see that at?
I'll drop a quote.
Yeah, drop me that link. My man Carver, he was listening to the plants, asking God to reveal things about him. Metaphorical search.
Yeah, but so again, adding things that are irrelevant to a scientific process only convolutes that process. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going through that process. So if I'm in a lab doing a science experiment, and let's say I'm doing a water balance where I'm dealing with conservation of mass. When I do my I minus O to get my delta value, and I do that process, and then say, God help me to walk through this process to determine that it's negative 117,000. It's still the process, and that's what we get to do for a lot. It's still the exact same process because God has no value in the equation.
If you were having surgery, Kaya,
it doesn't
if
change
you were having
anything.
surgery, if you were having surgery, right?
Yeah.
You would consider yourself agnostic or atheist?
Atheist.
Okay. And before they put you to sleep, or as you was going to sleep, you said, and the guy said, all right, let's all bow our heads and pray. And you saw them all put their hands next to each other. Would you feel confident, or would you be like, stop?
I would feel indifferent.
Okay. If you was meeting with a doctor, and you was going over your surgery plans, and he said, let's pray with me that we have a successful surgery. Let God guide my hands. What would you say?
Again, I would feel indifferent. I wouldn't care what this person needs to motivate himself.
Whatever he needs to make himself feel comfortable. Be as comfortable as possible.
Exactly.
If that surgeon feels as though God is helping him, I want him to have that belief going in that motherfucker. I don't want to take that away from him if that shit been serving him his whole
new
fucking
category
career.
for y'all. I don't think y'all.
Yo, brethren, big up everybody. Can I enter the conversation?
Anathema, hit us with the rhetoric.
Oh, he just got back, Chef. What the fuck?
Yeah, break down the framework.
He ain't been here 3 minutes, and y'all trying to run.
I know the science.
Go ahead, Anathema.
He got to hit us with the rhetoric.
Go ahead, Anathema. Don't listen.
I'm about to hit you with the rhetoric, man. Because
don't feed into this bullshit, Anathema. Go ahead, bro. Just say
you know that's what I talk about. You know that's what I talk about. So that's what it is. I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
But what I want to say is, first of all, a point I want to make, I put it in the chat. It's about the scaling. That a lot of times when y'all dealing with the ancient things y'all calling science and the crafts they were doing in those traditions, the scaling that they was doing it was centered on the human body. Even the measurements they were using there was no standard to piggyback on what Corey talked about, because this is important. Even the fact he brought up standard, because I'm going to march you up to some. So from they left the human body, they started using concepts of the earth. Then they went to celestial motion around the earth, and these things didn't match. This is when you start the first recognition of the mathematics and philosophy and all of these things, what starts leading into what we call science because of this standard. They locked Galileo up because he was willing to say, this is not matching what the gods and what our mythology is supposed to say about this. So there's a problem with the rhetoric going on here. So he wants to have this pure language of science and it's conflicting with the religious thought. That didn't happen before. That didn't happen before. You don't have no example of that in ancient Egypt. You don't have that example of that with Mayan. They have tradition and crafting going on. You don't have somebody to come up with some thing that this reflects what the society is talking about, but it's still central to the core of understanding that's going on and is in prison. You don't have these people like Copernicus that's doing these things that's going against what the religious order is talking about, because this could be death. So then you get to a place to where they start scaling on this mechanistic level of the earth in relation to celestial motion, and it's not matching up. So a lot of these people were still Christian. The whole of these people is doing this is still religious people, but they're understanding that there's something different. So they come up with rhetoric. They come up with the celestial world, the temporal world, the secular world, and the spiritual world. You start getting this rhetoric. So then they start saying the temporal world and the secular world operates on its own thing, and they need to figure this out. They need to figure this out. So you start getting this mechanism of it's a clock, it's a machine. You get this mechanical theories about what we deal in now, and you start getting this whole rhetoric about what them call materialism, because now there's a spiritual world and there's a divide. Even with the scientists. So now the scientists that's religious, yes, they believe that this is secular world and the temporal world. They got to figure that out. But that has nothing to do with the angelic world and the mind of God and all of that. So they separated that. And that's when you kind of boil it down to Francis Bacon, who was super religious, but is credited with actually being the one to start and kick off the turning point for this thing you called scientific methodology and modern science, even though he had predecessors. And I can name all of them that led up to him. And most of those people were indeed religious or conflicting with the Catholic Church and reconciled themselves to figure out what is called the temporal world and left the other thing to what became theology and the theological perspective. Aside from philosophical investigation, you had this division in the modern world and this new rhetoric that sprouted out, where you had scientific methodology, materialism, and all of these aspects that we are now trying to reconcile, because most of our Black people are so spiritually inclined and they don't understand this progression, and they're born in the world where now their standards are not set by religion. They're not set by the human body. They're literally set by atomic and quantum scaling. If you're not dealing with time on an atomic level, you're not really dealing with time. You're just doing some average shit. But that's not what science is doing now. Their scaling is not even dependent upon any type of human activity per se, outside of measurements in regard to what they set as a standard, whatever the constant is. And the constant is no more relative to the objectives of the king. It's relative to an understanding of this speed of light is set at this constant. Relative to that, what can we figure out? Because light is the basis of information. Now, when we break down light, we get quantum scale. Relative to that, what can we figure out? It don't matter how you thought as an ancient Egyptian, how you thought about what you was doing with Iraq as a proto-human. None of these things, that's not science. What we're doing as science now is completely different than the crafting and the skills that were tied to this development. And our rhetoric has to change in this light of that and understanding. And I hope I didn't go too long. Now beat me up, Chef. Do what I do.
He was cooking. I agree.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. I hate to say it, but I agree with you, Anathema.
I was just waiting on him to say the word rhetoric, to be honest. He took care of it at the very end.
23 times, he said.
What you saying, Anathema? I ain't hear you, man. Say it again, dog.
No, we got it. We got it, man.
I ain't hear it, man.
Yeah, I don't know how y'all caught that.
You need to,
Yeah,
you need to
run
that back one more time.
Run the video back. He got it. Y'all niggas ain't trying to listen. I already know what that is. Chef, as soon as Anathema start talking, Chef shut his ears off immediately.
Nah. Yeah, I don't know. Chef wouldn't do that. He ain't known to be rude like that. No, but sum it up.
Yeah,
Tony, man.
Brass. I don't know if you saw.
Give me a summary,
I
man. What do you say? What do you say, Brass? Summarize it for me.
Nah, I'm
just
gonna
a
leave
little
that
bit.
to the geniuses, guys. So that's Kyle and them. I'm just moderating.
Dial, sum it up, man. What do you say? I want to know what he said, man.
Basically, he
He
described.
said, look, he already broke it down. He said ancient science was stuck in the anthropological model. He broke it down in the joint already. He broke everything down for y'all. The
I
scaling.
didn't see it. I missed
He
it.
was
I
about
missed
the
all of
scaling, the religious philosophers that set the stage for modern science. He broke it all down.
It's in the chat.
And I'm saying what he said, and also what because I read what he said before he
in the chat.
Yeah, he said that like an hour ago.
Cuban, why you do that with the slow person in the chat? Yeah, I can't even show the chat to the public. Our chat is sometimes gets a little crazy. And look at Haskell, metallurgy. You don't know a goddamn thing about metallurgy.
He did Haskell referencing the West Africans, see, because y'all all off in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that, Haskell, for understanding the metallurgy and the iron smelting that was going on in West Africa. I appreciate that, Haskell.
Well, now, hey, so Kyle, I ain't trying to be anti to you, right? Shouts to IBM. IBM saying some wild
disingenuous black man.
See, they hating on you. Actually, I've grown to appreciate indigenous black men. I'm starting to believe them based on the arguments I'm hearing. But Haskell says, yes, metallurgy in West Africa was a significant scientific and technological advancement. Beginning as early as 1000 BCE to 500 BCE, West African societies independently developed sophisticated iron smelting techniques, using clay furnaces to reduce iron oxide into metal. This mastery of pyrotechnology allowed them to produce tools and weapons that transformed agriculture and warfare. Now, I don't know shit, but that sounds like science to me.
That's all day science. That's all day science. While they all off in Egypt talking about whether the Egyptians made science or not.
That's crafting and innovation and crafting techniques, B. That's not science, B.
Oh man, here you go. You want to
Yeah,
see
but the innovation and the crafting, it required them applying science.
As applied science.
They had to apply science to replicate it. If they did it once and that was it, I'd agree with you. They didn't do it once. They did it once and they kept doing it. It's absolutely an example of them having
mastering the craft.
Plus, you got to know. What kind of metal and all of that.
Craft. But if you was doing science, that metallurgy would have developed into a gun barrel. It would have developed.
Oh man, cut that out, man. There you go, man.
It would have developed. There would have been a whole independent study centered around this. What you did was
they love you, then they hate you, Anathema. That's all they doing.
Crafting,
using
the independent study was constantly trying to get it right. They got it right.
I thought he was cooking.
I'm not listening. I'm not listening to him.
Nah, Corey, I thought he was.
I ain't listening to him.
Nah, you said he was cooking. Now you don't want to hear nothing you got to say.
I ain't listening to the word he's saying. I ain't listening to a word he's saying.
In the chat, Anathema, they're saying the paint that the Egyptians created, Egyptian blue, still can't be duplicated. Creating paint takes time.
Man, they gotta cut that out with that. Man, they got that from.
Get the fuck out of here.
Man, they gotta cut that bullshit out, man.
Hey, if you want to see the Carver
talking about Egyptian blue,
and you want to,
I'm about to look up Egyptian blue because IBM don't be fucking playing, bro. Y'all be laughing at IBM.
When you cooking, bro. Anathema, you cooking.
Hey, listen.
I heard that Egyptian blue right now.
You finna Anathema. Now you finna tell me that Egyptian blue is chemistry too? You better not.
Let me look
You
up
better cut
Egyptian
that
blue,
out.
bro. Y'all
That's
laughing
not-
at him, but watch you be right. Egyptian blue was science.
No, but how he gonna throw the metallurgy under the bus, right? And then gonna tell me about some Egyptian blue, man. I'm not. Listen, cut that out, and I don't know what you're trying to do
That's
today.
another crafting. That's
I
another
don't know
crafting.
what you're trying to prove.
Nah, hey,
today,
listen. No, that wasn't him. That was IBM.
Yeah, that was somebody else in the comments.
Hey, wait.
Oh.
So here's the funny part. Y'all laughing at him, but short answer, yes. It's described as proto-science, early chemistry.
No,
Egyptian
man.
blue.
What was the first word? What was the first word you said?
Let me finish.
I
It
just
says-
said, bro,
See, you can't use that word,
I
Brad.
said that
Wait,
in the
what?
break.
Wait, what word can I
You
use?
can't call it proto. You can't say proto, man. You're gonna
No,
go down
I'm
the
saying,
rabbit. Now
listen,
we got
I went
racism
to
and
an
we got
independent source. I just
slave
going to an
trade.
independent source. I know. I'm just going to an independent source because I thought Egyptian blue just sounded crazy on its face, but IBM actually be cooking. What is Egyptian
Man,
blue?
that's some bullshit they've been saying
Okay,
for
wait.
years, bro.
Hold on,
He ain't
Corey.
like that's some bullshit they've been saying for years, man. I ain't
Wait,
gonna
yeah, Corey,
Hey,
that
Corey,
is
wait.
the
Hold
greatest
on,
shit.
bro.
I ain't
Hold
gonna
on.
lie.
What is Egyptian blue? Egyptian blue is one of the first synthetic pigments in human history. 2600 BCE. It's a copper-based compound. It's made by heating sand, copper minerals, lime, and alkali. That requires controlled heating and material knowledge. It's scientific because it has controlled processes, material experimentation, repeatable results. That's applied chemical knowledge.
So y'all tried to tell me that
But metallurgy ain't.
Controlled heating. Yeah, well, ain't that controlled heating?
Nope, they said metallurgy ain't.
So
are not sciences,
a
B.
furnace.
Those are the crafts that led to science. I said that in my breakdown. Why don't y'all understand, B? The science requires
Get them, anathema. Get them. They ain't listening, man.
neutralization. It's not just the process of creating and making something. That is crafting.
Yeah, but you're saying,
understand that about
hold
the
on.
Egyptian blue.
But what
Right.
you're
As
saying is
opposed
that it's not
to
modern
developing
science.
independent
Anathema.
science speculation. What
But
we do now
anathema, you're saying it's not modern
considered as
science.
the standard.
Wait, but you're saying it's not modern science, correct? You're not saying that it's not science at all. You're just saying it's not
why
modern.
they're using the whole concept of the distinction between what is called science and proto-science in reference to the scientific method. And I gave you the people that was religious and all the proto things that are considered crafting. And you
I'm
can
asking
be
you a
refined with
simple
these
question,
crafts.
bro.
But they don't become
He answered it. No, he answered it. He answered it.
independent standard.
So are you
I
saying
don't
it's
like
not
his answer,
science
though.
at all? So you're saying it's not science at
Proto-science.
all, correct?
But what you just read said it was proto-science.
It's not modern science. It's no, and I know.
See, now he's saying modern science. Fetty, you keep.
He said, bro, if you listen to what he said it's proto-science, and what you read said it was proto-science.
So proto-science is not modern science.
Proto-science
Oh
is
my God, man. Y'all tripping, bro.
crafting and skilling. It's
I
not
think
modern.
everybody's saying the same thing. Y'all just want to argue with one.
No, I'm saying no. Hey, so Corey, so I looked up something, right, to support Fetty's point. The reason why Fetty can say that both sides, there's a little bit of wrong, a little bit of right on both sides. They just want to argue. Proto-science, if you follow this guy, I think his name is Popper, some shit, I'll look it up. If you follow the strict definition of science, you can't, then proto-science wouldn't be science. But there is a realm where if you describe proto-science, it falls under science, just not this strict definition to get to modern science. So both sides would be correct.
It'd be some overlap. It'd be some overlap.
Fine. Yeah, it's some overlap, and that's fine.
I think that's what
I ain't mad with that, but
The bow and arrow.
I
The crafting
don't
of the bow
think
and arrow. The crafting of the bow and arrow for thousands of years till you get the compact bow used by the mongrels. You could call that a science, but it's not a science. And now the way you would describe that would be crafting and refinement of a skill.
Yeah, the bow is crafty.
Now, when you describe that scientifically, the whole action of it is going to be described in this neutral language around scientific terminology that has to do with these standards that we use for measurement. and objective
It's no getting around that. He's right on that. There's no getting around.
Whether you know the craft or not. You don't even have to know the craft of Boeing to understand the science behind it.
So it says two definitions. There's two different definitions of science. Strict, which is the modern definition, is based on ideas from Karl Popper. Science must have four things: testability, falsifiability, controlled experimentation, and reproducibility. Under this definition, proto-science is not science. But under the broad historical definition, science equals any systematic attempt to understand nature using observation and reason. Under that definition, proto-science falls under early science. So the proper way to state this is a simple sentence. Proto-science counts as science historically, but it is not scientifically by modern standards. I'm staying right there.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Is this Copper guy, Brass? Is this Copper guy? Is he a white man?
Karl Popper.
Okay. Karl Popper. I just wanted to know, was he white or not? That's all.
Yes, Karl Popper is a white. I like that definition. While y'all fight it out, I'm staying right there.
Okay, listen to this. I got something to read.
Participate.
He's actually it's even better. It's even better. He's an Austrian-born white man.
Was his family?
He believes in a strict.
So that's Hitler's cousin then, right?
Yeah, you don't
So we got the definition from Hitler's cousin.
I got something for you.
I try to do compromise. Now y'all about to start yelling at me like I'm just an idiot.
So, Brass, let me say something again about right? You read a definition, in not a definition, right? You did say that any attempt to understand the world, right? Did it say manipulate?
No.
It just said understand the world, right? So
what am I trying
to understand about the world when I create a bow and arrow?
I don't know, bro. I'm not that deep.
No, I'm asking the question. What am I trying to understand
aerodynamics?
About the world? What am I trying to understand about the world?
You're trying to understand aerodynamics.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you're trying to understand about crap.
You have to, when you craft a bow and arrow,
aerodynamics, bro.
Aerodynamics comes out of the type that I
when you craft a bow and arrow, you have to understand aerodynamics. You have to understand basic physics, such as
tension and all that, man.
Pencil and all.
No. I don't understand physics when I'm applying physics. I don't even have a concept of physics.
That's your fault. That don't mean that.
But I have is called range and this and that and force and all of this, but I don't have a language for that.
Hey, yo.
I don't have no neutral language for that.
But the
they have blueprints.
Science can't know because you come post science. You can come and say all.
I don't want to.
Before that was a mystery.
I gotta find that video of Reggie talking about quantum mechanics.
After he said that iron melting wasn't science, I'm done with him.
Wait. Anathema saying what you saying?
A neutral language. Now you can impose that and say, yeah, that was an example of what I've been taught in the modern time. But before, no, that was a craft and a skill for a certain guild and a certain field of people. And it was magical and secret. It was not what you call science. Why the fuck are y'all
outside of manipulation? Hold on, I got to answer for your
crazy,
manipulation. I got to answer for this manipulation thing, right? Because see, I think y'all hear words, and because y'all not scientists, y'all think they just apply in the way you understand them. So when y'all say them to us, it's like, I got you. Because manipulating is this, but that ain't even how this works. It says if they're not manipulating variables or running experiments, how can it be science at all? It says you're partly right, but once again, the standard comes up. The distinction you're circling is Popper, modern science, manipulation of variables, controlled experiments, hypothesis testing. If that is your definition, Popper's definition, proto-science would not be science. But earlier knowledge systems, which were broader, had careful observation, repetition through practice, trial and error, which is informal manipulation, not controlled experiments, but still interaction with the environment to produce consistent results. Even if you use an arrow, they adjust angle, force, and distance. They learn that if I pull harder, the arrow goes farther. If I aim higher, the arc changes. That's variable manipulation in practice, even if it's not written as an equation and it's not formally tested. So if you require
he's trying to override the white man.
Skill within the craft.
I'm not done. I got one sentence, bro. Got one sentence. If you require
Popper has
let's
spoken.
4 sentences. If you require formal controlled manipulation like Popper, then correct, it's not science. But if you allow practical, repeatable interaction with variables, then it's most certainly early science. They weren't doing controlled experiments, but they were still manipulating variables through trial and error. That's why we call it proto-science, early science, not modern science. I'm listening to the white man, not you.
That's why it's called skill.
Nah, you just tried to pull one over on us with manipulation.
I did.
Because manipulation is like grifting and shit.
And
He tried to override the white man.
You tried to override the white man right there.
He tried to override.
You almost got us too. Yeah, you almost got it.
I got something. I got something to read.
What are you talking about?
You almost got it. You ain't Karl Popper. You ain't doing it like Karl Popper. Carl, I'm listening to Karl.
Especially after you threw the West Africans.
I got something to read for y'all.
Yeah, you tried to take metallurgy.
Then it took the white man. The white man had to come and give it back to us, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, god damn.
Listen on the topic of metallurgy. West African metallurgy counts as science. More precisely, it was technological science or practical empirical science, not just random craft. Why? West African ironworking required sustained knowledge of ores, charcoal, furnace design, airflow, heat control, slag behavior, and timing. Archaeology shows sophisticated bloomery traditions in West Africa, including both bellows, powdered furnaces, and a large natural drought furnaces. UNESCO's Burkina Faso site description points to standing natural drought furnaces and long-term development of iron production, while scholarship on West African iron metallurgy describes regional innovation rather than simple route copying. And it required science knowledge. If by science you mean systematic observation, controlled technique, learning from outcomes, and reliable knowledge of how natural materials behave, then metallurgy absolutely required that. Philosophy of science references routinely treat science as involving systematic observation and experimentation. And metallurgy depends on exactly that kind of repeated, checkable engagement with nature, even when it's embedded in craft traditions rather than formal theory. So you guys are stuck in modern formal theory. Anything that goes outside of that realm.
The body Biafra in this bitch.
I can hear it.
Hey,
and do me a favor. Do me a favor. Hey, Truist, real quick. Now, you got proper English with everything else, but you are destroying the word metallurgy. It ain't metallurgy. Metallurgy. Put that L on that.
Metallurgy.
Metallurgy. There you go.
Metallurgy.
Metallurgy.
I'm separating the words. Metallurgy.
Look, you fuck up the Queen's English.
I don't want you to fuck up the King's English. I don't want you out here. I wouldn't be right. It's like leaving a booger in your nose. I don't want you out here telling people metallurgy and they looking at you crazy.
That nigga talking about metallurgy.
He allergic to metal.
Shit. Hey, Reggie's back. Go ahead, Anathema. Keep telling us how it ain't science, bro. Go ahead. I know you're not gonna bend to none of these Pauls, none of these theories. Just whatever you saying. So go ahead, bro. I ain't gonna fight you.
No, I was asking Truist, what did he say? I was talking to Mania, but she came to my door. I didn't hear what he did.
He did. That's what I would have said too. That's what I would have said too.
Yeah, after all of that good information, I just said that shit too.
I ain't hear you niggas.
My door in.
I ain't hear you niggas. What?
I ain't hear you. Cat ran in.
No, I mean it's just wild because people act like
that's the old special modernism. So I knew you were going to talk about me. So I was
say all that shit again. I didn't hear you. God damn. Y'all gotta fuck up an argument quick. Man, I didn't hear shit you
I'm
said.
telling you what happened when Mary came to the door. She just got a hot car hit in her airbag.
I'm just saying, if we run down the scientific method, I'm gonna keep saying this for every example. If we go from the beginning of the scientific method to the end, tell me which part of it they did not use when it came to metallurgy.
Man, that's the beauty of the West Africans. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's us. Ain't that correct, Corey? The West Africans?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So that's why you always be saying
doing science, putting it down before the white man was even around. It wasn't even no white man's around.
Hey, so is that the fuck the Levant niggas? That's what you always saying that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm learning, bro. I'm learning. Go ahead, Reggie. Anathema. I know you can't stand us, bro, but you the one showed up in here. You should already know.
I was gonna respond to what he said,
before y'all,
Reggie, I'm gonna let Reggie talk, and then I'll respond.
Somebody finna. I hear some hate. I hear some undertones of hate.
No.
Come on now. After the white man and gave us back science right now, somebody finna come give us, somebody finna take it back. Go ahead. Who is that in the background finna take it back?
I know that white man ain't give these niggas science.
They gave us science, and then now they finna try to take it. Niggas finna try to take it from us. Go ahead.
No, it wasn't you and that. Hey, Kite, wait.
No, it wasn't you.
You ain't even here, Truist. How you gonna respond to it?
He just said what he said. He summed it up.
Why you yelling? Why you yelling?
You all because you said I didn't hear him. He just summed it up, and I heard what he
summed
up.
But that means you gotta yell. Calm down.
But then you said Reggie talk.
Yeah, because I didn't know you had something to say, and Kyle was talking.
No, I said let Reggie talk because you already said let Reggie talk.
He's mad because the white man.
I can remember what Truist said. I can hold that in my mind.
Okay, brother. Go ahead.
Improve science.
What you about to say?
No, I'm just going to add something to the conversation since we're going this far into depth. So one of the things that differentiate proto-science from modern science is theoretical depth. Basically, understanding all the concepts involved and understanding the why behind it. Just because you know from testing that this metal blends with that metal and converges or it galvanizes at a certain amount of sticks under a oven doesn't mean they understand the why. You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference in modern science, because modern science uses the why as one of the foundations for scientific process. So all those things that you just named, Truist, they all have to have a why attached to it so that you understand why your methodology works.
And you got to have a control, like you said, controlled experiments that are isolated. Controlled experiments that are isolated.
We had got our clarity.
Also,
got our clarity.
I'm just muddying the water.
I knew it. I knew
black people can't have nothing.
Hey, let them go, because I got another bomb to drop. I got another bomb to drop. Let them go.
But again, are we arguing over what's right or just?
I'm just saying. I just feel like every time we try to put a square peg with the black people, y'all motherfuckers say you niggas be quiet and just try to snatch that shit away. But
someone calling it proto science, you can't call that person wrong. I'm just making sure we're not doing that.
No, we're not. I said my argument. Hold on. My argument was, I agree with you. If you're doing the strict modern definition of science from Popper, proto science wouldn't be science. But if you're doing the broad historical definition of science, proto science is definitely science. It's early science.
But can we also admit in our everyday lives, if it came down to it in a particular situation, we ourselves have a standard of science that we even will separate and say this isn't all one thing? Can we admit to that as well?
Yeah, the standard is called the scientific method. But I'm waiting for you guys to finish so I can tell you how they use the science each step when it came to metallurgy.
I don't think nobody's arguing. No. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You guys
Go
can
ahead.
finish. I'll explain it.
Again,
Reggie,
nobody's
right after
arguing
this.
that,
Hold
but
on.
you can't
Reggie going right
argue
after
the fact
this.
they didn't have controlled, isolated experiments, bro. It's just
Let him
certain
get it
details
off.
within the bullet points you about to talk about. It's still nuance within all of those bullet points. Nobody's disagreeing with your generalized.
Yeah, nobody's
way of-
saying they were as rigid as we are today, but they used the steps.
But you asked the question. You said within that scientific methodology or hypothesis or whatever they did, what was different? I named them out to you to show that those things. What?
No, I was just reading from the chat. Somebody said the science that we do now comes from the Greeks.
You see, that's
Now the
the
Greeks and
science
Romans,
that
they would be considered.
that's the
That
science
would
that
be
they
considered
like.
proto science.
They don't like this West African
Truett say his
science.
point so we can get to Reggie. I was just reading something from the chat. So, shouts to the chat.
It's
All right,
going to come from the Greeks. I hear it. Okay.
You guys ready? Listen. So, first step, observation. Smelting required watching ore, charcoal, airflow, slag, and heat behavior in real time. African metallurgy involved controlled high temperature processes, furnace operation, and raw material selection. 2, ask a question about it. That would show up practically as, why did one ore or furnace setup work better than the other? Scholarship explicitly describes Africans as experimenting, improvising, inventing, and innovating in metal production. 3, form a hypothesis. Even if not written formally, changing furnace height, airflow, wood prep, or fuel mix assumes a testable idea like this setup should work better. Make a prediction. Yes. If a smelter chose a certain design, expecting hotter temperatures or better blue quality, that is a practical prediction. The source frames African metalworking is using scientific process to discover and invent. 5, test with experiments or observation. The evidence is strong as here. The article directly says ancient Africans engaged in successful improvisation and experimentation. Analyze results. Yes, bloom quality, slag output, furnace, success, and failure all had to be judged after a smelt. The existence of multiple furnace types and evolving methods points to evaluation of results rather than blind repetition. And 7, draw conclusions and revise. Technological variation over time suggests people kept what worked and changed what did not. The article presents African metallurgy as a field of ongoing innovation, not a frozen tradition. So there you go. Each step of the scientific method was satisfied. So I'm trying to figure out, what are you guys saying they left
Nobody.
after that
That's what I'm saying. Nobody was arguing that, bro. You went down that whole thing, and I was
So
trying
if
to
you're
tell
not
you.
arguing it, then they practice science.
But you're wrong for saying that because that's not.
No,
You
because they
can't.
followed the method.
Oh my God! Can I finish, bro? Like, can I finish, please?
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying you being emotional and saying this is this. You're wrong. You just have to listen to what Anathema said and say I respect that. You can't say yo, you're wrong.
But Anathema doesn't hold authority over the scientific method.
Oh
God
my
damn it.
He doesn't hold no fucking authority over
I'm
the
saying
method.
he's of the thought of people that use this proto.
And what you did,
Y'all niggas get too. This shit is crazy.
If I just prove they satisfied the conditions,
You got it, bro. You got it, bro. You got it.
Good shit, True. Let me get to Reggie. Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, well, wow. With all the evidence that we
I can do
showed,
that with a nigga that played basketball.
with all the evidence that we showed,
It was Egyptian blue
the
science, Reggie. First, before you go, I just want to know, is Egyptian blue science?
I'm gonna say Egyptian medical papyrus. I'm gonna say the Ebers. I'm going to say the Ren mathematical. I'm not gonna say everything in Egypt was they were practicing.
So the blue. So no.
Are
the
you
blue
aware?
wasn't
Hold on, Reggie. Are you because Corey tried to you up? It's fucked up.
Hey Reggie, I thought you said Egyptians practice quantum mechanics. Can you got a video talking about?
Come on, Freddie. You just said don't cut you off.
My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
You said, but Corey trying to set you up because are you aware of Egyptian blue? Are you aware of that?
Well, you're talking about the Lotus blue?
No, there was an Egyptian blue. I asked ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I said, explain to me what Egyptian blue was, and is it science, right?
You mean the pigment? You mean the pigment blue?
Let's argue with ChatGPT.
Yes.
Okay, the pigment blue. Well,
It says yes. Hold on. Here's the answer. I want to see if you agree. It says yes, but it's best described as early chemistry, proto, not modern science. It says Egyptian blue is one of the first synthetic pigments in human history. Hold on. It says why it's scientific. It has controlled processes, meaning kilns and temperature awareness, material experimentation, and repeatable results because they got a consistent pigment. That's applied chemical knowledge. So it may not be modern science, but it is definitely early chemistry, proto science.
Well,
you agree with that? You agree with that,
There you
Reggie?
go. There you go.
Hold on, wait. Do you agree with that, Reggie?
It's the first synthetic pigment created by humans.
So do you agree?
Yes, there's science involved in this. Yes.
Shouts to IBM.
Oh man, I don't agree with
No,
that.
You
man.
just
Science allows you, man, to,
Come on,
to,
man.
to explain.
Or you only fighting it because the West
Do
African.
you know about the metallurgy? Do you know about the metallurgy, Reggie?
Now you just trying to
In
get
West
the West
Africa?
Africa. You be hating on Egypt. That's what it is, Corey.
Yeah.
You hating on Egypt.
Yeah. So, there's Nubian metallurgy, and there.
No, I ain't talking about Nubian metallurgy.
No, there's
I'm talking about the West African.
Of course, there's the Nok civilization. So there's the Nok civilization. That's the civilization that largely did it, and so yes, there's science involved in that.
There it is.
Right. So my whole point is,
I don't believe what you're doing here, Reggie. But I'm gonna let you go, man. I'm gonna let
He's
you.
just trying to make sure West Africa is somewhere represented in whatever you're talking about.
Right.
That's all it is.
Yeah. So I think Nok civilization they completed the method and made it much more applicable than the Nubian version. But both.
Oh my God.
It was something throughout. But let me just get to a couple of things. All right. So we went through a whole bunch of definitions. The root word of the definitions that we looked on is science is science. Then there are different attributes of science or different other type of names. There's compound words, right? There's modern science, right? And any other of the other words that they want to use, proto-science and stuff like that. When we examine the history of the usage of the words, right? We find in the 14th century, they created the word science, right? And they began to, those that created it began to apply it for their own people without history, right? Later on, we have people now looking at sciences of the world, and they are separating the other groups of people from the Greeks, giving the Greeks primacy, right? But the Greeks were practicing science, which they don't agree with. But the Greeks were practicing science. So then you have, and then you have people like the Europeans create now the father of science, right? Who is the father of science? He's European. So now once you say the father of science, then what you're doing is you're saying this particular person, right, is the father of science, right? And then so you're giving a date of primacy. The problem now becomes how people are using the word science and attributing it to whom, and not attributing it to other civilizations. No matter what they did as far as the method, Chinese with paper, right? Egyptians with papyrus. Now you're attributing to who you believe is the father, and so that's a selection process, but that's not necessarily the truth. So somebody wants to talk about a paper that I wrote on quantum physics in ancient Egypt. That's
Who did? When you do that, Reggie?
That's a valid question. But there is I sourced a PhD, right, on her article on when gods play particles. And she's an Egyptologist, PhD, and she wrote the concepts. So all I did was create a paper based on what and I did this. I started talking about this. You can go on YouTube on The Secret of the Ankh. I don't know, that's 14, 15 years ago that I did that, before you even got to this conversation? So that's a valid question, but you should look at my sources. And that's the point of this whole conversation. I have yet to see.
Now break it down for me though. I want to know like how they did it.
How they did what?
Like how, like what was the correlation? Was it the pyramid? Like what was they doing that mimicked quantum physics or the practice of applying quantum physics?
Yeah. So I can pull up the paper directly, but I can
Hey, hey Reggie,
Tell him, Reggie. Cat.
yeah, that's I'm on the PhD.
I'm on that. I'm in that.
oh my God, y'all gotta cut that out.
Yo, you gotta cut it out.
I remember that shit, Reggie. Reggie, I remember your shit,
Yeah.
bro. Go ahead.
Hey Reggie, let me ask you a question. Can I make one?
I finally got what you were saying.
Yeah. That's why I started laughing. I've heard him do that before. Y'all ignorant.
Yeah.
So, hey, no, Reggie, before you give a source or explanation of anything, I think niggas got to give you a source first.
Yeah, I think this whole conversation was them
Reggie done
avoiding.
wrote papers on all this shit.
Yeah, like y'all asking him for a source, and y'all ain't provided a fucking thing other than what y'all think. It's a rhetoric.
No,
I
rhetoric.
definitely
It's actually religious. It's actually religious. It's like the Hebrew, right, where they outline who the Messiah is, and then you have the Christians coming and saying Jesus was the Messiah, when the Hebrews said sets forth the definitions of science. So that's it's like I said.
No, you just fucked that up somewhere.
No, I did not. I didn't. You just doubt everything that I say. And then
I don't. You said when you said something about the Messiah, and then you said that the Hebrews set forth the definition of science.
No.
Hey, Reggie, can I ask you a question?
No. I have to answer. The Hebrews set forth the definition of the Messiah.
Right.
They wrote what is expected with a Messiah. Right?
Yes, sir.
The
Yes, sir.
Christians now come and they say, well, Jesus is this Messiah. And Jesus says, yes, I'm that guy. I'm the Messiah. Right? So Christians now say, okay, the definition of or who the Messiah is according to our book. But the Hebrews say that the Messiah hasn't come. He's expected, but he hasn't come yet. Now, so that's that part. All I'm just trying to say is what's happening with these people. I asked for a source. I asked just for a source. The source I got back, the first source we got back on was a definition of science, right? In it, it did not say that science is only modern science. It set forth a rule. Then I gave another paper from the Council of Science where they outlined science, and then they set forth methodology of scientific, right?
But neither stance is the consensus though. That's all I was saying.
Well,
it seemed like people that was arguing saying it's this and that. That's what I was saying.
Well,
I want to ask Reggie a question and everybody, because you said something slick.
Well,
about
hey, I don't know why you think
the white man is
get him anathema. Get him.
He said something slick. What did he say? Slick. What did he say?
Yeah, anathema. He was
Who's
still
the
talking.
father of modern sourcing?
He was still talking.
Where did you get this?
Why you
Depending on
okay, you ain't know. You still ain't learned. You still ain't learned how you ain't got no fucking self-control, bro. You still ain't learned. Let him finish his statement, and if he want to answer your fucking question, he will, bro. But you ain't gonna overtalk. Just you cut the man off, and then you gonna ask him a question. Finish talking, Reggie.
Okay. So going back to a slightly earlier point where I was answering some questions, Galileo is the father of science, right? I would get a wrong answer on a test in, let's say, 6th grade to 12th grade when they asked me who is the father of science. And then in another source, I would have to say Galileo. Then if they ask me who's the father of modern science, I would again probably have to say Galileo. So he's both the father of science and he's the father of modern science. But what makes him the father of science, right? That is a European orientation, right? It's simple as that. Because it didn't start with him. A lot of his thinking on the science part came from earlier thoughts, right? And these other thoughts had practical applications as well as concepts and discovery. The concepts of the discovery make it science, right? Modern science sets forth a several uh, types of a structure to test uh, how can I say, hypotheses and theories in science. And that's what it does. That's really all that it does, even though it's a great system, right? Um, but the fact of the matter is, he is also the father of modern physics. He's the father of science. He's the father of modern observational astronomy. He's the father of everything. That's Europeans talking, right? Now, so
All right, let me allow the Nationalist.
you
Can
have
you
the
take a
father.
Nationalist question when you're done?
You have the father of history. That's another subject. That's Herodotus, right? So these are European writers writing in a particular time period, and then not accepting uh, um, other sciences because that's their orientation. Now, on the issue of everybody can look this up. The title of this paper by Dr. Renetta Tatamir, right, here's the title: When the Gods Play the Roles of the Particles, Sexuality and Quantum Language in the Perception of the Octad of Hermopolis. And it is her, where she talks about the Keminal, which are Amun, Amunet, Nunet, Heke, and Hey.
This shit crazy.
Yeah.
Right? But the difference between you and me and the people that's laughing is that I'm reading
That title alone, though, Reggie, like that's a
Nasty
killer.
word.
That title.
Yeah. Of course. Of course not. I don't. Well, yes. Well, the parts of it is that what what people try to do is make arguments based on the sources that they have, right? And have a theoretical construct, right? And so it has to sit on something. So it sits on the language of the coffin text spell, right? That begin the discussion, because scholars have studied the coffin text and the pyramid text and I forgot the other text, the Edfu text. And then what she did is she looked at the quantum world and she just opposed it to say, wow, these people were making correlations that later we would actually use as fact. But the difference between me and some of the people who are cackling, right, is that I could construct an abstract with cited sources in APA format, right? And I can follow it through my paper with inline sources.
How many people on this panel can do that? As far as didn't y'all learn these concepts in high school? Or am I tripping? Citing sources.
Yeah,
Like,
I think everybody.
what has he said that's so profound regarding why he?
Okay. So
He really think he talking to some dumb niggas, bro.
So Negro,
Y'all gotta speak up for yourselves, man.
So Negro, right? Negro. The difference is what you was learning was practice that you never used. I actually.
How do you know? I guarantee the classes and electives I was taking
Watch this, Negro.
was more. I guarantee. I'm willing to do a show and do any test you want to see whatever subject. I will smoke you in anything.
Okay, that's your thinking, but Negro.
In your own field, I bet
how
you I'll
you-
smoke you in your own field.
Okay, fine, Negro.
But I'm saying I ain't trying to come at you, but I'm
Negro,
saying
right now.
you walk
Right
around
now,
with
right
this
today.
bravado,
I have
like
a very simple question,
Negro.
though, I've been trying to
Negro.
ask.
you ain't gotta call
Show
me
me the
Negro, but
paper.
I've been trying. I have a very
Hey,
simple
why don't you let me
question I've been
talk?
trying to ask.
Why don't you let me talk?
Reggie and Fetty was in the middle of the street. Why everybody talking?
Okay, so Fetty says, Fetty, here's the problem. The problem is all Fetty has to do was show me a paper that he wrote.
so you saying I can't show you a paper going against anything you saying, or do I have to write a paper?
No, one that you wrote, nigga, one that you wrote.
I bet I'll look. I'll make a paper in the format you make because you acting like your shit peer review.
No, Fetty.
Is your shit peer review?
No,
Does your shit stand up against critique?
This is why we don't.
No.
This is why we don't. This is why there's a problem in our thinking.
Nah, you think you Yoda. You think you Yoda or some shit when you not.
Yo, Fetty, I have a simple question, man. Let me get this out.
All right, go ahead.
Because this is crazy what Reggie just did. And I really want to ask this. Reggie, how can you complain about the father of science being white, the father of science and philosophy and these things you just said, but then you come on here and you complain for sourcing, and then you actually say APA. Who's the father of all of that? Your sourcing and your APA. Who set the standard for that reasoning? Okay. And why was it set? Because I know, because that's my field of study.
Okay. So, smart guy, right? I didn't say, I don't think I said white. I said European. Smart guy. And and
European means white over here. We know what that.
No.
Yeah, they're synonymous over here.
No. Right. Since this is your field of study, do you have a paper, a writing sample, or something that was published?
Yeah, I do. I have a thesis. Yeah, it was published. Yeah, I have that. Yeah, so I'll go on. Keep talking.
No, I'll go on.
We don't believe that. My thesis about literary criticism.
Hey, Reggie, I got you, brother. I got you, Reggie.
Reggie,
So let me get this straight. You guys think science, not proto-science. You think science starts with the scientific revolution? That's where y'all think science stops being proto-science?
That's what they.
I'm trying to get this clear. Their stance.
Don't ask them because they don't have an answer because they're not showing any stories.
No, I want to make sure everyone is clear. I want to make sure everyone is clear.
Scientists did them tell you the turning point is Francis Bacon.
No.
Okay, you're saying science stops being proto-science at Francis Bacon.
That's the modern science. That's when the modern
I'm
science.
asking you. Do you have a brain for yourself? I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
What do you mean?
This nigga said
I'm still in the middle of the
I'm asking, is science only science and no longer proto-science starting with Francis Bacon?
When can you have an analogy, since you come in the post-scientific revolution, where you cannot impose that upon what you're trying to defend as science? That's why you're applying the scientific method to it. Because outside of that, you have
just say you don't really want to have to
before you even considering it science.
Just say you don't want to have
to. It is skill at crafting.
Okay.
And I'm telling you what it is because of where you come from and how your existence is. That's why you're using the scientific method as a comparison, because you have no other objective way to evaluate science, because you weren't there learning that fucking craft at the time that craft was being constructed as a craft.
You don't know who you're talking to. I have a bachelor's in philosophy.
You even know science.
A lot of the things you're saying is ridiculous. I have a BA in philosophy. I understand these arguments. I'm asking you, are you saying Francis Bacon? Are you saying Francis Bacon?
You have no other way of evaluating time. Who the fuck y'all talk to?
You.
Like really, man?
You, Negro.
You. Me, man.
Negro, you.
Yeah.
You, Negro. We are only talking to Negro. Negro, you said that you wrote a thesis, Negro. In what grade level?
What grade level? All
Yeah,
right,
Negro.
man. Go somewhere, man.
Negro, I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. Negro, you wrote a thesis, Negro. In what grade level?
Don't worry about what grade level.
Nigga said he wrote a thesis. This nigga said he wrote a thesis, and y'all was about to let him get away with that.
People have read it. Biafra's read it.
No, speak English.
True Story's read it. There's people have read it. What the fuck are you talking about? Because you haven't read it. I don't respect your intellect to even want to send it to you. Fuck you.
Negro.
Fuck you, man.
That's not a Negro.
You're not smart enough to even evaluate
Negro,
what I wrote.
I passed the test, Negro.
No, you don't. You don't. I listened to you for
Negro, I
many
passed the
years.
test.
What did you write a thesis? What did you write a thesis
You have an
for?
agenda, man, and you stay reiterating the same rhetoric. You don't even respond to arguments in real time, man.
What did
You
you-
still
what did
stuck
you-
under Dr. Bill's foot.
What did you write a thesis for, though, anathema?
Too much share butter upon Dr. Bill's foot, man. Fix up yourself, man. Who y'all talk to,
Anathema.
Reggie?
Anathema.
This is
What
me,
did you
man.
write a thesis
Understand
for?
rhetoric. I will serve your ass any day of the week, man. Don't fuck with me. I come over here and
Since you're so knowledgeable, since you're so knowledgeable, it shouldn't be hard for you to answer simple questions.
Quick question. I just walked away. Can somebody else moderate while I'm going? I got something I got to do. Or no?
I got it. I want to know why this nigga wrote a thesis.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Truth. I apologize. Go ahead, Chef. You got it.
Okay, answer the question for Sheffrin. What thesis did you write so we can look it up?
Anathema.
Buddha. Business. I didn't write shit. I'm ignorant. I didn't write nothing. I have nothing.
I ain't say you ain't right. No, I asked about the
I
thesis
never
that
did
you wrote.
anything.
I want to know about
I
I didn't say you didn't write anything.
I use AI every time I come over here, like all of you.
I didn't
do.
say you
don't
didn't
talk
write
about
anything.
what
You said you wrote a
You're
thesis,
right, man.
brother.
I never wrote nothing in my life. I never taught literature. I didn't help build a school online. None of these things. I'm a fraud like Reggie. All I did was rub Dr. Ben's foot in my imagination.
Don't respond to that, Reggie. He didn't answer the question.
Yeah. So here's the problem. We use these terms as if many of these people use these terms as if they're involved in any of these practices. And I find that when it comes to this conversation on science, I can have really a conversation with everybody, but I expect them to show sources for what they say.
Brad read out the source I sent, so I don't know why you keep saying that. I sent the source actually giving credence to both sides, but people who argue.
Sources that comes from literary studies where we were trying to compete with scientific method because people were complaining that literary studies didn't have no fucking standard assigned to them.
That's
so
not
we
what we're
created
talking
the
about.
concept of
That's
sourcing,
the word
and
right.
MLA and APA had a backup for the concept of sourcing. So stop the fuckery, man. Just stop the fuckery. Everything you do comes from white people. Your whole standard of sourcing comes out of white academia. But then you want to come up here and say, oh, but the white people are setting the standard for what is science. They set the standard for what is sourcing.
White man definitely created APA.
I don't understand
your dialect.
You don't know the study. You don't know it.
We're talking about science.
I will fail your ass in my class. You're a fucking idiot. Shut up.
Your mother, your fucking daddy, your fucking grandparents, and your great-grandparents. Like you want to use language like that to hide the fact that you're really nothing. We can't source anything that you did. If I'm lying, right? If I'm lying, and Mr. Nobody, Mr. Nobody, and Mr. Nobody,
just
hey,
shut
Mr.
up.
Nobody, I
You've
come
never
on
taught
here.
no one. You've
Don't
never
Mr.
been
Nobody.
in no educational setting. You've
Mr.
never
Nobody.
nothing, B. Nothing. I know this about you. All you've done is online. And you talk about your little court case. Nobody care about
a little federal court case. You don't care.
Nobody care. Yes, I have court case,
You're
man.
a dumb
I
mother.
have students are taught to be court case. This is fact, man. Fuck are you
No,
talking
then
about?
what
I've been
student?
literature in Los
Hey,
Angeles for years.
show me a
You
court
got
case that
nothing,
you
B.
did.
I'm not gonna
Show
give
me
you
a
nothing,
court
B,
case
because
that
I
you
got
did.
real people in the real world that know me. Y'all
No, we
online
don't know you.
personality, B.
Well, we don't
That
know
used to
you.
argue with Ankh and other niggas about fake ass Egyptian shit that is not real in other community. Nobody knows
Egypt is
you and
not
gives a
fake.
fuck about you in the
Egypt
real
is not
world.
fake.
I can bring 30 students on here that don't give a fuck about nothing you say. But when I teach them about a preposition and all of them things there, they use that the rest of them fucking life.
All
Fuck
right.
you.
Okay,
Fuck
and I'm
you.
gonna tell you
Yeah?
how much.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
tell you
who
to
y'all
fuck
talk
you.
to. I'm the
All
wrong
right.
nigga,
So,
B.
hey, yo, I'm
the wrong
I'm
nigga.
61 years.
I'm the wrong
61
nigga,
years
B.
old. I'm
I've
gonna tell
done
you
too
something.
much and you've done
I'm gonna tell you
nothing
something.
but fight for your representation
Yeah, I gotta keep
online.
reminding myself
Big
that
up
you are
Castle
old.
Hill
Let me
Rage,
chill.
man. I'm the
Yeah.
wrong
So
nigga,
let
man.
me
Allow
tell
me
you
start.
something.
Just
All right.
allow
So
me,
you
my
so
lord.
smart.
Just
You
allow
so
me, man.
smart,
Do what
motherfucker.
y'all do, man.
Tell me
Yeah,
what
man,
your
me smart
children
as
doing,
fuck.
motherfucker.
I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not
Tell me what
ashamed
your
of it.
children
Now
doing,
what?
motherfucker.
All
Now
right,
what?
y'all, one at a time, one at a time, one at a
No,
time.
I
Hey,
don't
listen,
listen. Chef,
I'm
why
gonna
you
let
keeping
y'all
it
get y'all
going?
bars off, but y'all gotta do it one at a time. Is that
I'm
possible?
not gonna. All you're gonna do is curse me out. And so why do I have to lower my standards to deal with what we're dealing with is on science.
Love you, man.
So your mother. Hey, fuck your mother. Hey, yo, fuck your mother.
Yeah, my mother died a long time ago, man. You shouldn't be business with them things there, man.
Okay,
You can't
fine.
burn me with the rhetoric there,
That's
so, man.
fine.
You understand me? I'm master
No.
rhetoric, man.
Oh, that hurt you. Hey, that hurt
Master
you, right?
rhetoric, man. My lord. Remember me tell you, my youth.
Hey, yo, listen, tough guy. I don't want to talk tough, right? I don't want to talk tough. I want sources. So one of the brothers said that they have sources both ways. So I want to talk to him because he has sources, right?
Yeah, I was saying,
Hold on, Betty. Hold on, Betty. I don't want to
that was
move
petty.
from Anthema because that was a hostile escape. I asked a fair question. Where are you saying proto-science stops being proto-science and it becomes just science? Are you saying that turning point is at Francis Bacon, where we can stop saying proto-science and we can just say Satan?
I told you the modern scientists tell you that with the scientific method when they started actually switching to independent standard outside
Okay,
of
and you're
personal
saying that
evaluation.
starts at Bacon.
Yes. That's what they tell you.
Okay, so
There's
you're
a lot of
saying,
predecessors to that. I
so
told
you're
you that.
saying,
You
so
didn't
you're
listen to my
saying,
breakdown. I'm telling you where modern science tells you they cut it off. Where they say,
okay,
no, this is the turning point. And I gave you his religious background. All of that then I'm broke down. And I told you what the turning point was when they moved the standard. The standard became something outside of what
oh,
you
so you're saying everything
do.
prior to that. Wait, I just want to be clear. Everything prior to that is
Yeah, man,
proto-science.
it's basically crafting, B. It's basically refining skills at crafting. Because
Okay,
it's
so let me
locked.
ask you that.
It's
Wait.
locked
So,
inside
So
of a certain
now,
cultural perspective.
so
Science
now, are you
frees itself
saying then that Aristotle and Copernicus? Hold on. Are you saying Aristotle and Copernicus's discoveries and study and observations of the Earth, its shapes, its movements, its rotation, it rotating around the sun, moving away from geocentrism into heliocentric models? Are you saying that that's proto-science and not just straight up science? Are you saying the methods that Copernicus and Aristotle employed before Bacon, that they were doing proto-science when they were observing these things? Is that what you're saying?
You didn't listen to what I said earlier, Truist, because I brought up, I knew y'all was gonna bring up all of these names, and I talked about the scaling. And I talked about the scaling, and I talked about that being a central part and why that was still part of proto-science, because they didn't set a standard. They were searching for it. That's what opened them up to start searching for a standard. Independent of any mythology, independent of any god, independent of anything. And that's when I told you they separated into what is called.
But are you calling the geocentric model? Are you calling the geocentric? Are you
world from the spiritual world?
calling
And once
the
they made that
geocentric?
separation and they went into strict materialism, you started having what became modern science, what culminated with Francis Bacon.
Are you calling the geocentric model and the geocentrism that Aristotle and Copernicus put? Are you saying that's proto-science?
I'm calling that proto-science. I didn't say pseudo-science. I said proto-science.
That is ridiculous, and that's not scholarly.
No, that actually is what the scholars say. But I
It is,
understand why you arguing, but because
that
that
is
was his chill.
ridiculous.
That's fine. You can
Okay,
feel
you
however
can
you
call it
want to.
ridiculous, man,
But
but I'm gonna
but
stand where I'm
what he
standing,
did
man.
was
They
challenge it, and
absolutely
he added,
employed the scientific method to make
bro.
their conclusions about
That's
the Earth.
fine, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. So Galileo had a huge focus on measurements. So instead of
Block
just simply
Galileo.
observing with your eyes to say this fell and this is gonna fall because it's heavier, it's gonna fall at a faster speed. That will be
No.
using your logical senses to make a determination based instead of measuring. And he was heavy in the measurements. And so now that added element got added into the equation as well. So not only physical observation, but measurement, observation via measurement tools.
Yeah, but observing isn't the only thing they were doing when they're forming these geocentric models and when they're observing the rotation of the Earth and they're seeing that we actually make certain rotations around the sun and not the opposite. Like they're not just coming with observations alone. They're studying, they're testing, they're
Well,
No,
coming
no,
up
no.
with hypotheses, they're coming up with questions.
True is.
Hold on,
You're not.
Kyle, hold on, real quick. But the scaling, this is where we go back to strict sense. In the strictest sense, scaling does remove Aristotle from the strictest sense of modern science. Because in the scaling, Aristotle, if you're using the standards, he wasn't using controlled experiments, he wasn't using precise measurements, and he wasn't relying on reasoning. He relied on his reasoning over testing. So you're not going to say that he was doing science as we define it today, because he was actually
That's
proving
not my argument.
right. I know.
I'm
Listen, but that's what they're saying to you. So the only thing I'm telling you is address that and then tell them what your argument
What
is.
I'm saying, and I've been very clear to them, that just because something isn't modern science and isn't as rigid as modern science, that doesn't stop it from being science. And just
No,
because and anything Bacon, anything pre-Bacon isn't always proto-science. I brought up Copernicus
yeah.
and Aristotle to
Look,
say
true
that
is.
just because they're pre-Bacon, that doesn't mean what they were practicing to come to these conclusions was proto-science. I
True is.
think it was
Look,
just
man.
science.
And you're
Listen.
hold on. Just
Listen.
because something isn't modern
That's what you think.
doesn't automatically make it not science.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, man. You
Yeah,
gotta
that's all.
understand,
Yeah, right. Y'all
like
saying
think,
these
think,
same
think
things.
about technology. Everybody right
I
now has
talked about
5.
these people though.
Hold
And I
on, bro.
told you one of the
I'm
significant
Your
trying to
own
get
things
teammate. He
about
don't
them is that
he don't play
math
well with others.
didn't
Bro.
match the
Yeah, he
mythology.
don't play well with others. You're gonna learn. You don't play well with others.
I see, man. I didn't
You
sound
cutting
like
off a
him.
nigga that's arguing your point. You cutting him
No, I'm
off.
not talking about Kyle. I was talking.
But he was talking.
I'm sorry, Kyle. I didn't even hear you, man. I'm not gonna lie.
You get that zest and that zeal and that rhetoric level up. You unstoppable. Just like Kyle finished, and you can have the floor.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Did Reggie leave?
No, Reggie can't speak. Every time I speak,
Oh,
I get
okay, nah. Well,
criticized
yeah.
by somebody with a thesis that we can't find. Motherfucker wrote a thesis, right? Right? That's not published.
Yeah,
right?
it is always cool as hell when you get mad. Once you get mad, that's Bronx. It goes to Bronx.
Yeah.
Who wrote a thesis?
So-
But go ahead, Kyle. I ain't gonna interrupt.
Nah,
I keep telling
somebody-
you, my answer's on the channel, and he's read my thesis. So
Hold on. Go ahead, Kyle. Then I want to hear about the thesis.
I gotta rethink what I was gonna say. Okay, what I was gonna say is we're talking about modern science. Modern science means
No, we're talking about
contemporary-
science.
God
We're
damn
not
it,
talking
man.
about modern science. That bullshit. We're talking about science, not the compound word. We state what we're talking about.
No.
We're talking about science.
No,
we're talking about modern science. We state that shit.
No, I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say.
Yeah,
So again, this is
Yo,
crazy.
did y'all argue about this before, Kyle? Is this like the
No.
first?
Did y'all
Did
because
y'all talk, I'm saying, did y'all talk about this before, like on another,
we're on the other side here.
Y'all talking as though y'all already had this.
Kareem, what up, Shawty?
This
Are you coolin'? My bad.
So okay, so we keep using the term modern science, right? And
No, you're
again,
using it.
God damn it, bro! Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you?
Because
You ain't no
we're
self
not
control,
using
Reggie?
it. You're using it.
No,
Kyle, just change the words so you can finish, please.
no, that's
I
the
know
point
you
of
don't
what
want to, but he just gonna keep going. Just use a different word, man. Something imagine or something. I
You
don't
can't
know.
even be honest. We're talking about the difference between science and modern science, and he wants to make everything modern.
Well, why? But you just said you ain't talking about modern science, Reggie. You just said out your own old ass mouth that we're talking
Here we
about the
go.
difference between modern science and regular science. I'm just saying that we're talking about modern science and the name science. Like, why can't I say it the way I fucking want to say it? Answer that for me, Dr. Reggie.
No, it's not Dr. Reggie. It's Brother Reggie.
Oh,
And
okay.
And
All right. Well, can I finish my statement then, Brother Reggie?
Do you call?
Can I finish my
Do you call
statement,
your
Brother
parents
Reggie?
old ass? I just want to know, do you call your parents old ass to their face?
No, but you're not my fucking parents. Old
Well,
ass nigga.
see, wait, no.
We're
See,
going
you
down
can
the
have
street. Here we go.
you can't have it both ways.
No, because you get
Why
on here.
So why are you
You get
calling
on.
me
You get
old
on
ass?
here every time.
Why
You
are
get
you
on here
calling
and
me old ass? And you don't
you get
call
because Reggie, you act like you ain't been throwing shots all fucking day,
No,
bro.
but not to
And
you.
now all of a sudden,
No, not to you personally.
what, bro?
I've
When
been
I
arguing the
showed the
subject.
definition of science, you weren't throwing
No,
no
I've
shots.
been
It was
arguing the
bombs dropping left
subject.
and right.
No, I have not mentioned Kyle. I wanted to know what Kyle's quotes was. I have not thrown a shot to you personally.
When I showed the definition of science, bro, you started with me. Simply
Do me a
because
favor. Just finish what you're saying,
No,
and
I
then I'm
didn't
gonna go
talk
to
with you. I just asked
Hey,
you.
Kyle, Reggie, let him say it how you want to say it, and then we'll go
No, but
into.
you can't call me no old ass.
Okay,
well, when you
all right.
talk,
So, I'm sorry, young man. I'm sorry, young man.
You can't
Is
just
that
call
better?
me.
Okay, young man.
You can just call me Reggie. Just call
Okay,
me Reggie, okay? I appreciate it.
young Prince Reggie, whatever we're gonna go with, right?
No,
So
it's Reggie.
young scholar, the
And
young
what is your real
phenom.
name anyway?
It's Kyle.
Here we go.
Okay, that's your real name? No, I
It
respect
is.
that. I respect that. Is that your real name?
How did we get here? How did we get here?
No,
Yeah,
Reggie, he moved on. He backed off. Reggie, sit down.
I'll give you my real name. My first name is Marcus. My middle name is Kyle. My last name is Kamara. You can look that up on LinkedIn, on my professional bio, all of that. But I go by my middle name. Is that okay?
Okay, that's
All
fine.
right. So I'm gonna proceed. So again,
he about to say modern science. Don't spaz out.
Brace
Go ahead,
yourself.
Kyle.
Brace yourself. So what we were talking about right now, and that freaking baby crying, man. Golly, I'm gonna have to come back. Fuck.
Go handle your business. Go ahead, Rich.
So this other guy said that he wrote a thesis, right? And we want to see the thesis. He said he wrote a thesis. We want to see the thesis. I want to know if he wrote the thesis in college or he wrote the thesis in middle school or he wrote the thesis in a university. And what's his real name? We dealing with people without real names, so I want to see if the thesis is in this name.
Yeah. None of your business and none of your business, my lad. That's my answer. Big up yourself.
My lad? I'm not your goddamn lad. I'm not your lad. Who are you? I mean, who are you?
My lad, you good, my lad, man. Big up yourself.
Else.
No worries, my lad.
How are you?
My lad. You good, man. I would send it to you if I respected you, but me not do that.
I don't respect you.
Nephew said you had this under control. This is a fucking war zone.
I don't respect you. You got a fake name that you made up. Did you put your fake name on your thesis? Shut up.
He's asking your name, anathema, so he could look up your thesis. He's not asking for like personal reasons. He's asking for that reason. That's what he's asking.
He said he would have to send it to me so it's not online.
Oh, it's in an email?
I don't know where the hell this shit is. But I want to see it with his real goddamn name. Your
What was
schoolmate.
the thesis on? Did y'all get that far?
No. He
Yeah, I don't
don't
know.
respect me, but he also don't respect any of y'all.
It's based on a literary criticism called Lyricism, and it's applied to the works of John Alfred Williams, in which I use my literary criticism to analyze his three primary works, which are Captain Black Man, Sons of Darkness, Sons of Light, and The Man Who Cried I Am.
So why wouldn't you let us see something like that? That shit sound impressive. I mean, didn't you write it for people to read it?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay. Okay. I can respect that.
No, I can't respect that shit. You wrote it when you was playing blocks? When the fuck you wrote this shit for? What you write it for? I can't respect that shit.
Well. If you really want to know, I wrote it for
that
as
nigga
my
said,
master's.
"What did you write that
I wrote it for my master's degree, and I wrote it to create a Black method of literary criticism based on my philosophical outlook. But I came to consider that my philosophical outlook was not really representative of the Black community.
You said a Black method. You wrote a Black method.
The way I look at what I wrote is only for a select few of individuals that I respect. And I've done some with the university and my situation where you want it, I'll give it to you. If you don't, then you ain't getting it.
No, I do, but when you say you wrote a thesis, and you said you wrote it for a university, I get it, right? It's personal. That's fine. What I'm saying though is if you gave it to a university, was it for peer review or you just gave it to the university?
Yes, it was for peer review and all of that. And
was it peer review?
There was a thing that went on where I don't want to get into this too.
No, you don't have to if you don't want to. I'm not forcing you to talk. But if you don't even want to talk about it, we don't got to.
I was too I was a bit pseudo, not in the thesis, but in how I look at academia. And
would pseudo be because you were trying to prove
I'm telling you. No, I'm going to tell you. When they started telling me I had to wear these robes and this ceremonial shit, and at the time in the 90s, what was going on with how we was deep into this is Masonic rituals and all of these things, there developed a tension because I didn't want to participate in a lot of the rituals.
They was gonna make you wear robes.
I'm just gonna leave it there. I was just gonna I didn't want to wear robes. I didn't want gowns. I didn't want no recognition. I just kind of wanted to get my thing and fade away. I didn't want to participate, and I was up for candidacy. With who became the valedictorian. Me and him had a little battle. There was things about, and my mind was so polluted at the time with Blackology and things about the system and what's against you that I resisted a lot of things that I look back on that I should have actually participated in and took advantage of, whether it was the spook that sat behind the door or whatnot. But this is very personal, and I really don't want to share this.
You don't have to, bro. You can stop talking on
the internet. But then somebody's trying to really attack me and attack my educational level and skill level when there's decisions I made and things I have that I hold on to personally. And that's why when I said I read you, yeah, you can get it. And when you read it, you will say, oh, okay, well, yeah, Buddha. What Buddha talks about, he has in writing. Just let me put it that way. And he's explored literature and an author that's seminal to the American experience that most Black Americans don't know anything about. And I chose him for a reason because when I was introduced to him, it had a
hey Brad,
effect
I
on
want to
the
read this shit
mind,
right here, bro.
and I saw the way that he progressed the mentality that because I see there's 3 seminal novels,
bro. For somebody that don't want to talk
that
about
express a certain mentality. Well, I'm getting away from me, and I'm trying to get back to literature and make you know.
Okay.
But when you read Native Son and you read Invisible Man, and then you read The Man Who Cried I Am, rather than seeing them as distinct characters, you should see each one of them characters as the development of a certain mentality. And see yourself in that mentality, progressing from the Native Son to the Invisible Man, to this man who cried, I am. And there's a reason that that title, that cry is there, that emotional pain, this identity thing, and that being the central novel for the Black revolutionary. So when you start talking about this literature, this rhetoric, you start fucking with me, and all you know is to go back to Egyptian and argue about Kemet. Leave me the fuck alone.
No, what was you just talking about?
You just wrong, bro. You're just wrong.
About the invisible man.
We understand what we talking about when it comes to Egypt and shit. What the fuck was you just talking about?
Yeah, what invisible man you got to become aware of? What's that?
Nah, hey, the man. Hey, in all fairness, the man said it was personal. I ain't gonna fuck with him. I know he probably can't explain it.
Yeah, but
What'd you say? Oh, what's that logic? I didn't know you
the invisible man is personal, bro. He telling us about it.
Game.
You niggas can't take nothing serious. God damn.
Hey, Reggie, can I ask you one question?
Oh God.
Hey, Reggie.
Yes.
Hey, let's just say in the conscious community, right? Do you know of a book?
My man Thunder. What's up, Thunder?
Yeah. What's up, man? Do you know of a book? And I'm straight up, like no BS. One book by a Black author in this community or whatever community that was legitimate, that was non-pseudo, it was scientifically based. You know what I'm saying? It was no blackology. It was just straight. This is what the research says, and I'm going to write a book about it. Do you know one?
Wait, you saying the conscious community?
Hey, Thunder, did you hear about Corey breaking into the pseudo killers Discord and cussing them out 3 o'clock this morning?
No, man. I ain't heard about that. Back to Reggie.
Corey is a nut.
Hey, Reggie, do you know we can say this was genuinely and generally accepted in the scientific world? You know, it was scientifically based. It was, you know what I'm saying? This is legit. This is straight.
Bro,
straight facts.
Okay. If you want to include being in the are you saying only in the conscious community?
No, just people that the conscious community references and stuff like that. I'm not talking
but they're not. You just saying Black people, right?
So just some, yeah. Just Black people, any Black person.
Thunder, what are you trying to get at?
Right.
There's
Robert Williams. There's Dr. Theophilus.
Anathema, you know, Theophilus. Okay.
There's Robert Williams. There's
No, what book? No, because I want to go on Amazon today. I'm in a book buying mood, and I just want to buy one. I don't want to buy no BS. I want to buy something free.
Well, here's the so you're in a bookstore. Well, it'd be better.
Did you buy a Garfield book? Did you buy a Garfield book?
If you're telling me Theophilus Bango, right?
Did you buy Garfield's book?
Give me a Theophilus Bango book that I can purchase, and it's scientifically based. No Hebrew.
Did you purchase
Yeah.
No, none of that. I want to hear some
book, and was it
science,
scientifically based?
and I really want to educate myself, but I wanted to be from a black person, not named Neil deGrasse
Garfield is
Tyson.
a black person. Did you buy Garfield book?
Who do you suggest? Who do you suggest, Reggie?
Why ain't nobody buy Garfield book?
Who do you suggest, Reggie?
Hey Reggie, did you buy Garfield book?
I have a signed copy of Garfield book. I have a signed
Thunder, I
copy
got a
of
book for
Garfield
you.
book.
I got a book for you, Thunder. Go get Miseducation of the Negro. That's not pseudo.
No, I have that. I have the Soldier Black. I got all that.
But he ain't in there. But we talking about. But he talking about the Negro conscious community, not like the actual like he talking about.
Y'all cannot keep using this word Negro, and I can't use the word I want to use. We can't keep doing
I
that.
literally only used it because you're here.
Who are you? What community are you isolating the books to?
He's talking about 8 YouTube channels. So he's talking about
I want a book that we look at, not a autobiography of Malcolm X. I ain't talking about them two books. I'm talking about how we can pull up you know,
like a Dr. Ben book, a Shake book,
Dr. Ben book,
yeah, like one of them guys.
That's a Dr. Ben book, but it's not pseudo.
But like he's saying, Reggie, in simple English, because his connection's fucked up. In simple English, he's saying any of those books, but the qualification has to be a science book based on science, nothing pseudo, not they thought
nothing pseudo in it.
He's saying
you're gonna be hard
a book.
You're gonna be hard the conscious community if we try. I think we can start the most bangingest conscious community channel online, yo, if we all band together. And man, that shit'd be so fire. Like we can take this shit over. But y'all playing.
Nah, but Chef, we gotta kick up half our views to sign that up. I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it. I ain't kicking up 50,000 views to sign that every time I do a video. I ain't doing that.
Who you suggest, Reggie?
But y'all gonna let Reggie answer the question, bro? Okay. So did you understand the question, Reggie?
No, that's what I'm trying to completely. There are books that talk about science and philosophy. I can give him something that I definitely have read, right? Theophilo Benger's African Philosophy, right?
I don't want a black. I don't want to be black. I want no black nothing in it. I just want to be. This is from a black person, but it's science based.
Yeah, but you asked. Wait, you asked.
Let him answer, Thunder, and then correct his answer.
That's why I'm confused because he said he wanted a black book, and now he doesn't want a black book.
No, I want a book from a black author,
right?
That we can look
based
at
in science. That's all he's saying.
But I want it to be straight science. I don't want no black African pseudo. I don't want none of that stuff.
Okay, Dr. Theophilo Benga is not pseudo.
Okay, good. So Theophilo Benga, what's the name of the book that I should buy?
Yes, 2 books on the subject, both on African philosophy.
African philosophy. What's the name of one book?
The name of the author is Theophile Benga.
No, I got that. I said, what's the name of the book?
One is African philosophy, the Pharaonic period, and then
the name of the book.
Yeah, African philosophy, the Pharaonic period. And then he has another one on African philosophy, and I'll tell you exactly that book in a second. But it's not the Pharaonic period; it's just general African philosophy that he talks about. Both books talks about African and science and medicine, and in their early thinking.
Okay, good. Appreciate it.
That's that. Now there are a list of books. Unfortunately, I have not. I might have read summaries of them at some point, right? Books on medical apartheid and stuff like that. But there are a number of books. But you could do a search for them if you were interested. But the ones that I the ones that I have, let me see if I can find another one. Let me look on my books up a second. See if I can find another one that I have that I said that I have read.
Okay, good enough. Good enough.
Okay.
Good enough. So I hate to say this out of the, and Sirius B echoes your sentiment, Chef. He says that what do you say? Facts. I think all the teams need to start working together again. That would be too far.
No,
So
no. See,
and
one thing.
hold on. And Athema says, hold on real quick. And Athema says in the chat, 4 years college, 2 years master's program, and 2 years on campus teacher education college, 8 years of formal education, 10 years of AP Lit and rhetoric, 25 years in the classroom total. So I'm assuming that's his qualifications for him to say he wrote a thesis. So
Yeah, it sounds like good. Sounds like good credentials until he gets on here and starts talking.
There you go.
God damn.
I mean,
Hey, brass.
I'm listening, bro. What's up?
Brass. You see that sleight of hand magic trick that Reggie just do?
No, tell me.
Reggie, no. No, Reggie, no. We can't play that game with you. So we expect that.
Is this Caribbean nationalism going on here? Because he sounds his credentials are great. It says that when he comes here, there's a whole bunch of curse words and stuff like that. So he hasn't proved his point on this subject and showed a valid source.
Honestly,
all right, Reggie, you in
the car with
you wasn't here, bro. I wasn't even here, but he shouldn't have said nothing about the thesis with all the like. It was like how you presented it. You ever seen Kings of Comedy with the guy that left his jacket, and the guy came back and he told him like he was like, "What do you do for work?" And the guy was like, "I'm in technical school." And Steve Harvey said, "Nothing about you says technical or school." Remember that?
Or school, right?
When you argue and yell and scream and do all of that shit, it's very difficult to then come after that and start talking about your 25 years of educational service and theses and shit. That's their point. Now, if he did all of that, that's cool. They're saying his online persona doesn't necessarily scream technical or school per se. But I'm everybody else vouches for him, so I can't say that he didn't do these things.
Yeah, and I mean, it's an appeal to authority, anyways. To think because of that, he can't make ignorant statements. He made some faulty statements.
Brass, one day you need to show me the size of your map because you're a hell of a cleanup artist, and that's no ordinary map you walk around with.
Listen, because he's not here, ain't gonna kill him. And on top of that,
no, I need to see the size of that map that he using because he's a hell of a cleanup artist.
I'm listening because I can't. You know what it is? Hold on. You know what it is? Because one of the things I can't do, because I tell other people not to do it, is just because I don't agree, or even if I don't believe sometimes, a person still should be allowed to speak. I think if he's gonna say he got a thesis, though, he should at least present the thesis. Because other than that, what's the point of fucking saying it? You know what I'm saying? Like, just put it out there. If it's your defense, just say it.
Can I
say something while I got
Yes. Go ahead. Hold on, Stu.
So I put what I was gonna say in the back chat. So I'm gonna be real short because I over here daddy duty. But this is what we're talking about. I put there's 5 different stages or current evolution of the under science.
Is this
one
the
of those
logical
things?
syllogism thing?
No, right, it should be right below it. A logical syllogism, just so people can make sense out of the argument.
Okay, go ahead. Do you want me to read it or you want to read it?
No, you can read it, but it's actually the thing below it is what I kind of want to point
No,
out.
I am. I got it. The
Okay.
5 things. And
Yeah.
just tell me to stop if you want any explanation. Key stages of science development. And then I'm about to close the show. We've been 7 hours. You probably got another 45. Key stages of science development. Pre-science and ancient traditions. 3rd millennium BCE, ancient Greece rooted in ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. This involved empirical observations, astronomy, mathematics, and medicine for practical needs rather than searching for universal laws. You want to just stop me if you want to ever go.
No, I just put that back there so people can have a good understanding. If you could just hit like the main
I'll hit
points,
the
like
main
that first
each
sentence.
one. I got it. Okay.
But yeah, one thing that I do want to, well, I'll wait till you finish. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, brother. It's your post.
Now, one thing that I do want to point out is that when you look at what scientists and people that are in the field have always said about ancient Egypt, they always said that they were before their time. They were an advanced civilization. And most people say that they were a millennia more advanced than all the other communities around them. So when people say that they were doing the same time, people were in pre-science, people were in their different stages of development. Egypt and these different higher educational civilizations, like especially like metallurgy in West Africa, it was super advanced. It was way more advanced than all their surrounding communities. And what I'm saying is that these people were in pre-science. These people were in these different revolutionary or transitional stages, excuse me. And we're saying that these people were way more advanced than everybody else. But in this argument, for some reason, it's being used as a negative thing. And if you look at one thing that you notice that all those different categories, these are stages of science development. We're not even done yet. We're in a new stage right now. We're not even in modern science. This is why I kept saying modern science when Reggie snapped on me and will overtalk me, because we're not even in modern science anymore. Just look at it. Look into it. Like, that's all I'm. But go ahead. You can read them and go over the different.
I'm gonna just do the quick. I'm gonna do quick on each point. So the first one is pre-science and ancient traditions. This is the key stages of science development. So there's one,
So
two.
it was science. So wait, it was science then. It was science.
Reggie, I said that the first sentence out of my mouth like 5 hours ago.
Okay, then why were you arguing? I'm arguing with the people.
No, because
at all.
I don't think anybody has ever said that. People are saying that in science there's different stages of development of science.
No.
Hey, Kyle, Reggie, I got this, Reggie. Kyle, I guess you missed the part when I pinned him down. I asked him, are you saying that science starts with Bacon and that everything before it is not science, but it's proto-science? And he said, yes. Everything before Bacon is not science. It's proto-science. Science starts with Bacon. That's what
science. All of this process is science. It's just like I was trying to get into the point where I was talking about 4G, 3G, 4G technology. I'll try to make a relatable example. How we got 3G technology that became antiquated. Now we got 5G. Then we had, and now we're in 5G. And the next process, which is already in process of starting to roll out at 2027, is 6G. You see
Now,
what I'm
is
saying?
6G in 10 seconds or less? And then I want to get to Thunder. I ain't heard nothing from Thunder today.
Hey, Brass, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, bro, it's always love, brother. You don't waste your time over here. We appreciate you. We were serious about, even though Corey and them, we was joking and shit, we actually didn't really like that shit at all. So just let you know.
I'm gonna get them back.
No, you don't got to do all of that. But it just struck us funny and shit. Because at first, if we being honest, hold on, Kyle, 2 seconds. At first, if we being honest, I was about to cut somebody out in here in this Discord. Because when it got posted, it was just a picture. I'm like, why y'all fucking with him like that? And then, but then
fuck with me at all. My whole thing is going to museums with me. I don't know why they fuck with me at all.
I'm just talking about the side. I don't know about their side. They good on their side. We good on our side. I'm just saying, I thought somebody in here had made that shit because they just showed the picture. And then once I figured out what it was, well, go ahead, Kaya. It's all good, Reggie. Go ahead, Kaya. I apologize. Finish your statement. Then I'll read your source.
Oh, no problem. But I think that's the problem. Like sometimes, like we get in these conversations, and like I think Fetty was trying to get to it, that point as well. Like just listen to what the other person is saying.
I want the
Because
sources.
like,
I ain't listening to Fetty.
Yeah, God.
I
oh
ain't listening
god,
to Fetty. Fetty ain't got
Now,
no
he just
degree in
want
shit.
war, bro. I hate to say it, Kyle. If you didn't know, he wants war. You trying to be peaceful as hell. He just
No,
want war,
I'm not
bro.
beefing with. I'm not beefing with
No, I
Kyle.
didn't say
I
beefing.
just said
Hold on.
don't use Fetty as a source.
See, I didn't say beefing. I just said you want. You are very specific. In anything outside
game like the other dude.
It's gonna be bigger. Hold on. All right. So there's key stages of science development quickly. Pre-science and ancient traditions, 3rd millennium BCE. That would be ancient Greece, rooted in ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. The second stage of science development is natural philosophy. That'll be classical antiquity and Middle Ages. That's primarily Greek and Islamic. It's focused on reasoning and philosophical explanations of nature, i.e. Aristotle. Then you get proto-science. Proto-science is Middle Ages, scientific revolution, early scientific disciplines that lacked a strict, unified scientific method, i.e. Alchemy or astrology. While often wrong, these contributed tools and techniques that helped transition to formal science. The third one would be the scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th century. This is the birth of quote unquote new science, shifted to a mechanistic worldview integrated with mathematics and systematic experimentation. This is where you get bacon, sausage, egg, and cheese, Galileo, and Newton. I'm hungry. This is where you get
brass. Newton used and practiced alchemy as well, and Copernicus used mathematics and like experimentation and mathematics in his scientific process as well. So this is where I'm saying like
right, so this would be so that's under this. That's under this, the scientific revolution, 16th, 17th century.
Yeah, no, Copernicus.
No, I'm
Copernicus
asking. That's a
is
question.
not. Copernicus is not under the scientific revolution.
Which one is he under?
He's under the. He's in the Middle Ages. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, the proto-science, Middle Ages.
Copernicus is in the 16th century, and he's already using mathematics in his experimentations, in his method.
Now, it does say the scientific revolution is the 16th and 17th century.
No, stop.
No, Copernicus is before. Copernicus is before it.
I'm stopping.
Stop. Flag on the play.
I'm stopping.
Flag on the play. This is if I need to see where this was written at. I need the source for this. If Kyle wrote this, that's fine. Kyle is a source. But I need to see a source for this.
Okay, Kaya, give me the source if you got a chance, Kaya. Well, no, not if you got a chance. By all means necessary, my connection at the window. Give me the source. Hold on. Let me finish the statement. Whether it's sourced or not, he gonna get the source. But I understand what you're saying,
Newton is the
because it even says this though. Now,
flag on the play. We can't go any further without seeing if this is in a publication.
That's what I'm saying. This is a little choppy. I want to see the source too.
Well, no, what I was gonna say to you, Reggie and Truist, was if you remember in the last one, while he's getting the source, it says proto-science, Middle Ages - scientific revolution.
Yes.
Early scientific disciplines that lacked a strict unified scientific method, i.e. alchemy and astrology.
Yes.
It says, while often wrong, these contributed tools and techniques that help transition to formal science. Now listen, the way this is written, if y'all look in the back chat, you can see it. But the way this is written, you can see the overlap because scientific revolution is the next one. But even in proto-science, it says Middle Ages - scientific revolution. So they're recognizing the overlap, even in how this is written, if that makes sense.
But you're right. But that's why now when I start reading stuff like this, flag on the play, right?
Where'd you get it from? Where do you get it from, basically?
Oh yeah, I want direct sources. So
Where'd you get this from, Kaya? I need a story.
I want to see where it says proto-science, Middle Ages to scientific revolution. I want the source. Otherwise,
No, it's a bunch of different sources. This is the AI overview of a question I asked, and I actually to make it simple.
oh, okay.
Basically, this is coming from Britannica, Wikipedia. Let me see what else is on here.
Okay, fine. Right now, watch this. This is what we call a do-over, right? Do-over. What do you call it? Move back the clock, right?
No,
It's
this
a
is the
technical
thing,
foul.
right?
It's a
This is
technical
not a
foul.
technical foul. This is all right. That's fine. Yeah, how
It's a
about this?
technical. It's all right.
Throw it all away. Throw it
No,
all away.
I'm not gonna throw it all away.
No.
What
That's
I'm trying
fine.
to say is,
You like this. This is when the source becomes more important to understanding what's in the source. Like you're discrediting the source because
no. No. First of all, there is no source.
He's telling you stop being Kyle. He choosing war and you being nice, bro. I know you trying to respect your elder, but he cutting you up.
No. I'm not. Listen, I know it seems to be an over because there's no inline citations for what is saying said. But I am. My problem is that I can read this and I can understand what it's saying. No problem. But the problem is that it's the overlap. Proto-science, right? Middle Ages to scientific revolution. Then it says early scientific disciplines. So that means there were scientific disciplines, but they lacked, it's a description of them, a unified scientific method. I can accept that. I can accept that, but
you just want to know where the source is.
What I'm arguing is that there were scientific disciplines. They were doing science, right? Yes, they were in a earlier stage where we can't, where they weren't testing it, right? So I'm not throwing Cayos out at all. But me and Kyle, or us and Kyle, or just me and Kyle, we're really arguing two different things. I'm arguing from this other group that said it can't be science unless it's modern science, right? I'm arguing with those people. I'm not arguing with Kyle.
Right. So what I did
and those people you're talking about, Reggie, they said that modern science starts even after the scientific revolution. I heard them say on a live that Isaac Newton wasn't even practicing modern science.
Right.
I've heard them say that. So this is what I'm saying. Like, where are we saying science? Forget about modern science. Where are we saying science starts? Because the dude that was just up here said it starts at Bacon. Copernicus is 88 years before Bacon. So where are we saying science starts?
I think that what we can use is
I took your statement and sourced it real quick, and then you can go in. I took your statement and sourced it. There are books that agree with Kyle. It's called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn, Kuhn. Supports the claim. The key idea of the book is science develops through stages and paradigm shifts, not instantly. It supports the claim that early disciplines were imperfect but foundational. There's another book called The Scientific Revolution by Stephen Shapin. It directly addresses alchemy, astrology, pre-modern knowledge systems. The key takeaway from the book is early practices were not science in the modern sense, but contributed methods, tools, and questions. And then you got The Origins of Modern Science by Herbert Butterfield and The Scientific Revolution called the Copernican Revolution. So it is, if you pull this out, it is an Encyclopedia Britannica, but it's also
I'm not
supported by
arguing
books.
that.
But you see, it called it Copernican. It called it Copernican. This dude up here just said it starts with Bacon. And I said, what about Copernicus?
Yeah, it says the
Copernican. I think sometimes we can get a lot more out of conversations instead of just arguing one word out of what's being said, because we miss the entirety of what's being conveyed. And I think we've done that for the last 6
we
and a
hung up
half
on
hours.
Bacon. Yeah, we hung up on Bacon instead of just worrying about what's right. So I think you're right, Truist, you're right. If you're going to start with it didn't start with Bacon. Fine, no problem. It started with Copernicus. But do we have anything that predates Copernicus, though?
Copernicus, but the reason that's important, the reason I'm standing on that is because Bacon is scientific revolution. Copernicus is middle. Hold on. Copernicus is the Middle Ages. All right. So now we're moving back to a different period, right? almost 100 years prior. And I'm doing that intentionally because the common argument in this community and from that other side is that the scientific revolution is where science starts. And I'm saying Copernicus is in the Middle Ages. So now we're moving back. If I could get them to move back to the Middle Ages, now we can start looking at further back because we can look at what Copernicus' method was.
Man, all of
see
it's
if we see
science,
that
bro.
method.
All of it is science.
That's what we're
It's different.
saying.
That's what we're saying.
That's what I've been saying all fucking day. Y'all have not been.
Fine, but
That's what I just said
Yeah, but
earlier.
we've
Y'all are
already,
not.
hold on, before y'all start screaming at each other, we've already agreed a minute ago that
Yes.
Reggie and Kyle are not even, y'all not even in
No.
contention.
No,
Y'all
we're
not
not in. We're not. Listen, me and Kyle are not in any type of argument. We're
Right.
really not. The argument is with this other group who messes up definitions, don't want to deal with etymology, don't want to see the nuances, don't want to see the overlap, right? That other group is the problem. And then I have to pull out the people in that other group who have degrees in science. Now, in that other group, I'll say his name, but I'm really no longer dealing with him at all, is Cedric. Now, what I asked Cedric for was the same thing. Give me a source. He came up with a source that was only a critique on African science, how it's not, unless it cures some things, it's not going to be treated as modern science, but he failed because he didn't show that it wasn't science at all. So then we have Ankh pulls up a source from this guy named George Plitkin. George Plitkin, right? He pulls up that source, and that is what I am going to tear apart. Because I'm not tearing apart Ankh, I'm tearing apart Ankh's sources, right? So Plitkin is the one who says basically that we can only see modern science. Now I'm going to tear the hell out of his source. I am going to make him gasp for aspirin, right? Don't bring up a source like Plitkin because I done x-rayed Plitkin, right? He wrote The Science of Harry Potter. The Science of Harry Potter is how Harry Potter doesn't do science, right? So that was good. But what he does say is he puts science all in Europe. But but his whole bio, right? His bio doesn't say that he studied any of sciences of anything outside of the European world. Worse, I'm going to make it even worse. So he wasn't, and he put it in the EBSCO, which is not a scientific journal, which is so I'm going to tear the hell out of his source, not the person. So when I ask for a source, that means that I want to see the source. I don't want to personally go after you, but I need to know why you pulled up that source. Do you understand?
Yeah, I fully understand that.
Right. So because we're not the experts on this, right? What we rely on is the sources that you say that exist. And this whole show, we didn't get too many sources that say that you can only look at science as modern science. We see science exists, and then we can see the upgrade to modern science. And again, like Kyle was saying, we're not even the age of modern science. We're past that, right?
Can I add 2 cents? Because somebody bring up Thomas Clune, and I love me some Clune. Because
Thomas Clune.
I said Coon. Clarence Thomas.
Coon.
Spell his name.
Kuhn.
Yes.
MCM1.
Okay. I thought you were saying Clune.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. When we look at the critique,
I apologize, Hey, it was just a joke made in jest, bro. But I don't think Clarence Thomas.
It's not a joke, man. Don't joke like that with Clarence.
You know what?
He's
I
a great
apologize.
black
You know what?
Supreme Court justice.
You know what? I'm gonna take a vow of 30 seconds of silence. Go ahead, Stupides. I'm probably gonna get 2 minutes.
When we look at Clune and how Clune describes science, and we look at his peers who looked at his paper, he's getting a lot of pushback. he's getting a lot of pushback because a lot of people is interpreting that him double speaking and the language that him using. Because Clune basically is saying that what existed before a specific time period is not science, but he's not outright saying it. And when you look at all of his peers and how they are critiquing him, right? I wouldn't use Clune. Clune is shaky ground. You know how I approach these people when they go to the sources. I investigate the sources.
Yes.
And it come back to the same thing I said earlier. When it comes to defining what is science, we cannot take out this big question mark. Who defining it and what they're defining from their perspective. Because sometimes it doesn't become science because it is not that person. As much as they want to put it, because even in the description that Kyle gave, the Europeans were closer to science than the Egyptian.
Modern science.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. That is not what I no.
Well,
No,
read
that's
it, read it
wrong.
back,
No,
read back the first, read back
no,
the
no.
first statement.
Just pipe down for 1 second. So like when you understand what I
Pause.
put
Pipe
in
down.
the,
Pause.
well, just relax for a second.
I don't bother me.
So when we actually look at the European timeline, that's what we're gonna call it. If we look at that European timeline and superimpose Egypt on top of their timeline, it shows that they are far more advanced than these people that actually made this source. This is why they call Egypt an advanced civilization, because they had advanced technologies and science and mathematics compared to other nations. Y'all understand that, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's
so
correct.
just read the source is not downplaying
but-
Egypt, because if you look at the timeline, they didn't reach that stage until the Middle Ages that Egypt was in 2000 BC.
Yeah, but they still don't refer to what Egypt is doing as science. If we look at what you present, they didn't call what Egypt was doing as science. They acknowledge that.
This is simply a
go back and read what it says. Go back and read what it says.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go. I actually have to do a little consultation, so I got to go. I'm hired.
All right, brother Reggie.
Good talking, Reggie. Peace.
Young man Reggie. See you later.
Yeah, but if we go back, can you read back what Kyle gave us? Brass, can you go back and read what Kyle gave us?
No, don't read it. Understand it. Like this is the
no.
No.
But first, I have to read it to understand it. So please read it back, please.
Shouts to
No,
okay.
the takeaway from this is that science happens in stages. That's the takeaway. Not what it says about Copernicus, not what it says and how it groups all these different things. It's about the stages, the evolution of science in different stages. These stages are not a cookie cutter. It doesn't mean that every single nation is going to develop in these stages. This is simply an overview. And science sometimes, oh God, go ahead.
No, it's just a general overview. It's not nothing literal. Like you can't set your watch by it.
Let me ask this way, Kyle. Quick question, Kyle. So when we look throughout like history, right? What do we use as the ruler or the measuring block to determine whether or not something is science throughout history? Like let's say if we look 2,000 years ago, how do we determine if something we see humans practicing or doing is science? What would that be?
Intent.
Right, but what are the two words we use for that intent?
How do you fix that?
One of them I'd say involves the word science.
I don't know how to define a word using the word.
I would say like the scientific method. What did you say? Like if we look 2,000 years ago, we would have to say these humans are employing the scientific method in some way, shape, or form to call it science. Right?
Science means that you have a question. You want to find out what something is, how something works.
Well, that's more philosophy. The question is the philosophical aspect, right? Question is a part of the scientific method, but it's not the entire method. Like that's the more philosophical side of it, right? But I would say science, when we want to determine if something is science, we would have to say these people are employing the methods of science to a degree. It doesn't have to be as rigid as we have it today, right? But we would have to argue these people are questioning, these people are observing, these people are testing, they're drawing hypotheses, they're coming to conclusions, and they're able to replicate what they're doing.
So you asked me for one word. I gave you one word, question. Question starts that entire process. So that's the thing. Like at certain stages of scientific development, we stop at certain steps. So there's a question, we jump to a conclusion. There's a question, we test it. We can't falsify what we're saying. There's a question, we draw a hypothesis. We gather data. Then we jump to a conclusion. We're not, and then finally, one of the final steps that we just had with in modern.
I think he got disconnected.
You cut out, Kyle, but I'm saying
I think man figured that out. It would be crazy to think that man ain't figured that out into the modern era.
Yeah, I'm gonna say question. If you say science is just simply a question,
He
you're
didn't
really
say that.
making it wrong.
He didn't say that.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
He didn't say that. But to say, but
He
to
said
say,
question. He said question how it works. Then he went into testing and falsifying. And that's
Okay, but
that's
all of
literally
that is the scientific method I just said. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Question is a part of it.
yes,
Right.
but what I'm saying is, it would be crazy that it took to the 1500s for man to come up with that. That seems kind of intuitive in itself. Just because that European wrote it down, right? Those different steps, it would be crazy to say that human beings wasn't already doing that. There was already too many creations, you know what I mean? Too much civilization already. The majority of the world's civilization had already been laid before
I
that
agree,
man
Steph,
ever
and that's
wrote
what I'm
that.
saying.
You dig
That's
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying?
Yeah, that's
So
why I'm
everything
saying
that came
it
before
doesn't
it,
start at them writing it down like you said.
yeah,
If we
that
now
would be
know,
crazy.
if we know
But it
that
doesn't
these are the,
become.
if we're saying
these were repeat. They could demonstrate it. They could take that to another culture and impart that
Hold
on
on, they
other
saying
people
it
for
ain't. They saying
knowledge.
it ain't no sound.
Oh, it ain't no
Is
sound.
it still no sound?
Oh, man.
All right. What about domestication of animals?
I
Would you
don't know. If
consider
y'all
that
still
science?
saying there's no sound, and I'll restart it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm
Wh-
listening to
wh-
you.
And he was taking ideas from the
I'm
from.
saying in terms of ships, they were
Yeah.
making
Experiments were isolated variables, heavy
Y'all know he was
quantification,
talking, right?
mathematical modeling, standardized
I'm
written
talking.
No, I'm
documentation.
saying y'all know the Stupees was talking.
Right? What changed in the modern thing? Because even when they were
He asked
sucking,
the question.
even when the European was sucking part of the old world, they made sure to record the Franciscan monks made sure to record the writings of these people, although it wasn't scientific, because that's what people is going to say. It's not scientific. It's only scientific when white people do it. And we're
Oh,
going to
you
put
back
things
at the
in
race
front of
thing.
it.
Hey,
Oh,
see,
like, man, this shit is sad,
Yeah,
bro.
you back at the race
This
thing.
shit, it gotta be miserable walking
You took
around
us
with
all
that
the
it's
for whatever
way
important.
reason. It's like,
look,
bro,
go
you
back
gotta
to
be miserable, bro.
the white
It ain't
people.
no way the white man live in your head rent free like that, bro.
Why did
No,
y'all
it
cut him
doesn't.
off?
It
Why
doesn't.
did
We
y'all
didn't
cut
cut
him
him off.
off?
He was done.
That
He
I
aggravated
wasn't
him
done.
y'all let the head.
Hey, Chef, I ain't say shit. He cut me off. I just let it happen.
All right,
So,
my apologies.
since we do
No,
cut
because
it
you
off,
said no. I didn't cut you off, bro. You said that I'm going to continue while I get this
Oh,
live.
yeah, I got the lie back. Okay,
All
I
right,
got
so
it
I
back.
didn't cut you off. You need to apologize for.
I
I didn't cut
apologize
you
for
off.
that. I
Thank
apologize
you.
for that, my brother. I apologize for that, my brother.
That's why I love you like a brother. That's why. Because you accept when you're wrong.
I apologize. I was dead wrong.
But people not acting like these Franciscan monks weren't recording the findings and the book they found in these lands. But they weren't practicing science. That's what people tell you. The information wasn't relevant because bacon didn't cook it up with some pork fat, right? Wasn't using bacon grease. People need to understand that fundamentally, many of the conversations that we have inside here, not all, but many of the conversations inside here, if we look at the root of why we're having this conversation, we can trace it back to one group of people oppressing the next group of people, saying the next group of people is less than. I will know which group of people historically is known for doing that. But trace back many of the conversation. Brass can sit here and think about many of the conversation we have throughout the years and dwindle down, it bubble down, and simmer down to one set of people not looking like the other set of people. But that's my 2 cents.
No, that's just, I agree with that. I agree with that.
I know what, I'm not even mad at that. You know what, I appreciate the
Yeah,
fact that I disagree. The fact that you're willing to just keep it 100, because I think that's the root of why other people are saying the same thing. I appreciate the fact you cutting it, you know.
I'm gonna give you guys some examples of things that were created due to science, pre-scientific revolution, that were repeatable. You got things such as the magnetic compass. Wait, my fault. I got a phone call. My fault. Yeah, you got the magnetic compass. You've got the printing press. You got clocks. You got eyeglasses. You've got Porleton charts, navigational charting, and you've got the astrolabe.
But there's a but
These
but
are all.
name
These are all.
name the
These are
key
all.
distinction though. Name the key distinction pre-scientific revolution with
Yeah, we
those
can't
people.
be stuck on the repeatable thing. Like
Right,
we
right,
gotta
right. Because
acknowledge
listen, yeah,
we gotta
while you say
acknowledge the fact in
repeatable,
a
hold
scientific
on.
method there are
But while you say
isolated controlled
repeatable,
experiments. That's a
they
critical
knew
thing
that
right
it worked. Listen, there's a distinction. Was it repeatable? It was reliable, repeatable. It was practical understanding, and it had working technology. But the distinction is they didn't fully know why it works. So the deeper explanation of magnetism, Earth's magnetic field, that came later. So because it was repeatable, yes. Was it useful? Yes. But because it wasn't fully the scientific method, the best label for it is prototype.
Wait, they used the method to build all those things, and just because
Yeah,
they
but
didn't
it
know the full
They were
details.
truest.
Wait, hold on,
They were missing critical.
Darwin.
Why y'all
Wait a
keep
second.
doing this, bro?
Wait a
Like,
second.
Just because they don't understand.
Wait,
Hold on.
I'm gonna give you guys an example of why that's bad. Darwin.
Let me give him an example first. I got a beautiful.
Darwin
Hey,
didn't
Steph, can
understand
I
the full.
jump in real quick?
Wait. Darwin didn't understand genetics.
Respectfully, bro, you've been talking for a minute, and I got to clock in.
Go Vyasa.
Just
Go
give me a
ahead,
second.
Vyasa. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just give me a second. When you say things like the magnetic compass, this is where, once again, philosophy is and classification of these terms is going to come into play. The magnetic compass started as a divination tool in China. It was part of their divination system. It wasn't for geographic navigation. It wasn't until later on that they started realizing that, hold on, this could be used for that. So this goes into, okay, was this science or was this modes of production? Was this cultural representation? Do y'all get where I'm going? And you can keep splitting hairs over and over and over again. But the ultimate reason why that wouldn't be called science then is the intent. The intent was a divination system. Not to say, okay, we can use this tool for this specific methodology.
Vyasa, you're correct in Asia, but in 1217 in Europe, they absolutely use it for magnetic compass purposes.
They
In
didn't know
1217 in
why
Europe.
though, bro.
But they
missing
didn't
it,
know
like-
why though. They
Wait,
listen.
okay.
Hold
So
on,
I'm going to
listen,
address the why
stay
part.
right there.
I'm going to
Stay right there. Hold on. Stay right there. Did ancient people know that the needle points north? Yes. Did it work consistently? Yes. But they did not have a full theory of magnetism, precise measurement systems, and the ability to protect edge cases like magnetic deviation. What fully developed gives you. You want to know the difference between, that's why not fully is important. What fully developed gives you is not just it works, but it gives you, here's the mechanism behind it. So that's the explanation. Then it gives you the control so that you can adjust the variables, recreate the conditions exactly, and improve the system intentionally.
Isolated
And then you
controlled
get,
experiments.
wait. But then you get prediction. You can predict the outcomes before they happen. So an example, an ancient navigator follows stars. A modern scientist calculates the trajectory before moving. Then you get universality, works everywhere, and is not dependent on tradition or local knowledge. Repeatability is not just enough.
I can't have
Repeatability
the
is
same argument for that matter. I
What
can't have
I'm
that
saying-
same
what I'm
argument for
saying
we
that
can
matter.
make up arguments, but y'all fighting.
I never said
And
they.
we're undermining the importance of isolated.
Y'all
They
just
have
said
the argument that because they
undermining
didn't know.
don't matter. Y'all just said not fully don't matter. And I just showed you that it
Y'all don't
do.
understand the importance of
It don't
isolated,
matter.
controlled experiments, and that is an important, critical factor, and that's what just
Y'all just fighting to be fighting.
That is an advancement. Do y'all get that? That is
Don't
what
change
you
I'm
call
saying
an
you have to
advancement.
make a distinction.
Can I address the point of them
The
saying
science can exist, right? But it can be advanced further. The only thing y'all talking about is the advancement of it, right? Just like the computer couldn't do what it does now 45 years ago. You feel me? But are we going to say that that's not a fucking computer and that wasn't based on science because it's 45 years old versus the one that can do all of this crazy computing now? It's just an advancement.
No, I wouldn't. Nah, the problem is that I don't see anybody wording it that way.
To bounce off what Shep was saying, that would be like saying because Charles Darwin didn't understand genetics or DNA, that his theory of evolution, he didn't know. He didn't know. Yeah, like yes, later advancements came later to refine. Hold on, later advancements came to refine his theory and his work, but that doesn't cancel out the scientific nature of what he laid down. It was still a science.
Nobody's saying that though, true.
Yeah, like who's saying that?
Well, we saying it. We making sure it's
why do you feel
clear.
like you're defending? It's like you're defending.
We making sure it's clear.
Treating proto-science. It's like the arguments y'all making ain't even. We're good.
No, we just making sure it's clear. Well, then why won't y'all say everything that we saying?
We making sure, right, that you know.
Why ain't y'all saying everything that we saying then?
Because y'all are wrong. Y'all are.
Yeah, I think y'all don't understand. I don't think y'all understand the critical distinctions and why.
Motherfuckers understand.
Because you're wrong.
I don't think you motherfuckers understand.
I already read it. I mean, I read multiple sources on it.
Okay, Chef. What's the current argument, Chef?
I don't know. I just tapped back in. I just jumped in and helped my man through it.
The current argument is,
I believe, truest. Staying on Darwin.
Yeah.
I believe Darwin. He didn't know genetics. That's true. But his theory was
no damn genetics. Genetics ain't exist.
But his theory was testable and it was predictive, and that's why it's
and the theory in itself advanced the same way that we're talking about the science advances. So do theories. So do all of these things that we're talking about. So does technology. They advance in stages. We went through this about 35 minutes ago. Chef. We were talking about the stages of 4G, 5G, 6G.
It helped me understand it. I looked that shit up.
Yes, but what I'm saying is
Darwin's theory was not proven when he
Europe adopted the compass in 1217. And of course, over the centuries between that until the scientific revolution, of course they adopted more and got more information than they initially had. But as I have right here, it said the compass did not appear out of nowhere as a finished idea. People first noticed that the lodestone had unusual directional properties.
No, bro, that was just Vassal's point. You can't steal his point like that, like you knew that before he said that. Because you was just talking about how they invented the compass. And then Vassal corrected you and said,
wait a second. I didn't say wait, Kyle, be fair. Wait a second, be fair, because this is recorded. I never said that they invented the compass. I said the compass was a scientific invention. I didn't say who it was invented by. Wait a second. No, because now you guys are being honest. I didn't say that you're
Kyle talking to you. Why are you saying us? Kyle said
I'm talking to Kyle. I never said that the European invented the compass. I said that the compass was one of the many scientific inventions that I named. I didn't name who invented them. It was just among the list of scientific inventions.
Comparing a compass, but trying to compare a compass to Darwin's theory, that just don't.
No, the only reason I brought up Darwin's theory is because y'all said they ain't have all the information to what made the compass work. And I'm saying Darwin. Wait. I'm saying Darwin didn't have the mechanism to natural selection.
Right. And he didn't have the mechanism.
Just because he didn't have.
Not comparing it to Darwin, and then you just compared it to Darwin again, Truist.
No, he was showing how Darwin is considered scientific without having, all of the advancements of modern science on evolution. How y'all don't see what he's saying?
The compass alone isn't science.
Now we go back to the compass.
Because that's what he's talking about.
No, we were just talking about
he's making a comparison between he started talking about a compass. I was talking about a compass and magnetism. He started talking about Darwin. So there's two different things. It's not the same thing, bro.
I started talking about Darwin because you guys said just because they didn't have all the information.
Hold on 1 second. Just 1 second. You see if you still say this after I'm done. The reason why a compass, even though it's repeatable,
A compass is repeatable. It doesn't explain magnetism. It doesn't predict no new discoveries, and it doesn't test a theory. It's using a phenomenon, not explaining it. Darwin,
That's my point.
hold on. Darwin proposed a mechanism, natural science. It could be tested, and it made predictions. It's two different things, bro. So
He didn't propose a mechanism. Natural selection is a phenomenon.
This cannot be science.
I never said it
Darwin's
was
theory
science.
can be.
I didn't say it was science. I said it's a scientific invention. I made that clear. I said a compass, a typewriter, a map. I said these are scientific inventions. That's what I said. I never said they're science.
Scientific invention is not science, correct?
No, but it uses science.
No. I'm asking. I just want to try to understand what you're saying.
Yes,
so
it's not science.
Invention is not science.
Technology is not science, but you
So
use
all of a
science.
sudden the long ships would not be science, correct?
No,
Yes,
but
it would be.
But it requires science to build it. That I don't understand how y'all don't get that. It requires science to make a compass.
Y'all think they could build them big ass ships and sail across the ocean without fucking science? Y'all think they just did that shit out of happenstance, or they got lucky?
I think they require knowledge, not necessarily modern science.
I don't know why y'all keep saying modern science.
Well,
Maybe that makes y'all feel better.
I'm not taking modern. I'm not taking modern. I'm not going to take modern out of my argument to make y'all feel better.
Their argument over top of
but
the
that's
argument.
the argument, though. But that is the actual argument.
I hate when somebody imposes
That is the
their
actual
argument.
argument.
Listen to this, y'all.
So, Kyle, let me ask you a question. Kyle, what is the argument?
Over
So we clear.
the argument.
Kyle, what is the argument? Go ahead, Kyle.
Y'all get that? That's how arguments
the
keep
argument?
going. If somebody say
What
my
is the argument?
ain't
Kyle,
nobody talking about
I'm asking
your
Kyle,
argument.
what is
It
the
was
argument?
the
So you
argument.
understand what I'm
Do
saying?
y'all get that?
What is the
The
argument? Go ahead, Kyle.
Not
What's the
your
argument?
argument.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Why you keep
The
calling
argument.
Kyle?
Kyle, because it's his. Me and Kyle are having a conversation. I think you have.
Well,
So what is the argument, Kyle?
Well, I'm a part of the conversation, so I'm gonna have my fucking say.
I know.
Calling Kyle like you're gonna ignore my point.
Commercial. This is the chef commercial. Go ahead, get it out. Let me put you on the big screen.
I'm making a point. It's like you're ignoring what the hell I'm saying, so Kyle can get in, so you can ignore what I'm saying. That's crazy as fuck.
Oh, man, I know, man. I know you feel like you're being ignored, man. Let's tap into some more of your feelings. Go ahead. You feel like you're being ignored.
Because,
so go ahead.
Listen, because I don't do you like that. When you
I'm
was
not
talking,
trying to ignore you.
No,
That's
when
just how
you were talking,
feel,
when
bro.
you were talking, my nigga, when you were talking, I let you talk, and I
don't let me do anything.
I let you talk, and then I responded to what
gotta
you
get
said.
into my feelings.
See, now y'all talk about gaslighting.
No, I'm just saying, you don't let me do anything. I don't let you do anything.
I let you talk.
No, you didn't.
I
You just
did
didn't
let
talk while I was
bro.
talking. Nobody
Listen,
in here lets me do anything.
I let
No
you
one.
talk. You're not letting me talk.
No, I'm
You
just trying
get
to
that
figure
part?
out the argument. I'm not trying to ignore you. Chef.
You get no.
Then you tell me the argument. Then, Chef, you tell me. Forget Kyle.
Why you keep running all over the place?
You tell me, because I'm trying to figure out the argument. Because I think we
you
talking past
cut me off to start screaming Kyle when I was responding to what the hell you said.
Keep going, bro. Keep going. You still don't tell me the argument, bro. I just want to know the argument move.
The argument is was it science? And then you tried to say
I agree that it's science.
Argument is modern science. And I'm saying, you can't put your argument. I'm saying you can't put your
Kyle, let him
argument.
finish, goddamn, so we can move on. Please.
I'm saying you can't. Man, you're still talking while I'm
No,
talking.
he's trying to cut you off. I'm trying to tell him to stop. Damn, go ahead.
I'm saying you
be quiet.
I'm saying y'all about to make me act like Chief X up this motherfucker. I'm not gonna do it.
There's powerful niggardry at
Go ahead.
work
What's your
here.
point?
Niggas trying to turn me into yo, I'm about to listen. I see why you zap out now, G-Facts. This shit.
No, that's something else.
It's sick what these niggas do. They play a lot of games. Look, I'm saying, listen, Brass. You can't say that's what I'm saying, right? Over top of the argument. The argument was it science? Now everybody keeps saying it ain't modern science. That wasn't the argument. So if you're just saying it's not modern science, y'all can take that over somewhere else. We're saying it's science. Y'all saying it ain't modern science. Well, that's what I'm saying. It ain't modern science. We already done established it wasn't modern science, but it's science. So that's the point.
All right, stay right there. Were you here? And I agree. Now that I know what the argument is. So I'm gonna stop saying modern science, right? And Truist is here too. Were you here when I said I agree with Fetty? If we're not talking about modern science, you can make an argument based on Popper that is not strict science. But you can also
I was here.
Right. So you can make the argument based on, forget modern. We're just gonna say strict science in the sense of the word. So based on Popper and those four classified categories, it may not fall under strict science, but it could be science in the historical sense, but not necessarily strict science. Is that what y'all saying?
I agree with that, and that's why. Wait, hold on. Brass. I agree, and that's why, if you guys heard me, I kept saying it's not rigid.
Oh no! Wait! Stay right there. Wait! You said I agree. I hate to say it. I'm trying to get somewhere with Chef. I hate to say it. Okay, if you say you agree, I trust you, Chef.
Yeah.
Would you agree that it is science in the historical sense, but not strict?
I agree when you first read it.
Okay, then we cool. Then we're in the same place.
And I don't agree.
It ain't no need for me to argue. Then I'm saying what you said.
Yeah. And I don't agree. And the reason why I don't agree is the same reason I don't call my half brothers step brothers. Right? Because it's either your brother or not your brother. It's either science or it's not science. So when we put disclaimers such as modern
science, but we already agreed it was science. So why you not agreeing? You about to keep this shit going.
I'm not agreeing with people saying that it is not modern science or it's not strict science.
We ain't saying modern science. We left that part out.
Yeah, it's science. Full stop and done. Science. Because there's no such thing to me as modern science or strict science. The methodology has evolved. Let me finish.
There is a thing called modern science. Like it is.
No, brother. No.
It is.
The reason why I don't
is white people. All he hears.
No. The reason why I don't agree with that is that I believe that science evolved. What it was yesterday and what it is today, it is still science. Because when I went to university and we were doing let's say I was doing an experiment for gravity. And mathematically, I could go to 6 figures.
That's a nice stove, Thunder.
Yeah, I was about to say, I like that little marble countertop.
Yeah. Mathematically, my calculation took me to 6 figures. And the dude who was in charge of the class, the teacher's assistant, said, no, we only got to 3 figures. Because while theoretically you can calculate the answer to 6 figures, you cannot measure it now. There's no tools that will
Thunder getting money. Thunder got a couple dollars.
Yeah. Let me finish up, please.
God bless America.
Keep talking.
There's no instrument that we can measure beyond three digits, like 0.111. Right? No, during that time, they had no instrument of measuring what they were doing. They was restricted according to their technology. But nonetheless, they were practicing science. As technology increased, as measuring equipment got better and improved, the science got better. But it's still the same science. There's no such thing as moderns. Is either science or it's not science. Was the Egyptian practicing science? Yes. Has science evolved? Yes. Has it gotten better? Yes. Has measuring skills gotten better? Yes.
So I believe that testable. I believe that testable for some reason in science, and I'm not even claiming to understand it. Even when we're talking about the evolution of science, what you're saying sounds amazing. It sounds good. I'm just saying for some reason, every time we try to get to the strict sense of science, right, it ends up saying because it's not testable, it isn't strict science, but you can't say what those people weren't doing in science.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Got some lamb chop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lamb
lamb chop.
100 years from now.
That's pork chop.
100 years from now.
That's lamb. Only lamb is cut that way. That's lamb.
Yeah. So Brass, 100 years from now. Let me finish this, Brass. Brass.
Okay.
Brass, let me ask you this question. 100 years from now, as science progress and technology progress and people's ability to measure and to prove things progress, are you saying what we're doing now would be classified as pre-science? Because
No, it's going to be modern.
It wouldn't be modern science.
It's already
200 years from now, what we're doing wouldn't be modern science.
It's already a definition. It already is.
Our understanding of science would still be limited.
It's called
as the understanding
it's already like just simply.
Hey, I'm gonna go back to that source. I'm gonna go back to that source.
Go back to this pull up big.
Let me go back to that source.
All you gotta do.
I'm gonna go back to that source. Hold on, I'm gonna go on. Stay right here. I'm gonna go back to that source real quick, and I think that's important. Small said, shout out to Thunder in the black t-shirt. You look nice, bro. That's what all that hard work has gotten you over the winter. What the fuck kind of shit is that, Small? Anyway,
I ain't say he looked nice. I said it looked nice. It's in his house. I ain't say he looked nice.
Oh, you said his house looked nice. My bad.
Yeah, the house looks nice. Yeah, that was wild, bro.
Anyway, my bad. So, in this definition, right, this loose definition, it says modern science, 18th to 20th century, established specialized, mature disciplines, chemistry, physics, biology, with rigorous experimentation, replicability, and peer review. Key milestones included the chemical revolution and the Darwinian evolution. Now, there's something after that, after the 18th and 20th centuries, called big science and digital era. Post-World War II to the present is characterized by massive research funding, industrial scale collaboration, and computation, genetics, molecular biology, and AI. So they're already beginning to map out what these things are. I'm telling you, the only difference in these in the particular era that we're talking about is the testability and the falsifiability. They don't consider it. They consider it science, but they just don't consider it the strictest sense of science because it's not something that has that. It hasn't reached that stage. And apparently, testability is very important in the strictest sense of science, those 4 steps. So I agree. I won't argue that those other things weren't science, but that testability seems to be very important.
Brass, I use ChatGTP. That's just what you read that from. And I asked
read that from this is Kayel's source in the back.
Okay, yeah, and I asked ChatGTP, what we call science, modern science today, would it be considered science 1,000 years from now? And ChatGTP said probably not, due to the technological gap, due to the paradigm shift, due to data evolution. So modern science is based upon the people who practice in science today, who like to distinguish the science that they are practicing from the scientist that was practiced. So they're saying that I have a more modern approach because I'm more technologically advanced. That is how we get the term modern science. But as technology increase, what we do today, just like our medicine 50, 60, 70 years ago was considered primitive, people are going to look at it as primitive science. So the whole fact of putting modern in front of it don't really mean anything because it's based on who observing it at the time. So if I'm today and I consider myself modern, I'm going to observe it as modern science. But there is either it's science or it's not science. We can't put modern, we can't put classical. It's like music, classical music. Music is music. We're just putting it in front of them.
I don't want to argue, but the thing is, but Stu P's by this rational. Yeah, we're not arguing that. We're not saying it's not science. I'm just saying that when you add in that testable part, it seems like there's a whole. It seems like science. The definition is kind of once you add in testability and falsifiability, seems like science. That's more what they looking
But they
for.
were testing it then. They were testing it then.
Yeah,
using
but
the
testing it. Wait. But testing it is not necessarily like there's. So you just forgot I said falsifiability, or like there wasn't.
But they were testing it, and they found it
testing and
wrong, or they
testability the
found it
same
right.
thing? Is testing
Yes, but
in isolated, controlled experiments, bro. That is important, bro.
they were doing that based on the knowledge that they have available to them. If not, they wouldn't invent the seal. They were testing. They've tested 1,000 seal before they had the final seal.
Stupid's agriculture is proof that they
The
did.
agriculture is proof, and animal husbandry
Agriculture
is proof.
definitive proof that they did. Because it says right here that people practiced agriculture thousands of years before modern science, but they still used observation, experimentation, and knowledge of nature, which are the basic principles of science.
So what are the differences? Can you name the differences? Like what distinguishes that? Because I'm not mad at I'm not mad at that. But again, like you're making the argument as if one side is more valid than the next. If you want to use, but again, like what's wrong with using prototypes? So you're saying you're looking at that as a way people use that word to undermine people at that time.
To undermine. Yes, that's
and,
how I
because you think in your mind, and I ain't talking to you, I'm talking to Stupides. You don't like the European being heralded.
No.
And then I want to say something to Chef.
Go
based
ahead.
on agriculture.
Yeah.
With agriculture, so okay, so you read that. I want so respond to this. First off, testing to Stupides, testing and testability is not the same thing. Testability equals ability, testing is an action. So testability is the potential of something. Testing is the act. So they're two different things. The agriculture part, right? So now agriculture as a practice. Plant this crop in this season, use this soil method, and it's passed down by experience. So that involves trial and error and repeatability. You're correct. But often there was no formal hypothesis and no controlled variables. So that's why they call it science, but early science. It says agriculture. It says agriculture.
So y'all didn't learn that controlling for an experiment.
Hold on. But let me get to strict science. Let's see if you agree with strict science. Agriculture as strict science. Now you have controlled experiments, soil chemistry analysis, crop yield comparisons, genetic studies. This is what will be classified in school as agricultural science. Would that make sense?
No.
I don't know.
No. I don't agree with that, none at all.
Diabolical, man.
Yeah, I think.
No, I don't agree with that, none at all. Not because you read with some fancy word and mean that it's right.
I don't
because guess what? No, I'm not dismissing your ability. My apologies. Because even if we look at the animal husbandry and the different breeds of dog that exist today, right? It must have been a scientific approach that you breed for certain traits and you understand what those traits are. So if you want a sheepdog, you breed for that trait. And if you want a hunting dog, you breed for that trait. And if you want a hound dog, a tracking dog, you breed for that trait. So it's
let's stay with animal
husbandry. Let me finish.
Who's arguing that wasn't scientific in thought, though? I'm confused. Who's arguing?
We agree that it's science. I hope y'all don't think that we're not saying.
We're not arguing then. Stupides just have an argumentative tone.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that.
Stupides just calling everything science. Where they want to be modern, pre, and all of that bullshit and put in front of
you gotta create. So you don't see the importance of parameters and making distinctions, Stupides. Come on, bro. Because if that's the case. Because if that's the case, you would be willing to accept or adhere to the fact that those ancient people, if they was dropped in this time with that knowledge they got, they would be at the same level as we know now of what the vigors of an agriculturalist. It's just not the same. You can appreciate both. You can appreciate both.
I believe that if you took a person from 1,000 years ago and put them today, they probably wouldn't be able to distinguish science from magic. How science have evolved and progressed. But the smartest among them and the more thinking one among them would realize that science would lead to what it lead to. When Jules Verne wrote Journey to the Moon, and there wasn't any rockets about that time, and he talked about shooting a cannon to the moon, people with imagination and inquisitive nature has always progressed science beyond what it is today. That is why we have a genre called science fiction, where people could see where science could progress to. So although what they were practicing could not perceive what is happening today, they did not deny that it could happen. It is science.
But let's stay on the animal husbandry, right? I just want to go to the points. And speaking of animal husbandry, I'm definitely making lamb chops tomorrow. No question. No fucking question. It's a lamb going on a plate tomorrow. Thank you for animal husbandry.
Hey, you know,
I don't even like the way your lamb chops look, though, Thunder. Your shit look cheap. I don't, a whole bunch of fat around them. I don't know what the fuck. It look like you killed that motherfucker out on Peachtree.
That nigga went on Peachtree and choked the sheep.
That look like dog chops.
Cut that nigga in the back. Look.
That look like dog chops.
Okay.
I don't believe it.
What kind of rappers y'all got? What store is that? Publix?
Kroger's.
That's Publix. Publix? Yeah, that's Publix. I know I recognize the rapper. All right, so listen, right? So let's stay on animal husbandry and see if we can
That
agree.
shit can't be done that fast, Thunder. That shit right raw as shit. He ain't even let it cool off. That shit was just in the pan. Yo, didn't even let that shit cool off.
Yeah.
Chef, you eat your steak well done, huh?
Thunder a savage and shit. He just learned fork and knife. That nigga eating that shit fresh out the oven. That nigga savage.
Thunder, he really tried to say you eat like the white man. That's what he really tried to say.
I bet you that shit ain't on the plate either.
The oven with no meat.
I bet you that shit's still in the pan.
Nigga hella molested, bro. That nigga eating raw meat.
Man.
Oh shit. Hey, all right, that's fucked up. Hey, so animal husbandry, right? Stay right here. Any of y'all play Civilization the game?
Yes, I do.
Anytime I hear animal husbandry, I'll be thinking about Civilization. That's why
I
I
play
learned
Civilization 5. I don't play 6.
I never moved past Civilization 5. All that other shit is stupid.
Yep.
Civilization 5 was the best they ever did. So animal husbandry is the raising and breeding of animals, right? For food, labor, and materials. The examples would be breeding cows for milk, selecting stronger horses, and raising chickens for eggs. So, did it have testing? Yes. It said that it had informal testing. People noticed these animals produce more, these traits pass down, this breeding works better. So you got observation, trial and error, and repeatability. But it wasn't testable. If they didn't frame it during animal husbandry, if I cross X and Y, I predict Z with measurable probability. They had no controlled experiments, no genetic understanding, and no formal hypothesis until Gregor Mendel came in. And he studied inheritance in a structured way, created testable predictions, quantified results, and that's how you get biological science. So that's how it moved from animal husbandry to biological science. Now, do I agree animal husbandry, they was doing early science? Yes. But in the strictest sense of the word, it didn't become strict science until Mendel brought in the inheritance, the testable predictions, the quantified results. That's how you get genetics and biological science. So I'm not saying the other thing wasn't science. I'm just saying it wasn't science in the strictest sense.
Why are you doing that?
Let me ask you a question, Brad.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm sure you had a grandmother, coming up. Maybe she was born in the 20s, 30s, 40s, right?
Yes, sir.
They know how to cook. They know how to do all the stuff. They know how to make a cake, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
They didn't have a cookbook.
Correct.
They were just going in there, putting that leaven in there, putting some all-purpose flour, blah, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is, and they knew how to do it over and over.
Mm-hmm.
They knew exactly what temperature to put in the oven on. They knew exactly how long to leave
Why you
it
don't
at
hold your fork the right way?
All they don't.
He been in prison.
This is how I use my fork.
He hold that
This is
bitch
how I
like
use
a
my
shank.
That nigga look like he finna snitch
He
on the
he
nigga.
hold that motherfucker like a sharpened toothbrush.
He about to
I'm
snitch on the whole game. It's
I'm
over.
checking on y'all. I'm checking on y'all. So,
yo, the chat said you eat with a pitchfork.
Hey, Thunder, you can tell there ain't been no fine
Yo,
dining
the
restaurant,
chat
man.
is fucking you
They ain't
up.
never been nowhere.
Oh shit! It said, hey, I agree with Brendan. Hold on, Brendan said it ain't. If you ain't got no mint jelly, it ain't no boule eating. I agree with you, brother. I agree with you. If you ain't got the mint jelly, that's just some Atlanta.
That's all right.
Hey, you read Brendan's other comment though, because I totally agree with him. He's right about the comment. We don't agree with it.
Yeah, until everybody agrees on a common framework definition for science, we'll continue to argue past each other. Actually, the reason why I'm reading this way, I'm trying to take topics they bring up so we can agree on a process. That's why I'm reading it this way. It's actually because of. But go ahead. My grandmother with the bread.
Right. So was that? Were they? Now it was observable. They had to test and do all this stuff, right, to come up with how to make a red velvet cake. Correct. And how to make whatever, right?
Correct.
Well, it wasn't. They didn't have a damn. I don't know what a listen, man. You can't
a method.
That just can't
a
be,
method, like a method.
Yeah, it can't be. It can't be just anything that is not done in a lab or in a lab sort of environment or with the strict rigors of this new scientific method. It can't. You just can't ignore it not being science. I mean,
No. Listen. We're not ignoring that it's science, though, Thunder. We're saying that it's early science. But now I'm gonna go to your grandmother theory. I'm gonna add this and see what you say to it. She had skill, she had experience, and she had repeatability because she knew how to make this. But here's the key difference.
Mm-hmm.
Did she ever say, if I increase this salt by 2 grams under a controlled condition, what happens to the flavor consistently? Probably not. And that's the only difference. That's the only reason why they don't.
I think she did because I believe that's how she created her own cookbook. They weren't cookbooks. They were created. My mama, she was born in 1940, and she created her own cookbook, her own thing where she wrote down what the recipe was, and put this behind it. She did that herself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They weren't just going buying Paula Deen. No, they were creating their own.
Right.
So I don't know, man.
Well, then I would say under those terms, if she's baking hundreds of pies with different grams and testing this and doing that, that's not testing. I would say that's testability because it's a controlled environment. If she's doing it at night or in the day, that's actually, I would say, if they did it, you were kind of describing somebody just made cornbread. I'm saying if she did that and did it with recipes and put that shit down to a strict, I would say that's strict science at that point. Because that's not testing. I think that's testability.
Yeah, but you have to be genuine. Because the Hadron Collider is
I don't know be genuine. I don't even know what you're talking
about. No, sorry to use a better word. My apologies. Let me just rephrase it.
You said
the Hadron Collider.
You gotta be genuine with the motherfucker.
No. You have to be consistent. Sorry. The word that I was looking for is consistent. Because if we apply those rules to modern science and they use it, open and close quotation, more science trying to determine predictability, especially when it comes to dark matter and quartz. That's why we build things to test it like the Hadron Colliders, because they don't know what the outcomes would be. And you're saying if you don't know the outcomes, you're not practicing science. That's what you're saying.
No, I didn't say that. See, that's why I'm trying to be clear so we don't argue.
But you're mentioning
predictability. They're not practicing science. I'm just noticing as you research, and and we having this conversation, I'm just noticing that the shift when they start talking about, I won't even say modern, just when they start talking about science in its strictest sense, the shift usually comes with testability and falsifiability. And when you don't have that,
And
even
controlled
if it was
experiments,
trying,
isolated
and
controlled
controlled
experiments, bro.
environments and experiments. When you don't have those things, for some reason, they will label it either proto-science, early science, or whatever, but it doesn't move over into any form of strict, like they didn't even move over animal husbandry to genetics and biological science until you added the testability, falsifiability, controlled environments, and experiments.
Yeah, you gotta run a science experiment for it to be science. That's just crazy to me, bro.
No, not for it to be science. They're saying what's early was science. They're just it's like another level, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Just and if you read it, it's not me saying it. Every time y'all bring up something, I looked up the long shits, I looked up the compass, I looked up the animal husbandry, and so on and so forth. Everything goes back to, yes, they were practicing a form of proto or early science when they added this testability, this falsifiability, controlled environments, and experimentation. It moved to strict science. Every single one y'all gave, bro. So I'm not saying I'm not trying to recreate the wheel.
Let me ask you this. Let's do this. And everybody here should be able to relate to this. You look at Egypt, right? How you had the early quote unquote pyramids, right? How they transformed from just basically raised mounds of dirt to what we see now.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that you can't say that was just a natural that wasn't a natural progression. They went from starting from that base dirt, building it up, and then going to limestone quarries and stuff along those lines. That's what they morphed into. Mm-hmm. So there's no way that bro, I don't see a difference in between what they did and what we're doing right now with, let's just say, the atomic bomb. You know how long we had the Manhattan Project wasn't 5 seconds. 5 months. No, man, that was an extended joint. Now, of course, it was Manhattan Project when they got here, but it started over there in Germany with them boys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Now,
they came over here.
Thunder, you just compared engineering
Pyramids and the
feat
Manhattan Project. I just let them do it. I just let them
and
do it.
subatomic particles.
I just let them do it. I didn't want to fight them. I didn't want to fight them on that.
What I'm saying, the point is not the subatomic. The point was how they. If we're going to say that the guys in those rock quarries and how they use a chisel, how is that not part of? How is that not? I don't know, man.
Because that was what they were doing with the pyramids.
We went from raised mounds of dirt to what we see now. That had to be. We gotta put that in.
Ask me, does this make? I'm gonna ask you, does this make sense? Hold on, 2 seconds, and then just a yes or no, and then you can have the conversation, Kyle. Pyramids, engineering based on accumulated knowledge. The Manhattan Project, engineering driven by fully developed scientific theory. It's 2 different things, brother.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No,
go ahead, Kyle. Wait. I told Kyle he can have the conversation. I told Kyle you can have it.
No, if you telling me that they knew that was gonna happen before it happened, then
no,
you got
that's not what I'm. No, that is not what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
say it again.
No. I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain it. So it's no.
You can explain it, but I want you to say it.
Okay, I got you. And now we gotta get to Kyle. Pyramids, engineering based on accumulated knowledge. The Manhattan Project, engineering driven by fully developed scientific theory. So what the pyramids? I'm gonna stay right there.
The idea of you. Okay, right. So you're saying that the science behind uranium and behind these.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me what you're saying.
So what the pyramids represent, it was built through experience, geometry, trial and error. It was highly repeatable craftsmanship, but it had no formal physics or unified theory. They just knew how to build it. So they built it. What the Manhattan Project represented was it used nuclear physics theory, mathematical models, controlled experiments, and predictive calculations. They knew why it works and what will happen before it happens. The difference is, though,
that's not true either. That's not true.
I don't agree with that, bro.
That's not true either. Because,
well, I mean,
if we go back and read, many scientists did not know what would be the outcome of having the first nuclear bomb dispersed. They were saying all kinds of pseudo shit, and scientists were saying all kinds of pseudo shit, that this thing can burn the atmosphere, all of that, right? They didn't know. It's after they did the testing, they said, okay, all right.
It was clear accumulation. It was a clear accumulation of education, and they put it into engineering. Same thing they did with
but it was clearly based off of probabilities, theories, and hypotheses that are falsifiable. That's kind of what you're talking about.
What you said is that they knew.
Go ahead.
You said that they knew, and they didn't know because there was making a lot of assumptions.
There were real fears. Hold on, stop. There were real fears. This is the actual, not what we think. There were real fears.
I'm not talking what I think.
There were real fears. No, I'm about to tell you what they said. There were real fears. Like, could the explosion ignite the atmosphere? Would it behave exactly as predicted?
That's enough.
Wait. No, it's not. It's not. That's enough. That's enough if you wanted to feed your point. The rest of it is these concerns were calculated and debated, not blind guessing. They ran the numbers and concluded it was extremely unlikely. Then they did the Trinity test. Before using the bomb, they did a controlled test in 1945, measured the results, compared them to predictions. They tested before they deployed the bomb. That's completely different than what y'all saying, bro.
Nope.
They did in a controlled environment. They did a test because they did have those fears even after calculating the numbers. After that, they weren't guessing. They weren't blind guessing. They did it based on equations, prior experiments, and it was based on theory. And the reason why it counts as science is because science does not require perfect certainty. It requires models, predictions, testing, and a willingness to be wrong. So y'all act like it has to be 100% certain in order for it to be science, and it doesn't. This is what I'm saying.
That's exactly what we're saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're not.
When measurability comes into play, and they use the term measurability, I'm saying that it does not have to be measurable. Because
if y'all want to fly in the face of fucking science, go ahead. I'm just not going with you.
Wait, Soupies.
Kyle was trying to get a point off though before we did all of this. Go ahead, Kyle.
No, you actually touched on what I was gonna say. But pause. But my new concern is you've been given protocol. Protocol is a language that we all can speak, so we can all be on the same page. And the protocol that you've been given has been from the field of science. We gotta be fucking batshit crazy to say, "Oh, I don't want to call it that." Like, what are we doing here? It's like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Let
me make it clear. Let me make it clear to everybody what Soupies is doing. Soupies is saying that it's science or it's not science. When you put in pseudo, proto, all of that, you're trying to misconstrue what it is. It was the Egyptian practicing science? Yes. Was it modern science? What is modern science? Was it proto-science or whatever that word is? What is that? Is it science or is it not science? And
are you a grade A?
No, let me finish. We're all in the group room agree that the Egyptian is practicing science. Full stop, it done. We don't have to say modern, we don't have to say strict, we don't have to say anything. We don't have to get a justification. Call it what it was. Was they practicing science? Yes. And the argument is over. But when other people are introducing that, oh, they weren't practicing strict science, or they won't practice in modern science, or they won't practice it. That's a bullshit argument. That's the bullshit
It's not a
argument.
bullshit
People
argument.
got
But
different
Democrats,
standards, man. How you
It's
mad at
only
another nigga standard, man?
yeah. And on top of that, you creating what y'all doing is flying. I agree with Kyle. What y'all doing is creating some shit like it's called y'all rules. And the fact that testability and falsifiability, controlled experimentation, and environments came later, y'all just want to fly past that shit. Like that shit don't even matter because what I'm saying is forget the testability and falsifiability and fuck the controlled environments and controlled
Yeah, just lumping it, just throwing it all in the
sense.
same bowl is like, come on.
That don't even make sense. Y'all just
I agree with y'all on this, Brass. Two piece with the pyramids, right? What would be falsifiable in regards to the pyramids? What would be the falsifiable aspect of the pyramids? And what would be the hypothesis that they formed as they were building the pyramid?
When they were building the pyramid, and they were using Pythagoras' theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. What would be falsifiability is that if a squared plus b squared plus c squared is not true, and they proved that to be true because they had to use Pythagoras' theorem, how they build the pyramid as a triangle, as a right angle triangle. So falsifiability existed then. Am I wrong or am I right? Is the pyramid a triangle? A series of triangles put together to form a three-dimensional object.
Well, you're given the mathematics behind the structure of it, but I'm saying the part that has to be falsifiable is the hypothesis. So what would be the hypothesis in the pyramid building that is falsifiable?
Okay, all right, you win. They weren't practicing modern science according to everybody inside, and I agree with you.
No, I'm just telling you how it works. Like the part that has to be falsifiable is the hypothesis. So what would be the hypothesis?
I don't know what the hypothesis was. We know the purpose of the pyramid.
That it was possible in the first place.
What was the purpose of the pyramid?
But the reason why we can't say it's falsifiable is
what was
the
purpose
goddamn
of the pyramid?
Wait, but the pyramids themselves are not a scientific theory, so they can't be falsifiable. They're an object, a result of engineering. But they're not falsifiable. You can't falsify a pyramid any more than you can falsify a fucking chair.
Can you falsify a skyscraper being able to hold withstand earthquake? Can you falsify what? A skyscraper that can withstand earthquake? Can you falsify that?
Okay, 1 second. Kaya, were you done?
Yeah, I'm
or
just.
you just discussed it at
Can
this
you
point?
I am in awe. I'm disgusted.
I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. That was just a diversion. I'm just looking it up.
Can you falsify a hurricane-proof house?
I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up, brother. You don't falsify the skyscraper itself. You falsify the claim about it. The building as so when you're testing, hold on. What's being tested is not the building as an object. What you're falsifying is the statement, the scientific claim that this skyscraper can withstand a magnitude 7 earthquake. Is that falsifiable? Yes. Is the skyscraper falsifiable? No. The reason why the skyscraper can withstand a magnitude 7 earthquake is falsifiable because what would prove this wrong? And examples would be the building collapses, a structural failure occurs below the claim threshold, simulations show it shouldn't survive. Any of those would falsify the claim. And engineers actually test this. They scale models, they do stress testing, computer simulations, and vibration testers. That's the controlled testing of the hypothesis. This is science. Clear claim, measurable conditions, possible to prove wrong. That's falsifiable.
What I'm saying is, when you look at the mounds, the early mounds of what they call pyramids, when you look at those early mounds, and they had to be trying to prove that it was possible to build it in the first place, to even start with the mound.
So you're saying were they trying to prove something? What were they saying they were trying to? Wait, no, I want to say what I want to walk with you. You're saying the early mounds, they were trying to prove what?
That they could build a structure that was, like you say, a series of pyramids put together.
Okay. So you're saying that's the falsifiability?
No.
What are you saying that is? What part of the scientific method is that? That would make that?
No, we're talking about scientific method.
No, I'm saying,
Hold on,
well,
let me-
when we say
Yeah, because we talking
falsifiability, that's
about
in the
modern
method.
science.
Yeah, we've
You're
been talking about the
modern
method the whole
science.
time. We've been talking about the method the whole time.
Yeah, so like my thing is a part of your conclusion is answering whether your hypothesis was correct or not. That's literally a part of it. It's not just your findings. It's also, was your hypothesis correct? The part that's falsifiable.
What would make
So
the mounds? Well, hold on, Stuart. What would make the mounds falsifiable? And then take it over after this. What would make it falsifiable is if they said a mound at X angle with Y material will always remain stable under Z conditions. Now you have a measurable variable. You have measurable variables, a general claim, and a way to prove it wrong. That becomes falsifiable. The difference is building something proves your ability. Science is testing a general claim about reality. So the early mounds just represent skill, experience, practical knowledge, social or religious purpose, not formal hypothesis testing. No matter what y'all do, this is easy. It's easy to always go back to, is it testable? Does it have falsifiability? Is it in a controlled environment or a controlled experiment? If it doesn't have those things, you can call it early science. I'm not saying it's not science. You can call it early science. You can call it pre-science, pro-science, whatever you want to call it. But it is not science in the strictest sense of the word, because those are the things that made it science in the strictest sense. I'm not, and that's the easiest way to explain it. The only way you can fight it is if you just don't accept it, the consensus, and just make up your own shit. And if you just make up your own shit, don't make me fight your shit. Like I'm bringing you the consensus of the scientific community, but you want me to fight your private.
Bro, ass done tooled up on y'all niggas. You done tooled up on.
So that's the difference, bro. So if y'all got your own shit, keep it. Write a book about it, a thesis or something, and try to sway the consensus. But we're saying what science is saying. Y'all just saying what
science saying? What science saying?
Science is saying that before testability, falsifiability, controlled experiments and controlled experimentation, that's early science or proto-science, if you want to call it pre-science. But it ain't science in the strictest sense of the word. I'm not going off of that. Now, the actual arguments, 2Ps, is different, because the argument I believe Reggie is having, I could be right or wrong, but the argument that the
ancient Egyptians were
no. The argument that Reggie is having, I believe, is that whoever his adversaries or who he's arguing with are saying what I'm saying is pre-science, proto-science, and I still consider that science, just not in the strictest sense of the word. They're saying that that's not science at all.
Right.
So if you want to argue, you can argue. That's more.
No, we're not arguing that. All of us have the consensus that they were practicing science. Now, what the consensus we disagree on is the level of science that they were practicing.
Yeah, okay, I can even argue. I can agree with that. Yeah, I can agree.
Some people arguing that it's proto-science. Some people arguing that it's
I'm
not.
still trying to figure out how Egyptians was practicing quantum physics. I'm still trying to figure that out.
We never said that.
Yeah.
We did not say
that. Look, you ain't say that.
He been trying to pigeonhole Reggie into this conversation, because he says there's a video of Reggie saying that Egyptians practice what, Freddie? Quantum physics?
Yeah. Quantum, yeah.
They never have
the pantheon.
I don't think they have the zero. Did the Egyptians have the zero? I don't think they have the zero, so they never have the calculation. They never have the calculating capacity. So Reggie needs to just stop when him behind. They just need to quit and give up and just go and sit down and drink some water. I'm not making any distinction between science. That's my thing.
No, and I'm not fighting you on that. I'm not telling you to
is astrology science, stupid? Or omens and shit like that? Like is that science?
Which one is astrology? Astrology is
astrology is when you assign like personality traits, destiny.
That has been debunked. It has been debunked. Many scientific
astrology
theories.
in its nature, it can't be science because it's not falsifiable. When you're dealing with things that are supernatural, well, it can't be modern science.
Like you said, they saw a pattern and created a calendar.
but
Then
was debunked.
In terms of modern science, right? That's why in modern science, if something involves God or supernatural, it's automatically eliminated from being modern science
There's a
because
clear
it doesn't.
separation
You
between
can't.
church.
No, but
No. Here's why. Here's why. Tell me how you falsify God. You can't.
But it's not that.
You can't. Wait.
If we
You
look at it,
cannot.
no.
This is important.
Yeah, but I understand. But this is
Wait.
But guess what?
Ayel came into the conversation like his grandfather. True.
I'm an atheist. Kyle, I'm an atheist too.
Bro,
I'm an atheist too. Kyle, how do you falsify God? How do you falsify God?
No, I don't know why you took it that way. I don't know why you took it that way. I am saying that many scientific.
It's been 8 hours and 38 minutes. I just want to end the show.
Yeah. All right, let me say this. Please.
Wait, no. That's the question. How do you falsify God?
You can't. You can't.
Another 8 hours.
Right. But let me just say this, please. Brass. Many scientific hypotheses that don't involve God has been debunked. Debunked, whatever the word is. Science is constantly evolving. And what we consider science today may not be science tomorrow. Even what we consider modern science today. Because when people research in quartz and all of this, other scientists are saying it's bullshit. But some people say
to be fair, like when they apply like AI models and like we don't know the trajectory of human science and how it's going.
Right.
I wouldn't be mad, right, if those future people make distinctions between
that you what we're practicing today was stupid. That how could we be so ignorant?
It may not be stupid. It may have been a lot of basically, they could have caught like that new technology could cut a lot of corners to get to a solution, and it being like very effective on that level.
Right. I just cannot believe you, Truist. You earlier today, brother, you told me that I cannot discredit Egyptian spiritual systems because Egyptian science because they had spirituality in them, and now 8 hours later. You have used that point against Subies. I just can't believe you, bro.
Kyle, I was specific. I was specific. I said modern science eliminates it from being modern science because my argument was never that. But Kyle, my argument was never that they were practicing modern science. My argument was that they were practicing science, not modern science. Because I understand modern science hangs its hat on the falsifiability and testability of something. So even something like, I don't know, something conceptual like destiny. Destiny is not scientific because you can't falsify it. You can't prove it and you can't disprove it. So
I'm gonna take your word. If that what you, but if I get bored tonight, I might go back and listen to that shit, bro. And if you wrong, I'm be on your ass tomorrow.
Hey, Brendan said the goalpost is undefeated, Kai. He said nobody.
Yeah, every time people was bringing up proto science, it was like y'all was fighting to make put it all under one umbrella. That's how I took it.
Yeah, not me. I was saying it's science.
So real quick.
Well, I apologize if I misunderstood what you said earlier, but I'm gonna go back and listen tonight if I get bored, man.
I don't know, Truist. I don't know.
I'm gonna tell your ass.
I don't know, Truist.
If you guys find the clip where I said it was they were practicing modern science, I will get on the live and apologize.
Trust me, they will find it.
Find the clip where I said the Egyptians were practicing modern science.
But to Stupi's point, right?
But I thought you said proto-science is a way to undermine groups. You were saying proto-science is probably...
Yeah, I was saying it was a way to undermine ancient civilizations from practicing science. Not modern science, but science.
Now I'm confused.
We talk. Y'all didn't... Brads. I know you want to end the show, man. My bad, man. But we have moved the goalpost at least 115 times today.
No, I think you guys have been talking to multiple people, and we all have
proto-science.
Eddie, we all have nuances. we have nuances to our arguments.
I don't know why we did this, but we ingested the transatlantic slave trade. We threw the race card in this conversation. I don't know how we got into animal husbandry. I'm not even sure how they even got it brought up in like this is so wild. And
We're grouping in everybody's argument together. My argument isn't the same as Stupi's, isn't the same as Reggie's. I never said that they were practicing modern science. What I said is that ancient civilizations tend to get thrown in a box of not practicing science. They use the word proto-science as a way to undermine them practicing science. I never said modern science. Now, if y'all go find that, I'll apologize, but I never said modern.
That's exactly what you said. Right?
Listen.
One can imply though if you have a problem with proto-science, right?
I'm about to cuss one of y'all.
No, the argument originally was that whether or not they were practicing science. Then all of a sudden, it moves from, they were practicing science, because the original argument started 6 hours ago was whether or not they were practicing science. Then the goalpost was moved. They were practicing science, but it wasn't modern science, and it wasn't real science, and it wasn't true science, and it was natural science, and it wasn't biological science, and it wasn't genetical science. The goalpost was moved when the original argument was whether or not they were practicing science. And everybody in this room tend to agree that yes, they were practicing science. But then some people, although they said yes, they placed a caveat. It was science, but it wasn't modern science. It was science, but it was science.
But we based that caveat. Hold on, but we based the caveat not just out of thin air like y'all doing. We basing the caveat because it's missing parts of what science is today. It's missing the testability. It's missing the falsifiability, controlled experiments, and controlled environments. So because it's missing those things, I will acquiesce and agree that it was some form of science. But the form that we have in the strictest sense, and then going forward, modern science, is not that.
But that's what I'm saying, Russ. If Fetty and Kyle are going to be honest, they will say, you guys clearly heard me say that it was nowhere near as rigid. It was nowhere near as rigid as modern science. I said that over and over and over.
But you were saying
I
don't believe your hypothesis that proto-science is used to. I don't think most people just use it as it's
you don't have to agree with that, but don't say I was saying they were practicing modern science.
No, I'm saying that the way you was arguing, one can simply imply that you were, because when we was making clear,
but you would have to imply that. I was saying.
I got you, but I clearly, again, there was a reason why people was implying or taking what you said as a way to like rebuttal of us making
the reason why is because you guys didn't want to take what I was saying at face value. I kept saying what my argument was. I kept saying what my argument was over and over and over again, and you guys didn't want to take what I said at face value.
I said at face value 30 times, but I was telling you that both sides is arguing over some shit that's subjective.
No, that both sides are some people still don't want to say what they were. Some people don't want to say what they were practicing was science. So they're calling it early science, not real science, not modern science. They're distinguishing what they were doing from real science. It is not real science because they didn't have testability.
I know, but now you adding the word real. No, I ain't doing the real thing.
Modern. What? When you say modern science, what you mean?
I'm not saying modern. You just forced me to come.
No, you use the word modern science.
No, because of you, hold on, Stupies. Because of you, I have even gone so far as to say it isn't the science. It isn't the science in the strictest sense because it's missing them 4 things. But that doesn't make it not science. It just doesn't make it this. So I'm listening.
But then if it's not this, then it's not science.
Yeah, but you're saying real. I didn't say it wasn't real science. I believe what they did was real. I believe what they did was groundbreaking. I believe what they did was powerful.
It just wasn't.
I believe that what they did is actually more impressive than this, what I call strict science, because at a bare minimum, they weren't doing this with labs and all this, that, and the other. They were doing testing. They were basing shit off accumulated knowledge. They had ideas. I think what they did was more impressive than once you get all the information, going to a lab, be able to repeat the falsifiability.
Yeah,
and
yeah, they shit was intertwined with mastering their environment.
What they were
Right,
doing
and
then,
they
let me
was
hear
fighting
it clearly. What they were doing was science then, right?
Yes.
What they were doing was science.
Yes.
It's what they were doing was science.
It's not in here.
No. Oh, the other dude. What's his name? I can always confuse. Fetty. What they were doing was science.
Yeah, but we got to make distinctions.
No. There's no but. Is either yes or no. Is either yes or no.
I don't wanna me making a generalized statement like that, right? Me making a generalized statement may, undermine the progression we made from that point to now, you feel me? Huh?
All right. Truth. What they were doing was science.
Science, not modern science, but science. Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
That's all you're gonna get. But go ahead, keep going.
I'll finish the conversation. From the administration, it was science. I don't matter where you put it. If I call you an American and a white person call you African American, I will still say you're an American.
Okay.
But this conversation, Braz, is very similar.
I don't know what they mean. I don't know what the white person mean when they call you. But the mere fact that they call you American, that's all I need to know.
Similar to the conversation.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jules. What you saying?
This is very similar to the conversation. One of the first conversations you've ever heard me have in YouTube. I had to distinguish to that all sciences is not the hard or quote unquote strict sciences.
I agree.
Yeah.
Right?
All American is not the hard and cool and American. All Americans is not the hard and cool and American. It's the same conversation.
Hold on, let me finish
he's American, but he's African American. What is he saying? Is he saying what you're saying when it comes to science?
No, this is a separate
science, but it's not real science.
No, you keep saying real. See, that's the difference.
It is not science, but it's not modern science.
I even went so far as to say what they did before was more impressive than this, but because you want to argue, you keep saying that we don't think. You keep saying that we don't think it was. Why? But then why you keep saying that we don't think it's real science? None of us said that. You keep saying that. None of us even use the words real. None of us. You just because you want it to be one way.
All right. Let me ask a question then. What they were practicing was real science?
Yes.
To use my words then. We're good. We're good. If it's real, there's no difference whether it want to be modern.
I cannot say what Darwin and them was doing and Galileo and all of them was doing wasn't real. I don't even know what the fuck they was doing. I just know that when they were doing that shit with animal husbandry, right? I can't say that wasn't real, bro. They did have they had a lot of the components of what we now know. But when Mendel got involved, right? The evolution of it, when Mendel got involved, what he brought in was the things that turned animal husbandry and evolved it into genetics and biological science.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to say what animal husbandry was doing wasn't real because it led to Gregor Mendel and what we have today. So it's all I'm not in the argument that what they was doing was bullshit. I can't do that. I grew up on a fucking farm. I don't think we weren't using machines and shit. We was using what my grandfather was teaching us and our grandmother was teaching us. And before that, we did
look at what the early cabbage look like.
Stu, hold up. I want to just finish my point. So, Brass, as I was explaining to who, right?
I remember.
He focuses on the natural sciences, which is physics, chemistry, biology, earth science, astronomy. But there are many branches of science. You have specifically 4 that have tiny branches within those larger branches. You have the social sciences like sociology, political science, economics, anthropology, psychology. Those sciences are the ones he was trying to say aren't real science. He was trying to say all of those aren't actually science and that the scientific method isn't employed when professionals in those fields are doing their work, which is
And that's
ridiculous.
just wrong. I mean, that's just
You have
wrong.
you have the formal sciences, mathematics, logic, statistics, computer science. And then finally, you have applied sciences, engineering, medicine, agriculture, computer engineering, and environmental technology. Right?
The reason why
These are the branches of science. And and some of them, right, you can make argument that technology isn't science in itself, but you absolutely use science to build technology. Well, at least advanced technology. But I'm saying that conversation kind of relates to this one, because just because something isn't a strict science or isn't a hard science,
I mean, it's not
right?
science.
It doesn't mean it's not science. But science is a broad fucking word. Like that's what like it's a broad term.
You're talking to a political scientist.
Yeah.
That's my degree, bro. So I understand that the soft and hard sciences, Paul, and social sciences, and this. I that's a conversation we've had in school. We've had that long before all of this. I understand the difference. I don't know about Mendel and all of that because I've never been into that. This is all very interesting, but there's a reason why that you have to stick to certain rules when it comes to science, because science is self-correcting. So even when we say what we consider science today may not be science tomorrow, that's true. It could be revised, replaced, or even rejected. But that but that doesn't mean that it wasn't science.
At the time.
It means that science is self-correcting. That's why I'm not going to say animal husbandry isn't science, because science in and of itself is self-correcting. Science is not a fixed thing. It's a process. It's not a final answer. So old ideas get tested, new evidence challenges them, and then a better explanation replaces them. So that animal husbandry to genetics and biological science. Like an example, Isaac Newton, his physics worked extremely well. It was later refined by Albert Einstein.
Right.
Newton wasn't wrong. He was just incomplete. Charles Darwin, he didn't know genetics. He later updated with DNA. It was later updated with DNA and modern biology. It's still science, but it just expanded. So can science change? Yes, but it changes by improving, not by guessing. So science can be revised. It's not arbitrary. The changes happen because of new evidence, better testing, and more accurate predictions. So it's very simple. Science can change.
The method that all of those disciplines use are built in a way to falsify them if they can be falsified, right? Like they're set up in a way to update and correct itself. Every single, and it kills me when people act like every single branch of science doesn't employ the scientific method. Like they all employ it on a professional level. It looks different from discipline to discipline. And sometimes things you're doing is interdisciplinary. Like you might be mixing a couple of the sciences together. But yes, there's a method that helps you either strengthen whatever findings you already have, update them, or completely correct them. And Newtonian physics is a good example of that, because quantum physics showed that there's a subatomic realm. Well, I don't want to use the word realm because that sounds spooky, but there's a subatomic level to existence with protons, neutrons, and electrons, whereas I think Newton thought everything stopped at an atomic level. So yes, science updates itself.
And you're right. And you're right, because science even correct itself when people are talking about cold fusion and that bullshit. Science correct that. So what it is that science is ever evolving. And not because it started out as what we can do today, and we can do it today, meaning that it was less than. Because many hypotheses have been disproven. Even in the last 30 years, people come up with ideas that people almost took for gospel and spend billions of dollars on, and it is disproven today in the name of science. Not because they got something wrong, meaning that they're not practicing science. Because even the ability to get something wrong is sometimes good science. Because it shows that you're doing the trial and error method. Right? So getting something wrong don't disprove that he was practicing science, right?
Yeah, that's why I think the original argument is mainly, that's why the original argument, I don't, now if they got something that can show or prove that it just wasn't science at all, that's going to be very hard for me to get on board with.
And if by that framework, I can prove Neanderthals was practicing science if we're going to go that far.
Yeah, we can go that far. Because even the harnessing of fire, even when you harness fire, a simple thing of harnessing fire was a science at the time. Because the technology didn't exist today. They didn't have a big lighter. They had to create enough friction, or enough energy that something would combust. At that time, that was considered as science. When somebody invented the flush toilet, at that time, we take it for granted today, but at that time, it was considered as science. How we get a toilet to flush, what's the requirement, what volume of water, what the P-trap must look like. But we take it for granted today, say, oh no, that shit can't be science. But at the time, it required a lot of experiment, a lot of repeatability, right? But because we now only see science as the ability to create satellites and go to the moon, real science now, because of science is now almost depends on how complicated it is. So if it's not complicated, it requires enormous amount of calculation. Oh, that was early science. That was something else. But even starting a fire at that time, people died because they didn't know how to start a fire. That was science.
Are the first humans that cooked meat and set it on fire, is that practicing science?
Of course. Because
go back with this.
No, you can't go all the way back.
Can other animals practice science? Can other animals practice science?
I don't know about that.
I was asking earlier if a bee like beavers, they create dams, right? And they create like little things to keep their babies from drifting away and shit. Is that science? I'm just trying to see, like, I'm just trying to gauge like how far y'all gonna go with this.
Yeah, but why are you trying to belittle the accomplishment of our early ancestors? Because you're saying that
if I was undermining it, I wouldn't know. I'm familiar with the metallurgy, the all of that shit going on in Central Africa, the Ashango bone. I'm familiar with that, but
it's fire. Is the ability
a beaver building a dam?
The first man. Because if we look at
I
it,
agree. I was just trolling.
Let me tell you. Even if we look at the harness in a fire, those persons 60 years